Chapter 201, Freehand Granted. There are only the early signs of it at present. Zhao Jianhun stated coldly, this scheme will require a very serious amount of planning before it can be executed. After all, the Jun family is the strongest military power of the Tianxiang Empire, and even the emperor does not take your family lightly. However, their plan seems abundantly clear. Haha, the smell of their mother's milk hasn't even dried out yet, and those 3 kids are actually thinking of targeting my family. Jun Wui laughed coldly. Moreover, the fact that the Dugu family still can't find a suitable match for their daughter has made their position unclear on this matter. Zhao Jianhun added, to be honest, I'm actually looking forward to this happening. If the 2 main forces of the Tianxiang Empire are divided. If your empire's backbones breaks, then it's a good thing for us, and I can just take my army and vandalize your entire force in one swoop, and then I can easily expand the Yutang map. How wonderful would it be if I could just unify this world in one single swoop? Why are you telling me this? What's in it for you? Jun Wui grunted. I cannot hide this in Jun Wuhui's presence. I'm only telling you this because you're Jun Wuyi's family, and he was my most respected opponent. Zhao Jianhun turned around and looked at Jun Wuhui's statue once again and then slowly spoke, I'm looking forward to the Jun family producing another man or woman of the White Commander's caliber. But either way, I cannot allow this once heroic family to vanish in the dark of a power struggle. This is the only thing I'm capable of doing for the idol of my heart. Zhao Jianhun stood up straight and strode forward to Jun Wui's statue once again, looked up at it, and continued to stare at it for a long time, and then he suddenly turned around, I'll take me leave. I won't be seeing you out. Jun Wui stated in a harsh tone, and then added. Nor will I be thanking you. Zhao Jianhun stood motionlessly for a while before he smiled at Jun Wui, and asked in a coarse voice, you won't see me out? Suddenly his voice lowered as he asked, am I not important enough? Or perhaps I'm not worthy enough? Jun Wui was silent for a while, but then he smiled and said, you are. I understand. Zhao Jianhun took a deep breath, once I leave, I'll immediately return to Yutang. Jun Wui, if we ever meet on the battlefield again. Don't hesitate, and don't think that I won't attack you mercilessly because of today. The sides of his face showed a sign of sadness, all these years, I've had to bear all this, and I'm really tired of it now. The undefeated general. But I'm really just a lucky bastard. Once he finished this last sentence, he turned around and walked away. Without looking back. Without speaking another word. His desolate silhouette continued to walk away, his black cloak raised in the wind, his head held high, and his figure slowly disappeared out of sight. The Tianxiang soldiers stationed on both sides of the walkway could only stare at their enemy nation's commander in awe. This man is too proud. Jun Wui whispered as he stared at Zhao Jianhun's disappearing figure. Back then, Big Brother had once said, his pride is his character's biggest weakness, and can be used to trick him into several traps, and he'll tread into them each time without repenting his action. Jun Moxie couldn't help muffling his laughter, yes, but he should have died 100 times by now. Managing to stay alive till now isn't an easy thing to do in his case. Although this man is too proud, but his pride is also his greatest asset. He's well versed with every battle formation, every ambush tactic, and his knowledge of warfare transcends that of any other man. Why shouldn't he be proud of his abilities? If I were him, I'd be the same. Jun Wui smiled, and this great ability of his was always admired by your father. Even in the greatest moments of desperation, this man never gave up, in fact he never even gave up hope even though he was defeated several times. Your father and I were once talking, and he told me that even he wouldn't have been able to do this. Zhao Jianhun is an exceptional man. He never gives up, no matter how harsh his circumstances are. Jun Moxie could only endorse this statement in his heart. Setting sail with the tailwinds is not regarded as talent, surviving through adversities, and fighting to survive, and continuously fighting back is the sign of a true hero. At that time, when we were trying to study Zhao Jianhun, it was his own actions and words that had helped your father in deciding the strategy for dealing with Zhao Jianhun. Jun Wuyi's words were brimming with pride, and his strategies are still valid when it comes to dealing with Zhao Jianhun. What? Jun Moxie suddenly became interested in knowing more. Zhao Jianhun was one of the most prominent bachelors in Yutang at that time, and one of the most influential ministers of the empire wanted to give his daughter to Zhao Jianhun in marriage, but that woman was extremely fat and ugly. Jun Wui smiled. At that time, Zhao Jianhun had bluntly spoken out in front of the entire cabinet of minister, how such an ugly woman a worthy match for such a brilliant general. Jun Moxie burst into laughter. The first time when Big Brother heard of this, he said, Zhao Jianhun is proud, blind to political power, and superior to his fellow soldier in terms of all kinds of abilities. He holds himself in a very high light, and will never allow himself to be subjugated to another man. Since the Yutang Empire lacks this kind of talent, they will allow him to break the rules to allow him to flourish, but this a bad thing for him. Being proud and aloof is good for a learned man in most cases, but there can be exceptions when pride can also become a fatal flaw. Even in the future, whenever anyone is capable of grasping this weakness of his, that man will be able to put himself in a position of invincibility against Zhao Jianhun. Jun Wuyi's voice seemed full of recollection. Big Brother had once said, Zhao Jianhun is an ordinary general, but he has still risen to the spot of Yutang's most prominent general in less than 2 years. Big Brother had said, but even then, his weakness still remains the same as before. Getting a hold of his weakness isn't very difficult, but to use his weakness into getting the better of him isn't easy because his personality foreordains toughness of character. It will take more than just a series of fatal blows to erase his fighting spirits, but even then he would eventually come back. And that's exactly what happened. Big Brother used his weakness to defeat him 29 times, but unfortunately in the final battle. It's easy to change circumstances, but it's difficult to change one's nature. Jun Moxie sighed as a burst of sincere respect arose in his heart for the father he had never met. This one sentence alone had given infinite knowledge about the enemy general. This one sentence alone was enough to get a hold of the enemy general's weakness, but moreover had laid out the necessary plan to defeat the man. It is no wonder that Jun Wuhui is regarded as the god his generation's military minds. After understanding Zhao Jianhun's weakness, Jun Moxie instantly understood the reason behind the man's suffering. He's a proud man, and a real warrior. If such a man has to bear the shame of defeat, then he perhaps wouldn't take it to his heart, and will probably be able to withstand it because he knows that he can find another opportunity to wash that shame away. But now he has to bear the shame of something that doesn't even belong to him, a shady victory. For such a proud man, this victory is even more painful than death. The lucky general. This title. Such shame is something that a man like Zhao Jianhun is simply incapable of withstanding, and it has put his mind in shackles. Moreover, he has no way to get out of it either. It is no wonder that he said, all these years, I've had to bear all this, and I'm really tired of it now. At this point, Jun Moxie could finally understand the true meaning behind this sentence. He could finally understand the endless pain, grief, and burden that this man has had to bear all these years. Perhaps, the only way to unload this burden would be to defeat the third brother of the Jun family, the only remaining of the three great Jun, Jun Wui. But even the chances of this taking place were now slim. Zhao Jianhun had remained undefeated all these years, and although he had seen many victories, but his heart was already overwhelmed. Therefore, he had recklessly followed after Fei Mengchen to the Tianxiang Empire so he could pay his respect to Jun Wuhui's cenotaph. Not for anything else, but just to vent out the pain of his heart. From this point of view, Zhao Jianhun's words regarding taking revenge for Jun Wuhui's death weren't fake. Because Jun Wuhui's culprits are the same people who have brought upon this immeasurable pain on him. Taking revenge for Jun Wuhui would be tantamount to the only outlet he has left to vent out his own anger and suffering. It seems that three princes simply cannot wait to bathe in the springs of imperial power. Jun Wui spoke as they exited the memorial. Moxie, they simply cannot obliterate the Dugu and Jun family. The Dugu family and the Jun family are simply too powerful for these little kids to deal with, and they simply aren't qualified enough to remove us from their paths. However, dealing with just you alone is much simpler. In fact, the chances of success are much higher for them. After all, you are the sole heir to the Jun family, and if you're gone, then no matter how hard your grandfather and I work, no matter how well we place our family, it will all be for nothing. You should take guard in this regard. Uncle, my strength may not be too high, but if they want to kill me, I'm afraid that's easier said than done. Jun Moxie smiled, and then broke into a cynical laughter. I was just manipulating a battle between 6 spirit Xian experts the other night, and even then I was able to move about freely, so what threats do these little assassination tricks carry for me? With the Yin-Yang escape law, I could even get away if all the 8 great master came for me. However, if they attack me first, then I will not show them any mercy. Jun Moxie's mouth slowly curved into a cruel smile. The 3 princes? Haha, the princes want me dead. That's funny. I'd like to see which of the 3 brothers actually has the courage to come after me. Would I even need to retaliate? Don't show them any mercy. Jun Wuyi's hair was flying back in the wind, while his eyes seemed a bit faint as he added, but once you attack them, it is necessary that you don't leave any traces behind at any stage, else it will bring an endless storm. I understand. Jun Moxie's eyes narrowed as he continued to push his uncle's wheelchair forward. Third uncle really isn't afraid of starting trouble, is he? When it comes to being discreet, I believe that there's no one else in the world more capable than I am at it. At this time, a figure was standing at the roof of the opposing building, which suddenly dropped out of sight like an anxious bird flashing away for the fear of getting struck by lightning. The uncle and nephew duo both caught a glimpse of this figure, and immediately became anxious. He was too fast. He's too fast for anyone from my generation. Jun Wuyi's pupils dilated. Jun Moxie's mind suddenly burst into movement. Although the face wasn't visible, but the smooth flight of the figure was somewhat familiar, it was almost like a hawk was descending down from the heavens above, and in today's world, there was only one man capable of possessing such elegance and speed, and that man was none other than the 8th Great Master himself, the solitary falcon. Third uncle, that man seems to be an old friend. I'll go and see things out, you please head back, and don't worry about me. Jun Moxie slowly stated as he noted the direction in which that figure had disappeared. Chapter 202, Battle in the Maple Forest. Alright, but you be careful. Jun Wuyi agreed in a heartbeat. He had already realized that if his nephew wanted to go alone, then he must have his own reasons. Jun Wuyi was rather confident of his nephew's abilities, and wanted to return to his own personal practice as soon as possible instead of worrying needlessly about his nephew's whereabouts. A few days ago, Jun Moxie had given Jun Wuyi a detailed outline of a very mysterious swordplay technique stating that he had accidentally stumbled upon it. Initially Jun Wuyi had scoffed at the technique, refusing to believe its validity, but had later realized that the technique was indeed very effective. In fact, Jun Wuyi was completely taken by this technique since it was subtler than anything he had ever seen before, and could still be used to impulsively kill off an enemy with a burst of strength. Moreover, this technique was so precise, that it was rather difficult to dodge if applied correctly. Jun Moxie had studied several ancient weapons in his previous incarnation, and had sorted out his knowledge to formulate a technique which suited Jun Wuyi's temperament. Jun Wuyi had fought in several wars as a younger man, and was cold-blooded but impulsive military general, which made this law a perfect fit for his nature. It was as if the technique was made to his measure. As a result, Jun Wuyi had been madly trying to learn it. The uncle and nephew duo split up. Jun Moxie was a bit confused since the fray for the Xian Corps had already ended, which meant that all the experts who had previously gathered in the Tianxiang city should have already dispersed by now. However, for some reason, the solitary falcon hadn't left the city yet. The young Master Jun had always known that it was impossible to know the entire story behind any man's actions, but he had already figured out that the solitary falcon was never interested in the Xian Corps itself, and had only come looking to find the right opponents to fight against. He knew well that in case the solitary falcon had been interested in the Xian Corps, then he could have easily escaped with the Xian Corps at any time he wanted to, and no one present on the scene could have obstructed his path, so much so, that even the 2 Xian beasts from the Tianfa forest wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. So, what is he doing here today? Perhaps, there's something else in the Tianxiang city which has caught his attention. Could it be that he's found another expert to fight against? Jun Moxie had been racking his brains to get close to the solitary falcon right from the beginning, which is why he had engaged the solitary falcon in such enticing conversations and had offered him such fine wine. However, his plan had to be pushed out ahead of scheduled time, and the unexpected arrival of so many Sky Xian and Spirit Xian experts left Jun Moxie overwhelmed. Later, once the battle for the Xian core had terminated, Jun Moxie realized that he could use the help of those two Xian beasts from the Tian Fa forest to do his necessary tasks, which meant that he no longer needed the solitary falcon to carry out his immediate plans. As a result, even though he had planned everything very precisely, he was forced to improvise quickly in order to adapt to the quickly changing circumstances. However, the young Master Jun's heart had still been nursing some grievances in this particular regard. I spent so much time and energy in planning everything out, and now it's all gone to waste. What a complete waste of my time and energy. Jun Moxie was a bit disappointed with himself since he knew that it would be very difficult to track down the solitary falcon once the man had left the Tianxiang city. However, now that Jun Moxie unexpectedly saw the solitary falcon's figure in the Tianxiang city again, he was obviously unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Therefore, the hitman Jun immediately followed after the disappearing master in full speed. The hitman's speed and agility were second to none, but no matter how hard he tried to push himself, he still found himself unable to catch up to the solitary falcon. In fact, the distance between them kept increasing steadily. This is not to say that Jun Moxie was short on skills. His Xian Qi was still quite low, and although his cultivation had shown a lot of improvement of late, but it was still only equivalent to that of a junior gold Xian expert. However, the young Master Jun was confident that after breaking into the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda, his strength would reach at par with an Earth Xian expert's Xian Qi as per the Xian continent standards. However, that was to be taken into writing much later, but for now he had already lost sight of the solitary falcon's figure. But still, the hitman didn't give up and continued on this wild goose chase by pairing his assassin's skills and intuitive abilities with the clues at hand for tracking the solitary falcon down. The maple forest, south of the city. The maple leaves appeared as red as blood in color under the late autumn sunset. The autumn wind was whistling through this seemingly forest of blood, and it seemed as if the thousands of maple leaves which had once adorned the branches of the trees of this forest were no longer able to resist the force of the wind and were falling and flowing in it, making them seem like waves of blood surging up and down a sea of blood. The entire horizon seemed to be painted in blood. One blue-robed lonesome figure was standing quietly in the wind, and although he was standing motionlessly on his spot, but his fluttering robes made it seem as if his body was an embodiment of a turbulent sea with waves rolling up and down, roaring and rippling endlessly. The azure-blue color of this man's robes was complementing the deep red color of the forest in background, and it seemed to be creating a strange but serene, hostile but peaceful picture. His azure hair was raised in the wind, and seemed to be merging into the blue sky above. Although numerous leaves were falling to ground, but the ones around him would inevitably circle around him, and his blue hair didn't seem to have been contaminated by them at all. His eyes were calm and composed, with no hints of sadness for the road behind, no desires or hope for the one ahead, no panic, and no fear. This man was Hai Chen-fong. Being a true friend, Hai Chen-fong had showed up as promised to meet this unknown but unparalleled enemy for his friend's cause. His eyes were poised eastwards, and he seemed to staring at the horizon in the hope of catching a glimpse of his hometown beyond the sea, where his master was waiting for his return. Once this battle is over, will I get an opportunity to return home again? Woo! A fierce autumn wind breezed through the sky, and it seemed as if a meteor had fallen from the sky and its sudden impact upon landing to ground had made the wind gush away from it. Hai Chen-fong squinted his eyes as a ray of azure blue light flashed from his body and he stood rooted to his spot, steady as a rock, but his hair started to flutter in wind behind his body, while the maple leaves tilted backwards and sped past, and away from his body. The tens of millions of leaves which had somehow managed to brave the autumn winds until now, finally gave in and were caught up in the powerful force of this wind, flooding the sky with their blood-red radiance. The red and the blue sea had been suddenly separated from each other. Hai Feng Chen suddenly seemed to standing alone in the frame, with no one around him, and no support. It almost seemed as if all the strenuous effort he had previously put into picking a favorable geographical position had been neutralized in an instant. Haifeng Chen's facial expression changed almost instantaneously while his hand found its way to the hilt of his sword as he looked upwards to search for his enemy, but saw no one. There was no enemy in sight. This unknown man hadn't even appeared in flesh yet, but had already deliberated Haifeng Chen into using his Xian Qi. Whoosh! A black figure appeared in a flash at a high altitude in the sky above in front of Haifeng Chen. The man descended to about 10 feet in the air, but the manner in which the winds were breezing past his robes made him seem more like a hawk than a human. His long hair were flowing down by his shoulders, his spine was as straight as a spear, his eyes seemed as crisp as lightning, his nose and lips resembled that of an eagle, his face was thin, and it almost seemed as if his entire body was a personification of death. He appeared like the overlord of the sky, just waiting for his next prey, like a hawk looking down on a rabbit. Is your excellency the one who picked on the Ginyang Gang? Hai Chenfeng took a deep breath and asked in a respectful tone. His Sky Xian intuition had already made him aware that he was no match for this man in front of him. Yes, and you are Jin Feng Lai's hired help. And a Sky Xian expert at that, yes, that's good, that's very good. The man in the black gown glanced at Hai Chenfeng as his face became ardent with desire. Hai Chenfeng's heart was already beating like a drum. His cultivation is simply too high for me. What level has he already reached? He's at least a spirit Xian expert. Even though Hai Chenfeng was a toughened Sky Xian expert at heart, he still didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Although he expected this person to be quite strong, and maybe even stronger than himself, but he had absolutely never imagined that this man would simply be beyond his ability to cope up with. This person is so strong that I believe that even Master wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. But there are only a very handful of people who have progressed that far. So who is this person? The real reason why Haifeng Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry was, since this person has already progressed this far, why would he stir up trouble with a small faction like the Ginyang Gang? If such a person had asked something from Jin Feng Lai, then Jin Feng Lai should have offered him everything he possessed, but instead he has managed to annoy this man. What is this? The man in the black gown smiled coldly. However, being just a Sky Xian expert, you've actually dared to challenge me. Ha ha. Good. Good. At least you have courage. Justice is to be found everywhere, and so I had to. Even through mountains of daggers, and seas of flame, one mustn't look back. Haifeng Chen stated in a genuine tone as he respectfully folded his hands, Sir, I request that you leave my friends be. And in case I've offended you, I request that you forgive me. I never do. The man in black laughed loudly, his voice seemed rather weird, almost as if an eagle was chanting, I came to the Tianxiang city in search of something, and the purpose of my trip has been fulfilled, and was quite productive. Therefore, I was about to leave without bothering about this nonsense with the Ginyang Gang, but just as that was about to happen, I received your challenge for a battle. It looks like people sometimes just get lucky. Since your objective has already been accomplished, why not leave this matter be, sir? Hai Chenfeng sighed, and then added, Your Excellency has indicated that you were only interested in the competition for the Xian Corps, right? The man in black groaned, almost as if someone had hit a wrong note, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He batted his eyelids, and said, Just because that's over means that we won't fight. That's nonsense. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. You need to note, there are some people you simply shouldn't provoke, and since you've provoked one, you must pay the corresponding price. Chapter 203, As It Turns Out. Heads up, long chapter ahead. So my senior wishes to bully me? Well, in that case, I request that we greet each other for a fight. The innate arrogance of Hai Chenfeng took control of his better judgment, and he thought to himself, since you know that you're stronger than me, you think you can just bully me around by using sheer force. I would rather die at your hands before I let you intimidate me. Whatever the outcome, Hai Chenfeng is also the disciple of one of the 8 great masters. You really think you can frighten me that easily? It must be mentioned that the Blue Master, Meng Hongchen was a rather reclusive and odd character, and never talked to his disciples about the outside world. He had defeated the solitary falcon several years ago in a rather secluded battlefield, and therefore Hai Chen Feng naturally didn't see the fight. In fact, he hadn't even heard too many rumors about it. So much so, that Hai Chen Feng actually hadn't been able to recognize the man he was confronted with, and had no idea that this man was as renowned as his own master, and was another one of the 8 great master, the solitary falcon. Haha, there's no need for such formalities, this battle was predestined by the heavens. The solitary falcon laughed loudly and then suddenly dashed downwards as swiftly as the clouds, and extended his palm to strike his enemy. Hai Chen Feng grunted angrily, and then unsheathed his azure blue sword speedily with a whoosh dot. Bang! The solitary falcon's right hand collided with Hai Chen Feng's sword, and the collision gave rise to a loud noise. Hai Chen Feng's heart was left amazed since he had barely ever come across someone as amazing as this man he was confronted with, although the collision was equally matched. He could sense that the man in front was much stronger than him since even though the collision was equally matched, it was still a bare hand against a sword, which obviously meant that in case he tried to use fist techniques to fight against this enemy, he'd have no chance of winning the battle. A storm of doubt started emerging within his heart as he began comprehending the enormity of his situation. He could clearly tell that he was no match for the man in front, but still had no idea why his opponent wasn't taking the initiative to take the upper hand. There was a special reason as to why the solitary falcon had been roaming around, looking for someone to fight with. Over these last few years, he had mostly spent his entire time training atop snow-cladded mountain peaks, having chosen eagles and falcons as his opponents, and had been slowly learning from their flight trajectories, their fighting styles, their hunting tactics, their attacking postures, owing to which he had been able to evolve his original, the 9 Eagles style into a more profound and much more powerful set of strokes, the 17 Eagles. This set of strokes was potentially were powerful, but since this style was still in the early phases of its development, it was far from being a proper style and the linkage between different strokes had been giving the solitary falcon a headache like no other. Hence, the solitary falcon decided to seek out worthy opponents since it would help him in understanding the deficiencies of his style, and moreover would pave the way to making the necessary improvements to his style. However, he hadn't been able to achieve his objective so far. He was well aware that the other great masters weren't sitting idly either, which is why he knew that they wouldn't assist him with his idea, or perhaps he just didn't want them to see the tail of this emerging dragon. Therefore, he naturally wasn't left with many known options. Moreover, the other great masters were all slightly stronger than the solitary falcon, and when it came to a real battle, he'd have to use his tried and testing moves rather than these experimental ones which made the thought of provoking them on intention a completely meaningless suggestion. All this had rendered the solitary falcon completely helpless in his current venture. The possibility of using Feng Huanyun for his experiments was still a more plausible alternative, but any encounter between these 2 mortal enemies was bound be a battle between life and death. In such a situation, the solitary falcon would obviously find it very difficult to practice his new style since it would mean only one of 2 things: he'd either get bullied, or he'd end up courting his death. Moreover, even if he was capable of assuring his safety, he still didn't wish to leak out this new and secret style to Feng Huanyun. The solitary falcon wanted to prove his superiority to Feng Huanyun, and was rather hoping that this new style would help him in achieving his objective one day. Apart from these options, there weren't too many people left in the world who could possibly qualify to contend against him. The solitary falcon did contemplate the idea of going into the Tianfa forest to polish his style, but the thought of the power that watches over the Tianfa forest was enough to make him reconsider, and he had eventually decided against going there. I'd end up into a Xian beast's shit if I go there. At the end of his tether, the solitary falcon decided to follow the only remaining workaround, casually fight whoever he could find. No matter who the person was, as long as the man was a famed expert, the solitary falcon would try to seek the said person out in order to combat against them, even if the man was a disciple of the great masters. Since these men in particular would be better trained and would have superior knowledge of their skills, they would only help him in polishing his new style better. As a result, the solitary falcon had been traveling north and south, constantly seeking out known experts. However, he had been very disheartened in the recent past upon realizing one thing: after fighting these so-called 100 or so experts, not only had he not been able to enhance his skills, his expertise with this new style had actually seen a decline. The reason behind this unwanted result obviously wasn't very difficult to analyze. It is just as it happens in a game of chess, when one plays a weaker opponent repeatedly, one eventually tends to decline from their prime. In this state of gloom, the solitary falcon accidentally came across the rumor surrounding the Xian Corps, and then immediately decided to travel all the way to the Tianxiang city to catch up with this entire situation in time. However, just when he was finally able to find exactly what his heart had been craving for, two extremely powerful Xian beasts came out of nowhere and stole the Xian Corps in front of his eyes. It was needless to say that this incident was greatly detrimental to both Shi Changxiao and the solitary falcon's interests. Shi Changxiao's trip to the Tianxiang city hadn't been a long one, but the strenuous effort that the solitary falcon had taken to cover this long road had completely gone down the drain. The solitary falcon's mind was completely imbalanced even the next day, and he eventually decided to go up to Shi Changxiao's doorstep, looking for trouble. However, upon reaching the man's camp, he was made aware that the great master had already left the previous night. Extremely dejected by the way things had turned out, the solitary falcon decided to leave as well. As for his original plan of using the Ginyang Gang, if there's no decent expert in this city anymore, then what's the point of using that Ginyang Gang now? All that useless gang was supposed to do for me was to locate high-quality experts I could fight against. But now that the Xian Corps is gone, what good would they be able to do for me? However, he had never expected that he would actually receive a war challenge from the Ginyang Gang's hired hand. The initially dejected solitary falcon had finally found an outlet to vent out his frustration. He charged towards this maple forest animatedly to vent out his grief, and was in turn left overjoyed. He could clearly see that the man in front was a disciple of none other than the Blue Master himself. Moreover, this man had already reached the peak of the Sky Xian realm. It was almost as if the heavens had listened to his prayers. Moreover, it was rather obvious that this man didn't seem to recognize the solitary falcon. The initially frustrated master was left thanking his stars. Therefore, the solitary falcon naturally decided against rashly exposing his true identity for the fear that this man may kneel down to his knees screaming, "Master," which would obviously be detrimental to his personal agenda. Hence, he withheld this key information since he wanted to fight this man. This person clearly seems to be a disciple of the Blue Master, and since he's already reached the peak of the Sky Xian realm, it could be presumed that he's one of the best disciples Meng Hongchen has ever trained. If I can have a good and hearty battle with this man, then I believe that I'll be able to find the inspiration I've been seeking all along. Therefore, he deliberately decided to suppress his real strength even though the opposition was fighting in full swing, and soon the two of them had exchanged at least a dozen blows. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the scene. This uninvited guest was obviously the young Master Jun. Although the young Master Jun was an expert beyond match when it came to tracking people, but he had been racking his brain to no avail initially since the solitary falcon was no ordinary man either. However, it really didn't take his expertise to locate the solitary falcon in the end since it wasn't awfully difficult to spot a sky full of drifting red leaves. The young Master Jun quickly concealed himself nearby, and started gazing at the solitary falcon as if the man was bullying a young child. However, Jun Moxie simply couldn't help but admire the man's dedication. Even though he is one of the 8 great masters, he really isn't worried about taking the rogue road. As he continued to watch the solitary falcon's fight with this blue-robed man, he suddenly realized something really strange. Even though the solitary falcon seemed to doing his utmost, he still seemed a bit overwhelmed. However, as Jun Moxie continued to watch the fight, he started to realize that the solitary falcon was repeating the same strokes again and again in a loop, and wasn't making any attempts to use any variations at all. On the other hand, the man in blue was using a plethora of skills and styles, and was basically going all out. It seemed to him as if this great master was actually just using this blue-robed man as a dummy for his personal practice. The solitary falcon's body didn't seem to be moving much, in fact his legs were completely immobile. His hands on the other hand were moving in weird manners. He'd sometimes extend his arms wide, sometimes he'd stretch them forward, he was opening and closing his palms in very weird styles as well. Jun Moxie continued to watch for a long time, and a strange sense that something was amiss kept growing stronger and stronger in heart. Suddenly a thought emerged inside his brain: this is clearly the solitary falcon's homemade style. And this style has been inspired by the body of an eagle or a goshawk. This is a bit too obvious, but what's even more obvious is that even though he has created this technique, he hasn't yet perfected its system. He could tell from the manner in which these strokes were designed, that each stroke of this style had a dedicated line of power in support, and even though these moves seemed very strange at first, but once perfected could produce a tremendous amount of power. Jun Moxie silently counted thrice, and was finally able to determine that the style contained a total of 17 strokes. The solitary falcon was using the entire style in a single sequence, hence it wasn't very hard for him to determine the total count of moves in the style. Although this style was capable of producing a large amount of power, but it seems that he has his heart set on not killing his opponent, which is why he is deliberately suppressing his strength to adjust his output to a mediocre level, but in case he was using this style to contest against a man of equal strength, he wouldn't be able to keep up. However, coping up with someone much weaker than himself is much easier for him, since even if the opponent occasionally tears a hole in his style, he can easily make up for the loss. Moreover, the hitman could tell from his experience that in case the solitary falcon employed his complete strength in using this style, he could easily produce a much more powerful strike. But the solitary falcon wasn't doing it on purpose. Even though he was using his true strength to defend himself, he didn't seem to be using it to attack. Jun Moxie suddenly realized why the solitary falcon wasn't interested in the Xian Corps, but had still come all the way to the Tianxiang city, why the solitary falcon was so eager to fight, but still wasn't interested in fighting an expert of equal ability. This is the reason behind all of it. Why didn't I see it earlier? As he continued to watch the style which the solitary falcon was developing, he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Each move and action of the solitary falcon style seemed strange, but vaguely familiar. Jerky. Too raw. It can be said that these moves can be turned into something very powerful, but at the moment these moves can only be best described as the 17 loose strokes. It lacks polishing, and cannot yet be called a proper martial style, but it's already good enough to be brought into a prototype stage. The solitary falcon's moves seem very similar to the actions of an eagle. The wingspan stroke, the soaring eagle stroke, the charging eagle stroke, the rabbit fighting stroke. And these I will work upon. And after a very systematic study, once I'm done tampering with all his strokes, I'll make them far more powerful. Ha ha ha. Chapter 204, Burning Both Jade and Common Stone. Jun Moxie was keenly watching the solitary falcon's new style, and felt that even though the style was still unrefined, and not even properly linked yet, but the individual strokes of this style were extremely sophisticated, maybe not as good as the ones he had studied in his previous incarnation. But it was still more powerful in its make. Since this style used the martial artist Shen Qi, it was capable of producing an amazing amount of power, which had left Jun Moxie both mulling over its merits, and admiring it at the same time. What was even more mesmerizing was that, even though the solitary falcon was repeating the same moves again and again, he was making subtle changes in each successive round, and was gradually eliminating the weakness of this new style. Therefore, once he was able to practice this method for a sufficiently long duration, he might actually be able to eliminate the flaws in the system, and might actually be able to get the style battle ready. It must be mentioned that learning and creating a martial arts are completely different from each other. Creating a martial arts style from scratch requires a great amount of work, since the style needs to be revised again and again, and the creator cannot even skip a single step in its process. This whole process takes several decades, and can sometimes take the effort of generations together before the complete and polished technique is finally ready. This concept was no different in this ancient world either, but the solitary falcon had still abandoned the traditional martial styles, and was working on creating his own custom style at a very quick pace, which clearly exhibited his expertise and wisdom in the world of martial arts, and this feat of his was something the future generations to come would benefit from. The style he was trying to create could be regarded as an epoch-making breakthrough. Just this one aspect alone was enough to regard the solitary falcon as one that ate great masters, but moreover, a genius craftsman and scholar. From another perspective, although the man was already regarded as one of legendary masters of his time, he was still willing to drop from his status, and descend to fighting a man who could only be described as ordinary and unworthy in his eyes, just so he could improve and perfect this style he was trying to create, a feat which not many people would be capable of doing. Hang on a second. An idea sprouted inside Jun Moxie's mind. The solitary falcon is trying hard to find suitable opponents, but hasn't been able to. The Shui Hun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City would surely qualify as suitable opponents, right? The solitary falcon is racking his brain to improve his style right now. But I've also learned some similar styles in my previous life. The pouncing eagle, the hissing eagle, 9 eagles transformation. If I don't use these resources, then wouldn't they just go waste? That truly would be a real waste of them. Jun Moxie's apprehensive mind suddenly eased up a lot. The solitary falcon on the other hand, was constantly altering his strokes, but was still keeping the battle in equilibrium. However, his mind was completely occupied in figuring out new ways to make his strokes more linked and coherent. Moreover, casting out the same moves again and again was slowly making him more and more familiar with them, along with gradually improving his style and its efficiency, although the process was extremely slow, but the man was still enjoying it to the utmost. This world was very different from the one Jun Moxie had come from, since martial strength revolved around Xian Qi in this world. Although Xian Qi was quite powerful and intense in its own merit, but its explosive nature and delicate functioning limited the styles one could practice, which is why a vast majority of the martial artists used basic moves supplemented by their Xian Qi to contest a battle, and would rarely use more complex styles. In essence, unless a martial artist had a large arsenal of tricks, he would continue to use the same strokes again and again. If one pursued speed and power at the same time, then Xian Qi was unlikely to keep up, and in case one focused on endurance, then they couldn't use complex or bulky moves. However, even though the solitary falcon style was still quite raw, but it was very different from this general approach. Once this technique was gradually improved and perfected, it would emerge as a pioneering work in shaping the future of martial arts. In fact, it could even be said that his work could even pave the way to bridging the gap between the present and the future. On the other hand, Hai Chen Feng was abnormally calm while his sword continued to hack, chop, cut, slash. He was vividly demonstrating some of the most exceptional moves of the Blue Master himself, and would often suppress his enemy on occasion, but the man in black would always stabilize himself. Again. With the passage of time, Hai Chen Feng started to realize that his initial advantage of having a better arsenal of tricks had actually reduced, while the initially abundant flaws in the opposition's style were now becoming hard to find. Moreover, the opposition would once in a while counter heavily, and would completely destabilize him. Their battle had reached a point where the situation had completely reversed, and now Hai Chen Feng was doing his utmost to fight, and was in turn sweating all over, while his breathing was becoming increasingly unstable. On the other hand, his opponent was breathing far more stably, and his style was becoming more and more efficient, and it seemed evident that the man was capable of finishing off Hai Chen Feng anytime he wanted to, but still wasn't. It seemed as if this man in black was some heavenly steed soaring across the skies with no purpose at all, else Hai Chen Feng would have already died several times by now. This battle between these two experts was becoming more and more dangerous with every passing minute. It must be mentioned that danger and intensity are two completely different concepts with respect of a martial battle. Intensity is a term used to define a fierce battle between two equally matched opponents, where each side is doing their utmost to win, and in such a case, unless the fight reaches its climax and both sides start taking risks to win the fight is unlikely to result in causality. However, in a general case, the probability of fatality is extremely small, since both the parties are likely to have already exhausted their energies before reaching the climax, making them both ineffective in delivering a fatal blow. However, danger is a completely different concept in this regard. It pertains to a fight between two unmatched opponents, since the weaker side is incapable of preventing any harm to himself, and such was the circumstance Hai Chen Feng had landed himself in at the moment. His opponent was no other than the Great Master, Solitary Falcon himself, and even though the Solitary Falcon had his heart set on not injuring his practicing partner initially, but as his mind was becoming more and more engrossed with his research, it seemed that he was beginning to fight more and more instinctively. Although he was still control his Xian Qi, and was maintaining the same level as Hai Chen Feng in this regard, but he was still a legendary master, and Hai Chen Feng was simply no match for him in any respect. Although Hai Chen Feng wouldn't exactly perish in the blink of an eye anytime soon, but the difference in their expertise was becoming a bit too obvious now. Hai Chen Feng had already given up on winning this fight by a fluke, and had moreover realized one very important thing: this man has been playing around with me from the very beginning. Since that's the case, I'll teach him a good lesson, even if I die doing it. Hai Chen Feng was a peak sky Xian expert in his own merit, and had rarely ever come across anyone worthy of being his match, which had obviously given rise to arrogance and self-esteem. However, at the moment, he found himself being transformed into a play toy of another, which was bringing more shame to his name than he was capable of washing away. In his eyes, this situation was very similar to that of a cat playing with a mouse, where the cat was just trying to exhaust the mouse before killing it. He could clearly sense that his situation was similar to that game of chess there. Even though his opponent was capable of finishing the game in one move, the opponent was still dallying around until the point where the weaker side was completely exhausted and humiliated. Such a mischievous strategy was easy to play out against a novice player, but in case the man on the wrong end of the curve was an expert in his own right, such a situation was likely to drive the man mad. Hai Chen Feng's predicament was roughly the same, and it seemed as if he had no way out of his plight. However, Hai Chen Feng still had a secret trick in his arsenal. Hai Chen Feng unexpectedly started moving his sword back and forth in circle, and suddenly starting building a hurricane-like structure around the solitary falcon. The winds constituting this air storm started becoming blue in color slowly, and gradually started deepening in their shade. With each consequent circle he made, the hurricane became even deeper in shade, and slowly went from sky blue, to deep blue, to azure, and then almost to the color of ink. The solitary falcon had been extremely pleased with this experience so far, since he had been able to achieve exactly what his heart desired. At this time, he suddenly felt an increase in the pressure around him, and before he could make a move, it seemed as if he had been surrounded by a sea of tides, almost as if the torrential rains had started pouring over a trapped boat, while the real storm lay approaching. He suddenly realized what was happening as he remembered the Blue Master's signature skill, the wave of the world. This trick will cause destruction indiscriminately. It will burn both jade and common stone alike. This maneuver was capable of exploding out one's Xian Qi, and could mobilize the entire Xian Qi in one's Dantian, and then turn it into one explosive and lethal strike. This particular skill was capable of assisting the user to surpass the gap in realms by at least 1 or 2 layers, perhaps even more. And with the help of this explosive attack, one could even kill an enemy much stronger than oneself in one swoop, even if the enemy was 1 or 2 layers ahead. However, this maneuver had one basic drawback, that is, no matter the enemy's injuries, the user would turn to toast. Before injuring the enemy, the user would hurt himself, and whether or not the enemy survives the strike, the user would be foreordained to death. The solitary falcon cursed out in shock, "You bastard, you're courting your death." "I'm solitary," he wanted to say, "I'm solitary falcon, your brother master." However, the solitary falcon's words were interrupted by a burst of laughter from Hai Chen Feng, who shouted back at him in a grief-stricken tone, "You old bastard. Now you're afraid of it? You will now know the mistake you've made." He continued to rotate his sword around in circles, and it seemed like his sword was at the center of a turbulent sea, giving rise to monstrous waves. This storm had already started making clank sounds, almost as if a legendary dragon was hissing his last and angry dying breaths. His sword continued to move in circles, making the whirlwind sounds even louder and noisier. Suddenly, a white light flashed, which was shortly followed by loud sound, and it was evident that a thunderbolt had originated in the sky above, which was now piercing through the sky, and was decisively crashing downwards. The solitary falcon was left dumbstruck. The solitary falcon was left anxious and gloomy by this approaching strike, and violently cursed out, "You little bastard, quickly stop this madness. Or else, I'll go and seek out Meng Hongchen after I'm done with you. I will settle this score with him for giving his secret technique to a madman like you. You're not just mad, you're an idiot too. I'm the solitary falcon. You need to stop this, the solitary falcon's intestines were already full with regret since he could sense that the situation had already gone beyond the point of reversal at this stage. Chapter 205, Request Me. I'll save him. It wasn't that the solitary falcon was afraid of getting hurt. Unless the Blue Master himself casted out this skill, the solitary falcon wouldn't be in any danger of getting hurt. The gap between the solitary falcon and Hai Chen Feng was so huge that this, the wave of the world, maneuver simply couldn't close it down. Let alone dying, the solitary falcon wasn't even likely to get hurt by this attack. However, the solitary falcon was still afraid of this attack coming into play even though he was in no danger of getting hurt. It's all over now. All the fun that I could have had is now over. I could have learnt so much more from this fight, but now this guy has inadvertently forced it all to an end. But what will I tell Meng Hongchen when he comes looking for answers? That I forced his disciple to his death while conducting my training? That I've become a murderer? Meng Hongchen will not let go of me for this one. He'll fight me to death. But what can I do now? Hai Chen Feng had also heard the solitary falcon's words, and had suddenly become even angrier. You old bastard. Why didn't you say this earlier? This ship has already sailed, and I've already burnt out all the energy in my dantian. The arrow has already been released from the bow. Now it's impossible to stop this. I'm toast. At this moment, Hai Chen Feng felt as if he was dying under the most persecutive circumstances known to this world. There are no words to describe the injustice of this world. This man is actually my master brother, the solitary falcon. What is this damned bastard saying? Why didn't he say it earlier? Why didn't he tell me that he's at the peak of the spirit Xian realm? Had I recognized him earlier, I would have fled without thinking twice about it. I'm nothing in front of a man like him. I only cast out this attack to teach him a lesson, but this won't do anything to him at all, but I'll die for sure. Hai Chen Feng was depressed beyond measure. However, no matter how much he wanted to stop it, no matter how much he cursed, the wave of the world attack was now beyond the point of recall. Solitary Falcon was as angry as Hai Chen Feng was, and was incessantly scolding and abusing the man along with this maneuver in his heart as well. The solitary Falcon's state of helplessness was visible in his eyes, while his anxiety was evidently being displayed on his face. What do I do now? I should kill him. At least this boy's corpse will be preserved if I kill him before his attack does. Bang! Boom! A cloud of dust fused with the air in an instant, covering the sky in its dark, so much so that even the blue-colored sky wasn't visible anymore. The solitary falcon strikes had sent Hai Chen Feng flying out of this dust cloud like a kite without a thread. The dust settled down in a few moments, leaving a sad-faced solitary falcon staring at his hands with a gloomy emotion in his heart, and one could see that he could break into tears at any moment. What is this? Hai Chen Feng was lying flat on the ground a few feet away, his mouth was stained in his own blood, while his chest was only falling and rising very slightly. Anyone could tell that this person was breathing his last breaths, and almost nothing could bring him back to life at this point. Hai Chen Feng's face was reveled in very strange expression, and it seemed as if he was crying, but was still laughing at the same time. This was a very strange expression for someone who was on the verge of his demise. At this point, Hai Chen Feng had no more strength left in him, so much so that he couldn't even lift his fingers anymore. However, he was still trying to move his mouth a bit, but wasn't succeeding at it either. It could be estimated that he probably wanted to laugh at his own fate once, and would have then cursed out loudly. Numerous Sky Xian experts have died since the inception of time, so what's the big deal with me? Why do I feel so wronged? Why? Why? Damn it. This is way of life. But I was born under some ill-fated star. Given Hai Chen Feng's situation, the solitary falcon had intentionally suppressed his own strength while casting out this fatal attack since he wanted to preserve the man's body, else a man of the solitary falcon was more than capable of turning Hai Chen Feng's body to dust if he desired it. The solitary falcon was covering his face with his hands since he didn't wish to see Hai Chen Feng's current situation. There is no hope for him now. I'm really unlucky. Why did this happen to me? I really don't know if this whole scenario was good or bad in the end. And what on earth am I going To tell Meng Hongchen when I meet him next time. Why did my life have to be so bitter? Ah. The solitary falcon looked up once again with some hope in his eyes, but then suddenly looked down again, knowing that all was already lost. He turned around in a fit of rage and kicked a tree, and sent it flying away into the air. Haha, you think that you've sent your brother disciple to his death in your training exercise? Nope, he's just playing dead, or perhaps he's just practicing to be dead. Suddenly a voice rang at a distance, but with a hint of mockery in it. Whichever it is, you are indeed worthy of being called a great master. I really admire you. Really, I do. The solitary falcon was already depressed enough to lose his mind, and this sentence made him completely furious in an instant, and so he angrily cursed out, "You son of a bitch. Get lost. I know it's you Shi Chang Xiao, you old green turtle." As far as the solitary falcon was concerned, there was only one man inside the Tianxiang city who was capable of talking to him in this manner, and that man was obviously Shi Chang Xiao. But wait, hasn't he already left? Then who is this guy? Is somebody playing a joke on me? The atmosphere was completely silent, while the solitary falcon was completely enraged, and just when he was about to curse out again, he was suddenly shocked to see a black entity in front of him. A black masked man, who he didn't seem to recognize, was squatting right there in front of him with one hand holding Hai Chunfeng's wrist, seemingly counting his pulse rate, paying no attention to the solitary falcon, and the distance between this black masked man and the solitary falcon was less than 3 meters. The solitary falcon was just about to hurl out a few more abuses, but abruptly held them back in his stomach. The solitary falcon had always been considered the fastest and the most agile man in the entire world, and had always believed that no man would ever be able to match up to his expertise in this regard at least. The solitary falcon's speed and agility were second to none, and this fact was recognized by everyone in the world. That being said, it could be estimated that even Yun Bei-chen wouldn't be capable of coming this close to him without him finding out about it. Who is this black masked man? The solitary falcon had goosebumps all over his body in an instant. He got within 3 meters of me without me noticing anything at all. Is this person a monster or ghost of some sort? Since this person was able to get this close to me so quietly, he obviously wouldn't be some roadside expert, right? Since when was such a powerful master born in this world? This trick is too fierce. It actually required a man to shatter his own dantian in order to simulate the full potential of one's life force. It is a really cruel technique. Unfortunately, the stone has been burnt, but the jade is still unharmed. The black masked man continued, "This boy's resolve is very strong, I like it. If this old man hadn't stepped forward, then you would have actually ended up killing your brother disciple." "This, brother, what do you mean? He can still be saved." The remark had left the solitary falcon so overjoyed, that he was unable to speak up without stammering. "Don't say that, he hasn't died yet. This old man is here now, and I could save him even if he was already bending over his death, okay?" The black masked man rolled his eyes. "Now don't speak another word." A number of dense black lines creased on the solitary falcon's forehead. There was no man in this entire world who could speak to him with such contempt in their tone, especially if the person already knew his real identity. "Well? What are you still standing there for? It's irritating me." The black masked man spoke up unceremoniously. "Good, go ahead, disturb me, but then should I just let your disciple die? Quickly roll away from me. Else I'll walk away from this without caring about his life." The solitary falcon's face turned red, almost the same shade as a falcon's backside, and without saying another word, he heavily took a few steps back. Then he said, "If you don't cure him, then I'll make you pay for it with your life." "Oh really? You dare to threaten this old man? Looks like you've got a lot of courage, ah." The black masked man calmly stood up. "I'm not going to cure him now." He just stood there with his arms folded, contemptuously looking at the solitary falcon. "You will make me pay with my life? Come on. This old man wants to see what skill a great master like yourself possess that can make me pay for something with my life. You think you're invincible because you're one of the 8 great masters, ah. I spit on the likes of you." The solitary falcon stared back at the man so ferociously that it seemed that his eyeballs would pop out of their sockets, while his chest was drumming heavily from anger, and it seemed as if he'd start vomiting blood at any moment. This was already beyond the limit of any insult he'd ever suffered. The solitary falcon almost wanted to roar out loudly, "I'm going to kill you." However, after much deliberation, he decided that if Hai Chen-Feng's life could be saved, then it was more important to get that done first, and then he could always sort out his personal differences later. Otherwise, once the death of a young generation expert was pinned to the name of a great master, then he would fall from his position and status in no time at all. "What do you want me to do?" The solitary falcon forcibly suppressed his anger, quickly start saving him. "I'm not going to bother you. Stop dilly-dallying around." Seeing that Hai Chen-Feng's breathing was becoming more and more weak, the solitary falcon started glaring at the black-masked man. But his tone seemed extremely urgent. "Request me." The black-masked man's arms were still folded as he stated calmly, "Request me to save him. I was only taking the pain of saving him because he seemed pleasing to my eyes, but now you've started talking, and I don't find you pleasing at all, so I won't save him unless you request me to." "I request." The solitary falcon whispered a few words, unable to come up with the strength to speak up any louder, nor able to believe that he was being asked to plead somebody, and it seemed rather obvious from his facial expression that he seemed trapped in a case where you give someone an inch and the person starts asking for a mile. The black-masked man snorted, and then turned around, and started walking away without showing any traces of reluctance. "Stop." The solitary falcon was covered in sweat from top to bottom, and was barely able to speak up this one word. This situation surrounding Hai Chen-Feng had already ashamed him to his core. Therefore, even if it wasn't for Meng Hongchen's sake, he still couldn't allow Hai Chen-Feng to die. "Old man. I request you, old man, please save him." The solitary falcon was grinding his teeth so hard at this moment that his cheeks had gone red, and his eyes were staring at the man in front so sharply that it seemed as if he'd eat that man alive. "Even the waters from 5 rivers would never be enough to wash away this shame I've had to endure today. I could live through my entire life, but I'll never be able to wash away this shame, and I'll probably take this shame with me to the heavens above." The black-masked man snorted, deviously looked at him once again, and then pointed a finger in his direction. "You think your request means something to me simply because you have the title of the 8th Great Master, ah? I was about to start working on saving his life, and then you threaten me with my life. What kind of rubbish is filled inside your head, ah? You need to flood your head with water someday." The solitary falcon was breathing so heavily that the wind coming out his nostrils was forceful enough to swirl the leaves on the ground around in circles, while the manner in which he was gnashing his teeth clearly expressed his desire to chop this man into 2. And then split his stomach open. Break every bone in his body, one by one. And then make him eat his shattered bones until his stomach was full. And then watch as his bones turn to feces inside his stomach. Chapter 206, Breakthrough. The solitary falcon turned around and faced the other side, and one could tell that he had no interest in turning back around either. Moreover, it seemed from facial expression that he was dying to rip open that black-masked man's head. That stupid bird-fighting move has brought him to such a point where he's completely obsessed with it. He probably just goes around every day looking for shrimps he can fight with, and he thinks that it will help him in becoming a legendary master someday. The black-masked man seemed to be thinking out loud, "It's only a set of 17 strokes. And even they aren't properly linked yet, it's just sad, ah, what a shame, ah, and he actually has the nerve to call himself one of the 8 great masters. Someone needs to put that boy's head in its place." The solitary falcon turned around the moment he heard these words, and looked up at the man behind that mask with a faint hint of surprise in his eyes. You, what did you just say?" "What did I just say?" "I said you're doing it all wrong." The black-masked man rolled his eyes. "You think that your silly, so-called, fighting style can sum up the hundreds of different maneuvers that a bird does? You haven't been able to figure it out completely yet, and due to your lack of knowledge, that eagle fighting style of yours is closer to being fly fighting style. It's no surprise you can't produce any real power with it. And then, you're actually being complacent with such a silly technique? It's just shameful. And plainly ridiculous." This time, even though the black-masked man's tone was far worse and more demeaning than it was previously, but each word that came out of his mouth drummed the solitary falcon's ear and forced him to reconsider his initial judgments. As a result, instead of becoming even more rebellious this time, he felt as if someone had pulled him down from his celestial status and thrashed him to ground with a thud. "Please advise me, sir," the solitary falcon stated respectfully. As far as he was concerned, he was able to point out my shortcomings in an instant, therefore he obviously must be someone very senior, right? He has to be someone from my senior generation. At this point, the solitary falcon suddenly put aside his personal arrogance and ego. "First you cool down. Once I'm done saving him, I'll take another look at your little trick, and see if it's worth my time or not," the black-masked man stated in an indifferent tone. "Yes." The solitary falcon immediately turned around, sat down on the ground, and stated meditating. The black-masked man leisurely squatted down on the ground, comfortably hummed twice, and then once again grabbed Hai Chen-feng's wrist. "The eighth great master, wow. Who can dare to teach him a fighting style? I can. And once I'm done training him, I will have his respect. I'm the Master Supreme. I'm the best." The man in the black mask was obviously the young Master Jun Moxie. That being said, Hai Chen-feng's injury was indeed very serious, and would be regarded as untreatable at this point in this world without advanced medicine. However, with the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune in his arsenal, it was something that Jun Moxie could fix since quite easily this injury wasn't even as serious as Jun Wuyi's. However, because this injury was fresh, and since the man was in a critical situation at this point, the young Master Jun would obviously need to be very careful. Of course, in case this task was being undertaken by any other person apart from Jun Moxie, then Hai Chen-feng would surely die. Jun Moxie started the Hongjun Pagoda into motion, and an awe-inspiring aura started surging through his body. Then he directed this aura into his palm, and started infusing it into Hai Chen-feng's meridians, and started repairing his broken meridians bit by bit, and then went on to renew the linkages between his Xian Qi flow paths, and then slowly proceeded to repairing the damage inside his dantian. Hai Chen-feng's face, which seemed deathly pale earlier, slowly started becoming rosier in shade, while his body started to shift a bit and he started moaning aloud. Initially incapable of even opening his eyes properly, Hai Chen-feng was now watching this man in behind the black veil with eyes full of gratitude. This gratitude wasn't entirely to thank him for saving his life, but also for insulting the solitary falcon, which had been rather enjoyable for Hai Chen-feng. In his almost dying moments, those insulting words were the only retribution he thought he'd ever get. But fortunately, it wasn't the end of his life just yet. An awe-inspiring aura was slowly flowing through his meridians, and his entire body, which had previously lost all its functioning, now suddenly seemed replenished with energy. Hai Chen-feng was well aware that such energy wasn't something even his own master was capable of summoning. This is miracle. Hai Chen-feng's eyes were unflinchingly watching Jun Moxie's face, and slowly that expression of gratitude in his eyes started transforming into worship and adoration. Who is this man? He is such a mysterious man, but given how advanced his skills are, he must be someone exceptionally strong. The solitary falcon instantly turned around the moment he heard Hai Chen-feng's moaning, and suddenly found himself staring at the scene in shock. His brother disciple had blown off his dantian in a suicide attack, and his injury had already reached a point where no man or medicine in the Xian continent was capable of restoring him back to his health. However, at present the Hai Chen-feng in front of his eyes was breathing far steadier than before, and anyone could tell that even though the man's injuries were still serious, but still posed absolutely no threat to his life anymore. Moreover, given the rate his injuries were healing at, one could estimate that he'd heal in no time as long as these ideal conditions were able to persist. It was evident to the solitary falcon from the aura which was surging in the atmosphere that this man in the black mask was someone beyond anything the solitary falcon had ever seen or heard of. Even though he was one of the 8 great master of this world, he still couldn't help smacking his lips. Luckily I didn't attack him in a moment of impulse earlier, else I would have been lying on the ground next to Hai Chen-feng. I got really lucky this time. Solitary Falcon, a man who had always been known to be bold and reckless, was dripping cold sweat at this time. This is just unbelievable. Would even Yun Chen be able to match up to this man's strength? Since this thought had already crossed his mind, the Solitary Falcon secretly started drawing a comparison between the two men, and almost exclaimed out loudly upon reach a conclusion on his analysis. He could clearly distinguish that Yun Chen's strength, at the time when he had last seen the man several years ago, was not even in the same layer as this man's. If Yun Chen's strength was a small stream, then this black-masked man's strength was an ocean. I reckon that even if Yun Chen has progressed a long way since I last saw him, he still probably hasn't reached anywhere near this man. Drops made of cold sweat had already started dripping down from the Solitary Falcon's forehead by now. The Solitary Falcon was staring in shock, while Hai-Chen Feng was staring in admiration, but neither man was aware that Jun Moxie, the center of the interests, was slowly inching closer to a personal moment of crisis. Even though Jun Moxie had only intended to extract a small amount of aura from the Hongjun Pagoda in order to heal Hai-Chen Feng's injuries, but soon enough a huge storm had started rushing through his own meridians, which soon after was followed a loud, ringing, like sound inside his head, and his mind had been sent into a state of complete chaos and confusion. Suddenly, it seemed to the young Master Jun that he was stuck inside a void, and would spend the rest of his days living in vain. And all alone. This sudden turn of events had given rise to a strange sense of loneliness inside his mind. Meanwhile, a huge surge of aura had started rushing through his meridians, and it seemed that his meridians were harboring a turbulent sea of aura, with each wave stronger, fiercer, and more menacing than the previous one. Jun Moxie was naturally left lamenting his luck. I've been sensing and anticipating this moment for a long time, and now that it is finally happening, it is happening at the most unfortunate timing when I'm on the verge of completing a big assignment. The situation inside his mind was becoming more and more urgent with every passing moment, while the Hongjun Pagoda had already gone berserk, and had started emitting numerous gleaming rays of light inside his brain. A powerful suction force was pulling Jun Moxie's conscious into it, and this pull was so fierce, that Jun Moxie could clearly sense that it was time for him to withdraw away from this place. Hai-Chen Feng was extremely surprised by this sudden surge in energy, and couldn't help vomiting out some blood, while the Solitary Falcon was simply left dumbstruck. Jun Moxie reluctantly restrained himself as he slowly stated, I have stabilized his condition. There is no immediate threat to his life anymore, but I'll need to put him through a number of conditioning procedures before he is completely healed. However, I have an urgent matter I need to tend to, and therefore I must leave immediately. The Solitary Falcon raised his eyebrows, simply unable to guess his next step. Falcon, you will immediately take him to the Jun residence in the Tianxiang city. There, you seek out my disciple, the third master of the Jun family, Jun Moxie. He will assist Hai-Chen Feng in recovering from this injury. I've already imparted all the knowledge he needs in order to heal. This man, and this task should be rather easy for him. This boy should be back to his health in a few months' time. The Solitary Falcon nodded. As for you, I've passed down several styles to Jun Moxie, which are quite similar to the one you're trying to make. If you want to complete your style, you must seek him out as well. Anyway, I'm not really interested in these little things anymore. However, I must warn you that his temperament isn't as polite as this old man's is, and in case you wish to learn a few moves from him, then you must be willing to endure a few insults. Jun Moxie quickly finished his instructions since it felt as if the moment of a breakthrough was almost upon him. Remember, do not disclose the relationship between this old man and the Jun family to anyone. He deliberately didn't warn them, and just stated these final words in a normal tone since he knew that they wouldn't dare to go against his will. Jun Moxie. The Solitary Falcon opened his mouth and murmured, and then looked up again, but only to find that the mysterious man had already disappeared. Amazing speed. The Solitary Falcon simply couldn't help crying out in alarm this time. He mentioned the Jun family before he left. I guess I'll immediately go there. He picked up Hai-Chen Feng's body with one hand, and stated in a grave tone, Boy, you will not say anything about today's matter to anyone, is that understood? If anyone finds out about this, then I will personally peel off your skin. Even though Hai-Chen Feng's body was still as weak as a dead man's, he still spoke up in denial, I won't say one word about the mysterious master to anyone. What do you mean? The solitary falcon suddenly stopped in his stead, meanwhile his long hair got caught in the wind as a result. Are you saying that you'll tell people about our battle? I cannot be sure. Hai Chen Feng hummed twice, and it seemed that his heart harbored infinite contempt for this so-called master brother of his. First you beat up someone so much weaker than yourself, and then you actually have the courage to ask me to keep my mouth shut about it. What happened to this courage of yours in front of that mysterious master? You won't say a word about anything. The solitary falcon replied back barbarically, if you tell people that you managed to injure me, then it will arouse a lot of doubts, and if you say that I saved you after you destroyed your Dan Tian, then people will raise questions once again. Basically, if anything surrounding this battle comes to light, then the senior who just saved you will be revealed to the world, and let me tell you this once and for all, even your master and I put together cannot dare to provoke that man. You weigh the situation yourself and decide. When a man of the solitary falcon's caliber states, even your master and I put together cannot dare to provoke that man, then the extent of the shock and horror which Jun Moxie's skill must have instilled in his heart becomes rather obvious. Chapter 207, The Hongjun Pagoda and the Good Fortune. Since the solitary falcon was quite complacent, he was sure that Hai Chen Feng would keep his mouth shut because he had ordered it, and now that he was no longer worried about losing face in front of the world, he started focusing his attention on the task of finding Jun Moxie. As long as he was able to find Jun Moxie, he could improve the 17 strokes of his style. This is working out really well. But what's peculiar about Jun Moxie's character? The young master Jun's shamelessness was publicly known, but since he didn't wish to ward away two potential disciples, the young master Jun deceived them into going towards that Jun residence, and had only subtly indicated that his so-called disciple was a bit ill-tempered. However, such public knowledge wasn't something a man of the solitary falcon's caliber would have bothered to learn about in the past. His heart was full of joy and longing at the moment. It could be estimated that even if this mysterious master tried to con the solitary falcon, he wouldn't pay much mind to it. As far as the solitary falcon was concerned, the agility of this mysterious master was unmatched in every respect, but in reality, the young master Jun hadn't actually left the vicinity, and had simply escaped underground, but since his backside was metaphorically on fire, even he didn't pay attention to the depth that his body had gone underground to. However, it could be estimated that he would have already reached deeper than an underground well's boring limits. The young master Jun would have obviously wanted to find a more stable place to make this breakthrough, but by the time he spoke that last sentence to the solitary falcon, he had already started sensing that he was trying to hold back the turbulence of an ocean, which was soon followed by another loud boom sound from the Hongjun Pagoda, and more aura had started to flood into his body moments after. His mind had been launched into a state of complete confusion under the strength of the impact of this aura on his meridians. Meanwhile the Hongjun Pagoda had started to shake violently. I really can't hold this back anymore. Therefore, Jun Moxie didn't even wait for the solitary falcon's response, and directly casted out the yin and yang escape law, and drilled his body into the ground like a mouse would have under just menacing conditions. He was completely unaware that this vanishing act of his would completely turn the eighth great master's world upside down. Although the yin and yang escape law was indeed a peerless and unique technique, but its effect was something completely different from the solitary falcon's perspective. The mysterious master's agility was amazing. The solitary falcon had always paid special attention to his agility and had always believed that there was no one superior to him in this regard. However, today he witnessed an act of agility which was far superior to anything he had even imagined. This had also convinced the solitary falcon of this mysterious master's prowess, which is why he had obediently decided to seek out Jun Moxie. As far as seeking out a younger man for the sake of learning was concerned, the solitary falcon didn't seem to mind in the least. He was awfully clear on one immortal and unwavering truth: a superior in terms knowledge shall always be respected. On the other hand, Jun Moxie was now completely ignoring the solitary falcon's presence above the ground, and was sitting cross-legged inside the ground beneath, and immediately started to realize that the situation was becoming more and more intense, and soon enough the young master Jun was no longer able to resist the power of the pagoda anymore, and found his own conscience being pulled into the pagoda. The door to the Hongjun Pagoda opened silently. Standing inside the magnificence of the Hongjun Pagoda's first layer, a few words suddenly panned out inside his mind: defend the desires of the yin and yang. Clear understanding. Is clear understanding. After one understands, one can protect the desire of the heaven and earth. As he read these words, a burst of white light flashed up ahead, while a fragrant scent rushed through his nostrils, and what was initially an illusion of a ladder up ahead, suddenly became reality. These steps seemed to be leading up to a door, a solid but simple portal, which seemed to be opening slowly at the moment. The second level of the Hongjun Pagoda had finally opened its doors to Jun Moxie. An inexplicable burst of excitement seized Jun Moxie's heart. The first layer of the Hongjun Pagoda had given him some extremely powerful secret laws such as the yin and yang escape law, which had allowed him to defy the natural order of things in order to protect himself and his interest, as per the norms of this world, the young Master Jun was only a basic gold Xian layered expert in terms of strength. However, with the help of this law, he could roam around in a company of even spirit Xian experts without any fear of physical harm. It was almost as if a 3-year-old child had been given the power to transcend the status of an adult, and allowed him the right of an equal dialogue. Just imagine the benefits I could get from the second layer of the pagoda. He composed himself, and then slowly stepped forward towards the door, and felt a rather familiar kind of an atmosphere as he reached the second layer's entrance. Suddenly, there was a burst of light from within the second layer of the pagoda, and an endless stream of graphics flew out of it, spinning around in circles, seemingly resembling a bird's nest in shape, and then slowly penetrated into the point between his two eyebrows, and then disappeared with a trace, leaving no signs of ever existing in the first place. At the same time, Jun Moxie's mind could clearly see a series of words and few humanoid images inside it. It seemed as if those images resembled the flow system of his meridians. Everything seemed to be going just the way it had happened while entering the first layer of the pagoda. One who walks the scope of the heaven and the earth, must protect the desires of the heaven and earth. One who rashly beheads another, nurtures a heart of ice. 9 loyal transformations stabilize the soul by the will of the heavens, and then abides by it. Jun Moxie started becoming a bit excited after carefully considering the words again. From what I can tell, it seems the first layer was only a beginning to unlocking the heavens' fortune. Abide by the will of the heavens. From now on, only this can be regarded as the correct path ahead. He was standing motionlessly at the door of the second layer at the moment. The young Master Jun was completely unaware that his corporeal body was undergoing some very drastic changes at the moment. In addition to the huge amount of aura which was rushing through his body's meridians again and again, a huge amount of aura had also penetrated through the pores in his brain, and the sole of his feet, and this crazy stream of aura was stretching and expanding his body's meridians in such a drastic manner that the clothes on his body were simply unable to resist their force, and had slowly turned to ash, and had then faded away into inexistence. The sweat pores on the surface of the young Master Jun's body were acting like springs, and were continuously emitting a dark, purplish fluid. The aura inside his meridians was gushing about in such a turbulent manner that one could clearly hear the sounds they were making. Since Jun Moxie's conscience was completely absorbed in this sea of knowledge, his mind was neglecting all external activities, which is why he had no idea that his body was undergoing such a major transformation. This second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda said, 9 loyal transformations stabilize the soul, which was very similar to the directions of the first layer, the 9 refinements of the soul, and one never falls into hell. TL's note, Yellow Springs was the term used by the previous translator. That term refers to the mythological underworld in Chinese. It basically means hell. The first 2 directives of the Hongjun Pagoda have something in common, and that's the word 9, 9 refinements, and 9 transformations. The number of layer in this structure is also 9, but what does this reveal? It's unlikely that it's all just a coincidence, right? Jun Moxie's mind quickly evaluated everything that happened since the beginning of his time in this world, and after making a few calculations surrounding that information, the young Master Jun was able to realize that his body had undergone several changes before the second layer of the pagoda had revealed itself to him. Upon careful introspection, he was quickly able to realize that the count of these changes was actually 9 in number. The first time this had happened, he had lost control and his soul had unexpectedly landed itself in this world, and this was the 9th time, which had finally taken him to the second level of the Hongjun Pagoda. It's no wonder that my body didn't fall into hell after its death. 9 refinements of the soul, and one doesn't fall to hell. So that's the reason all this is happening. He couldn't help a wry smile. It seems that I'll have to go through these so-called 9 transformations before I can enter the third level. This obviously means that the tasks I'll have to undertake will be far more difficult than before. As the thought of this crossed his mind, his heart suddenly felt a strange sense of tranquil, and it seemed as if mind frame had changed by a lot. In this quiet and peaceful atmosphere, his conscience slowly started to float into the second level of the Hongjun Pagoda. This room was as huge as the one below, but wasn't empty. There was a 3-legged Dan furnace in the middle of the room. A multicolored flame was steadily and smoothly burning under the furnace. A book-like object was hanging near this furnace, wrapped in a golden and glittering skin. A few characters were inscribed on the furnace of good fortune. The moment Jun Moxie read these words, they unexpectedly and abruptly disappeared. Even the audacious hitman was very surprised by this. Jun Moxie couldn't help carefully inspecting this mysterious furnace from a distance, and then slowly took 2 steps closer to it. It started seeming as if a voice was calling out to him from this mysterious furnace, seemingly trying to pull him closer towards itself. That inexplicable force didn't seem irresistible at all, but Jun Moxie still didn't wish to resist it since it felt as if this voice belonged to a very intimate friend of his. Just as he approached the furnace, the flame under this furnace which seemed to be calling out to him, suddenly jumped up and instantly wrapped Jun Moxie's consciousness inside it. Jun Moxie only had a very little time to feel it, but it felt as if his body was passing through the 18 layers of hell as a penalty, but since his consciousness was sober, he could clearly feel the extreme pain of it, and this pain had already gone beyond the point of his ability of endurance. Outside, Jun Moxie's body had already stopped discharging that strange fluid. His body had started feeling a burning sensation since it had already been wrapped in a large and colorful flame. Above the ground, that large maple forest, which was initially thriving, had withering in the blink of an eye. The entire range of plants on the ground had withering, irrespective of their ability to withstand heat, and even the most stubborn blades of grass were no exception to this. This initially plush forest had instantly turned into the driest patch of land. A cloud of mist started to rise upwards from the ground, and quickly disappeared into nothingness in the sky above. All the water within a few miles of radius had instantly evaporated. It seemed as if this lush part of the Tianxiang city had suddenly become an epitome of death. This land was so dry now, that even if one flooded this land with water, this water-depleted land would absorb the water so deep down in its water channels that one would probably never be able to dig deep enough to find any traces of moisture in it. Jun Moxie's fair and sturdy body continued to turn and twist in this flame, until this flame slowly and gradually reduced, revealing Jun Moxie's unscathed body. Suddenly, there was another calling-like sound, and Jun Moxie's body instantly disappeared from the ground. At the same time, and for the first time ever, he found his physical body standing inside the Hongjun Pagoda's second level. Chapter 208, The Flame of Primal Chaos, and the Furnace of Good Fortune. The flame of primal chaos refers to a mythical flame that is the origination of all matter, like the Big Bang Theory sort of a thing. The object referred to as a furnace, is more like a cauldron in terms of appearance. There were 2 bodies of Jun Moxie's inside the Hongjun Pagoda at the moment, a real one, and an illusionary one. An irresistibly strong force was trying to pull the 2 bodies together, and soon the 2 bodies fused together and became one. The furnace of good fortune had started issuing a sonorous sound once again, and soon a light emerged from it, circled around the furnace, and then vanished into nothingness. Jun Moxie suddenly realized that his wrist had been cut, and blood was flowing out of that cut like fountain. However, instead of falling down to the ground, his blood was falling straight into the furnace. The initially fading multicolored flame started blazing up again, and had soon encompassed the entire furnace into its colorful conflagration. However, Jun Moxie didn't feel any heat from this massive fire, even though he was standing close proximity. The flame of primal chaos. These words suddenly appeared inside his mind, and then a dark golden blood-colored light flashed from within the furnace of good fortune, and instantly entered into Jun Moxie's body. The young master Jun abruptly realized that the wound on his wrist had faded away all of a sudden, and if his body hadn't been feeling a slight discomfort due to the massive blood loss, he would have never realized that his wrist had just been cut moments ago. The multicolored flame suddenly stopped burning again, and the entire room quieted down once again, reversing the atmosphere of the room to the one similar to when he had entered the second floor in the beginning. The three-legged furnace remained silently in its place at the center of the room. The multicolored flame under the furnace was only burning with a very small fire underneath at the moment, but the flame was still so smooth that it seemed as if it would continue to burn for the rest of eternity. The book was still quietly placed next to this furnace. Jun Moxie continued to stare at his surroundings with eyes wide open for a long time, believing that he was inside a dream, and then suddenly pinched his thighs. Even though he felt the pain of the pinch, it still seemed to him as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock of these sudden and unexpected turn of events. How did my body get in here? For a long time, he was unable to believe what his eyes were seeing, and pinched his body a few times as a result. He pinched his body so hard that at one point it seemed as if he'd pull out his skin, but this sharp pain finally made him realize, this is really hurting. It seems that my body has really entered into the Hongjun Pagoda. Does this mean that I can access it any time I want? Jun Moxie's head was still feeling a bit dizzy. It was almost as if the heavens were dropping meat pies on his head, and he didn't have any place to take shelter. However, the young Master Jun was still feeling a strange sense of happiness at this moment. He hadn't found happiness in shade, or in the radiance of springs, but only inside the Hongjun Pagoda. He. Blood becomes the evidence, soul's wisdom becomes the proof, and the soul transforms in strength. The flame of primal chaos refines all living things in this world. The furnace of good fortune turns into the supreme creator. These words suddenly appeared inside Jun Moxie's brain. The young Master Jun could clearly feel that his body, the odd ancient-looking furnace of good fortune, as well as the flame of primal chaos were now so closely related that it would be impossible to separate them. Jun Moxie took 2 steps forward, and leaned over the golden-colored book. Just as his hand touched the book suddenly turned to a mass made of nothingness, circled over the furnace of good fortune once, and then vanished into the space between his eyebrows just as the previous images and letters had. Folk remedy. TL, folk remedy means homemade medicines. These 2 ancient-looking words would spin around in Jun Moxie's mind for a while, and would then be replaced by numerous dense characters and imagines depicting the alchemic methods to create numerous types of potions, and also the necessary steps to create the constituent raw materials. Once these methods had circled inside his head for a while, they would once again be replaced by those 2 words. I understand. Jun Moxie mumbled these 2 words as he read those characters inside his head. Now I really understand. The hitman's heart was jumping with excitement, but the composed hitman suppressed his heart's excitement and calmed himself down forcefully. Simultaneously, he realized something very amazing and gratifying. The flowing qi inside his meridians had mysteriously converted into the same colors as that of the Hongjun Pagoda's aura, and was now slowly swimming around his meridians in very mist-like manner. Such progress is simply amazing. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune surely requires some very difficult things, but once I've practiced and mastered its methods, it definitely gives good rewards in return. Jun Moxie estimated that his present strength had reached the peak of the gold Xian layer as per the standards of this world. He had gone from the peak of silver Xian to the base of the gold Xian earlier, but had now stabilized into the gold Xian layer, and had then progressed to its mid-mark, and had then surpassed to its peak. And all this had happened in a matter of 6 seconds. It must be mentioned that Jun Moxie had only arrived in this world a mere 2 months ago. He had found himself in a very troublesome situation upon entering this world. Moreover, he had acquired the body of a young man whose strength was only comparable to that of a poor beggar. His family was in crisis, his life was in crisis. His body's strength was only comparable to that of ant in this world. Had the original Jun Moxie persisted in this world any longer, then he would have succumbed to his end very easily in no time at all. In fact, had it not been for the Hongjun Pagoda's support, the new Jun Moxie would have also already died countless times by now. He had always relied on this secret to transform his perilous circumstances into safety. However, it was absolutely undeniable that his personal strength was far, far from being adequate. His body's strength had reached the peak of the Silver Xian realm in less than 2 months' time, which was no less than a miracle. However, Silver Xian's strength isn't enough to ensure one's safety in this world. It could be said that his life was still in danger at that point, and he could still be vanquished in case the circumstances changed against his best interests. Then a few days ago, he received the yin and yang escape law, and the young Master Jun was finally able to find a way to ensure his life's protection. Moreover, this law had given him the best means to protect himself when in danger. However, even then, it was still far from being enough. It had never been in Jun Moxie's nature to hold back. Therefore, he still needed the strength to go forward, and take the offensive charge when needed. Jun Moxie would never owe anyone, he would never ask anyone for help, nor could he let anyone bully him, such was his nature. If you steal from me, I'll club you, if you disgrace me, I'll do you 100 times over. If you hurt my family, I'll slaughter your entire family, and if you deceive me, then it will remain etched in my memory forever. Betrayal is the most intolerable thing. Betrayal was the world's greatest evil in Jun Moxie's eyes. Even though this shade was different from the scales of the world, but this was one of the reasons he associated himself on a moral level with his family. If you dare to hurt even one strand of my hair, I'll cut off your arm. And whoever dares to hurt me, I'll destroy his entire family. No matter who. They will all get the same treatment. However, strength of character isn't everything, physical strength decides everything in the end. If one only has strength in character, one eventually finds the way to his doom. Therefore, Jun Moxie had been looking forward to opening the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda as soon as possible, and then the third, and then the 9th. He knew that the Hongjun Pagoda was the only real support he had in this world. The benefits of financial power can fly away like the dust, even his family may not be able to ensure their survival in this present situation of a power struggle with just money. First, the 10-year-long trouble with the Silver Blizzard City, and now the trouble with the Shui Hun Manor had been putting the young Master Jun under a lot of pressure. Moreover, each family in the Tianxiang city was breeding snakes these days as the power struggle was beginning to take its toll, which was adding more peril to his circumstances. No one knew of the pressure that Jun Moxie had been feeling. Although he had never showed it, but it didn't mean that he wasn't feeling it. However, now that he had opened the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda, even though his strength was still quite low, but he had finally found some real and positive capital. He knew that his lone gold Xian strength wouldn't be enough. In fact, it would be far from being sufficient. However, with the help of this furnace of good fortune, and the book of folk remedies, Jun Moxie could now build his family a solid and staunch army in a very short period of time. Moreover, it would also assist in rapidly increasing his own strength. Then, once the time was ripe, Jun Moxie could expose his fangs to the entire world. Jun Moxie could suddenly feel the wind rising in front of his eyes. The powers of this world, Jun Moxie has finally found some real capital to confront you now. Suddenly, the young Master Jun found himself in the dark of the ground, seemingly having no idea as to when he had exited the Hongjun Pagoda. As the thought of solitary falcon and Hai Chen Feng rushing to his residence in search of him crossed his mind, he immediately sensed the urgency of the situation and escaped out of the ground. Sunshine. Jun Moxie seemed a bit lost standing above the ground, while his eyes were lowered under the gaze of the sun. His strength had progressed quite significantly over a very short period of time. It was only natural that he'd be in a very excited frame of mind. In fact, he was somewhat complacent about it. It was almost as if a pauper had suddenly won a lottery. Although he knew well that he needed to keep it a secret, his heart was still aching to flaunt his new strength a bit, and therefore he couldn't help summoning his strength. In his excited frame of mind, the young Master Jun hadn't even realized that he was standing completely naked in the woods at the moment. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, and was followed by a girl's anger and resentment-filled curses. Rogue. Stool. He's got the courage to. In broad daylight. Jun Moxie turned around to realize that two people were standing about 10 meters away from him, a young man and young maiden. The young maiden's hair were flowing down over her shoulders and all the way down to her white dress. She had a rather delicate-looking elegant body, and was in the process of turning around while stomping her feet at the same time. Her hands seemed to be covering her eyes shut. Next to her stood a handsome young man, but his eagle-hook nose and the angry grimace on his face made it rather clear that he wasn't very happy at the moment. His left hand stretched out to point a finger towards Jun Moxie, whilst his right hand found its way to the hilt of his sword. You have the courage to do such a shameless act in broad daylight. This young master simply cannot stand your nerve. I'm going to teach you a lesson. What lesson? I don't understand you. Jun Moxie couldn't help wondering, these two aren't mentally unstable or something, right? I'm just standing here and you come over shouting curses at me. Can't you tell me from my appearance that I'm no rogue of any sort? You're really looking to start a quarrel now. It was rare for Jun Moxie to take someone's words to heart, but still found himself subconsciously stepping forward. The young woman had just secretly parted her fingers to steal a glance at Jun Moxie, only to realize that he was stepping closer to her, and couldn't help feeling shy and angry at the same time, and thus she cried out in anxiety, You, shameless character. Don't come near me. I'm very powerful. You don't come near me. Her tone seemed full of anxious complaints. Somehow, having witnessed a completely naked man for the first time had incited a rather strange feeling inside her, and though she knew that she shouldn't be looking at him, but still couldn't help her curiosity, and found herself secretly staring at the naked man in front from the secrecy of her parted fingers. Chapter 209, You will wish you hadn't said that. The young Master Jun was a bit puzzled. As far he was concerned, do I really look that scary? I mean, just look at this girl, she looks as if she'd start crying any minute now. The distance between the two parties wasn't much, and the young Master Jun's small steps forward had obviously been bringing them closer. Yen Meng, don't panic, I will behead this shameless bastard with my sword. The young man smiled as he stated confidently, and then slowly approached closer to Jun Moxie, having already unsheathed his sword, and then shouted, You shameless bastard, step any forward and you court your death. Seeing his shiny sword made Jun Moxie even gloomier, and then his words only made him angrier, and how am I being shameless? Isn't this guy just clearly bullying me? You may like to bully other people, but you've clearly found the wrong person today. You can't protect yourself, and you're telling this woman that you'll kill a masked stranger for her. Your mother really gave birth to a bastard. Damn it, I'll show you, you're going to regret this forever. The young Master Jun's initial feeling of excitement had long died down, and had instead been replaced by a sense of anger, and hence he took a couple of large strides forward, feeling it necessitated to teach this arrogant youngster a lesson. As he walked forward, he suddenly felt a cool breeze chilling his body, and was forced to look down in that moment of surprise. You're the real scoundrel. The young Master Jun shouted back, as he covered little Moxie with one hand. He had finally realized that his entire body was naked. This was obviously far less shameful than running home naked without realizing it. His body had been set ablaze previously when he had undergone a refining procedure by the flame of primal chaos, and even though his body had received enormous benefits without even suffering any burns from the fire, his clothes had been turned to ash in moments. However, Jun Moxie's body was underground at that time, while his conscience was inside the Hongjun Pagoda, which is why he had no knowledge of it. He hadn't realized this at the time when he had pinched his body since he was too intoxicated by the unexpected turn of events, and had completely forgotten about all other things because of it. After coming out of the Hongjun Pagoda, the young Master Jun was in such an excited frame of mind upon realizing that his strength had progressed a long way that he simply didn't notice it, and soon enough found himself being cursed and abused by complete strangers. During this sudden transformation from feeling like a hero to being called a rogue, Jun Moxie simply hadn't realized that he was standing stark naked. You are such a shameless character that you've even turned to the thief who shouts the same at others. The young maiden continued to stomp her feet while clutching her eyes shut. You're a scoundrel, and then you have the courage to call others rogue. You're an utterly shameless character. Although the young Master Jun was clutching little Moxie with one hand, his face showed absolutely no signs of embarrassment as he opened his mouth to bicker in a sarcastic repartee. there is nothing rogue about a man running around naked in the streets. We were born naked, and we will die naked. Our parents were naked when they conceived us, why don't people call that rogue? However, the eyes peeping at such things from the crevices of their fingers and then shouting rogue are the real scoundrels that plague this world. I didn't ask you to see me, then why were you staring at me? You profane my innocence. You're the thief shouting thief here, and then you have the courage to call me a scoundrel. You're really unreasonable. Jun Moxie twisted his words to force logic in the most unreasonable ways, backing it with utter shamelessness. You young woman, are the real scoundrel here. The young master Jun advocated his preposterous reasoning in the same tone as that young girl had, seemingly mimicking her, and having raised his standards to a completely new and unrivaled height of shamelessness. You. Xiao Feng Wu, hurry and kill this lecherous man, he insults me. The girl shouted as she stomped her feet once again, he actually has the courage to lecture me, and dares to call me a scoundrel after. Your family name is Xiao. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes, I hate the family name Xiao. In my experience nothing good has ever come from that family name, so it's no surprise that an arrogant youngster from such a hateful family name is acting like such a rogue. Recalling the pain and hardships that the Silver Blizzard City had forced on his uncle had obviously made Jun Moxie extremely sensitive towards that one family name. The young man named Xiao Feng Wu suddenly became very furious and shouted, shameless bastard, you actually dare to open your mouth and be rude towards my family? I'll take your life. He raised his sword as a golden light flashed from his body. This young man had actually reached the Gold Xian realm. Given his age, his talent was at least at par with Li Yuran. Such strength might have caused some minor problems for the young master Jun a month ago, but now that his strength had seen a major enhancement, he could basically just ignore the opposition's threat. Just as Xiao Feng Wu raised his sword, the naked figure in front of him suddenly disappeared, which was followed by a whiz of cold wind, and soon he found his face being slapped by a cold hand, while his crotch simultaneously felt a very powerful foot. The man's upper body curled down to his legs. Like shrimp, while his sword fell to his side. Chi sounds were made as a piece of cloth was torn off from his robes. Although Xiao Feng Wu wasn't weak, but he still lacked practical fighting experience, and the young master Jun's kick had sent his liver and gallbladder mourning with pain as a result. The man rolled 3 feet and fell to the ground, but his face continued to look up at the naked man in front. He watched as that shameless and naked man wrapped the cloth he had just ripped from his own robes around his body, and then leisurely tied a knot, and then actually jumped around back and front twice while twisting his buttocks to inspect if some obscene parts of his body were still visible or not, and then turned his head forward again. His upper body was still bare, while his slender legs also remained exposed as the cloth only circled around his broad shoulder and then down to his waist, making his attire look very free and unfettered but still quite glamorous by the standards of this world. This person's appearance had completely changed in matter of moments. Even though his thin lips, his oblique eyebrows, and that faint smiling expression were enough to incite fear in any man's heart, one still couldn't help but be fascinated by his style. He had just been exposed to a moment of such extreme embarrassment, but even then the young master Jun didn't blush in the least. This was evidence of the fact that his shamelessness had reached a point where it had already surpassed all of its kind before and since. The girl, who was standing at a distance from this scene, had completely forgotten to cover her eyes from the shock of these sudden turn of events, and was now watching Jun Moxie with her tiny red mouth opened as wide as it could be, never having imagined that her companion, a Gold Xian realm expert, a peerless talent of his generation, would ever be subdued by just half a move of this shameless man's. Although this man's face was covered with mud, which made it rather hard to access his appearance, but it was rather obvious that he was quite young in age, and was in fact even younger than his peer. How could he be so powerful? What is your name, and where do you come from? You come to the Tianxiang city and actually dare to provoke me. Are you trying to dig your own grave? Jun Moxie stepped forward in short steps since his present clothing limited the movement of his long legs to some extent. You wanted to teach me a lesson and then kill me? Really? Well, understand this, you're only alive thanks to my good nature, else I would have cut you up and would have dropped your pieces to your grandmother's doorstep. Jun Moxie cursed, and then turned around to leave since he had no intention of staying any longer. How dare you? Don't ever let me see you in the Silver Blizzard City, else I won't let you live. Xiao Fengwu cried out, his eyes reeking of a cruel and malicious aura. Boy, you pray that I don't find you again. I will slaughter your entire family. If I don't make them run from their own house, and then slaughter them like dogs, then I'm not a Xiao. Jun Moxie was already preparing to leave when his footsteps halted midair, his eyes suddenly turned as cold as steel, and he turned his face around to look at Xiao Fengwu. Silver Blizzard City. You come from the Silver Blizzard City Xiao family. His tone was already cold, overcast, and extremely gloomy. Yes, that's right. Xiao Fengwu struggled as he tried to stand up, and smiled ferociously. Are you afraid now? Well, it's too late. Unless you and your entire family kneel down to the ground and beg me for an apology, I will slaughter your entire family in front of your eyes. That's good. That's very good. Jun Moxie slowly nodded, his face dull, but not angry. Since that's the reason behind your arrogance, then I'm no nephew to my uncle if I don't punish you. You will wish you hadn't said that. Kneel before me. Xiao Fengwu was under the impression that this man would inevitably turn soft, and he'd get a chance to save his face in return, and therefore, naturally couldn't help sensing his greatness. Kneel before you, my ass. Jun Moxie abruptly stepped forward, and slapped the man across his face with a heavy hand, and sent the man falling a few steps backwards, spraying blood from his mouth. Jun Moxie followed after him, and punched him twice in each of his eye sockets, giving birth to a giant panda. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'm going to paralyze you. You think that Silver Blizzard City is that great, ah? You threaten me. Punch. You think that you can bully me because of your family name. Kick. You want to destroy my entire family. Bang bang bang. I'll destroy you. I'll fucking destroy you. I'm not just going to beat you up. I'm going to destroy you. Bang 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 bang. You want me kneel down and apologize. Not even if your grandmother drops. Bang 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 bang. You bastard. You bastard. You bastard. Jun Moxie grabbed his hair, and raised his trembling body upwards as he cursed, you bastard, and then threw him down to the ground once again, and repeated the same procedure several times, and then grabbed his hair once again, which were still somehow painfully attached to his scalp, and then looked his face once again, and then sent his body flying. The man fell down to ground a few meters away, unconscious, unknown whether dead or alive. Jun Moxie still didn't stop, and flew after the man once again, and started pounding more strikes to his body, even as the man's body continued to flow blood. The young man was awakened from his unconscious state several times, but sunk back into it since his body was unable to tolerate the pain of it. A man was lying on the ground, and an almost naked man was standing on top of him and was beating him up in a frenzied manner. Ah, the young girl was unable to even blink her eyes at the moment, nor could she understand how her companion had been suddenly turned into a human sandbag in a matter of moments. Things were happening too fast, and it was a bit dizzying for her. This young maiden's head was simply unable to make head or tail of what was happening at the moment, nor could she decide on her own course of action. What is your name? Jun Moxie fiercely looked at her as he gasped a few mouthfuls of air, and then ferociously pointed a finger in her direction as he shouted in a rough voice, damn it, tell me or you die. The young woman was almost in tears as she tried to open her trembling mouth, while her face had already gone pale with fear. Me? Chapter 210, Don't call him your senior again. Are you a ghost? Jun Moxie shouldered no signs of being protective towards the fairer gender, and stared viciously at her as he asked again, what is your name? My name is Han Yen, Meng. I'm very powerful. Don't you dare attack me. The young maiden seemed awfully terrified, which was rather evident since her jade-shade face had turned deadly pale. Since birth, she had always been treated with respect wherever she had gone, she had never felt so bullied in her entire life. This man is a super hybrid of a scoundrel and a bully. Hence it was only natural that the young woman was awfully frightened at this time. She had obviously never imagined that sneaking out from the magnificent jewel hall for a little playtime would result in encountering such a fiend. The young maiden's heart was constantly beating like a drum, and as the thoughts of those numerous dangerous possibilities crossed her mind, she started trembling more and more fearfully. Han Yen Meng. Jun Moxie was dumbstruck. This guy is from the Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family? Yes. And you're from Han Yen Yao's family? She is my elder sister. Don't you dare attack me, my sister loves me dearly, and she's terribly powerful, Han Yen Meng threatened in a trembling voice, and it seemed rather obvious that she was just trying to prevent herself from being beaten up. Jun Moxie was left completely dumbstruck at this point. So this is the girl Mu Shuetong was ferrying around? She's the one he was calling the little princess of the Silver Blizzard City? That would make her my uncle's sister-in-law to be. That basically means that she'll be my elder someday. Kill me now. Is this your personal dog? Jun Moxie pointed at the miserable-looking Xiao Fengwu as he asked. No, no, no. Han Yen Meng nervously waved her hand. No, he is not my personal dog. Han Yen Meng hadn't yet finished her sentence when the young Master Jun cut her off in between. You haven't educated him one bit. He's not just a dog, but a wild dog. The young maiden quickly waved her hand to differentiate. He is not a wild dog, he is a man, he is my senior, his surname is Xiao, and his. He is a man. I don't see so. He is dog. Jun Moxie once again interrupted the young maiden's words as he wiped his hands and face off Xiao Fengwu's blood. I said he's a dog, that means he is a dog. An uneducated wild dog. Do you understand? No, he really isn't a dog, the young maiden had always been pampered by her family, and had never met someone so tyrannical in her entire life, therefore she obviously didn't know how to deal with such a situation, and then suddenly an idea popped into her head. See, he has no tail. Dogs have a tail. So that means that he is actually a person. Jun Moxie was left stupefied once again, hesitated for a moment, and then broke into laughter, and then deliberately stated, you don't know this yet, but his tail was cut off, how else would they be able to make him look manlike instead of a dog? He wanted to say, pleasing to the eye, but decided against it, and then suddenly discovered something strange about the man. I beat him up so badly, but he's still breathing, his chest is falling up and down rhythmically, and even his fingers are showing subconscious movements, and it almost seems that he'd wake up any moment. Jun Moxie's mind burst into making some calculations again. His cultivation is very limited, so there should be no reason why he was able to withstand such a heavy beating. What is going on here? There must be something weird behind all this. He tightened his waistcloth, and then strode forward and stationed himself in front of Xiao Fengwu's body, and started sizing up his body with frowning glances, and then suddenly bent down laughing loudly, and then tore open his chest clothing to reveal a soft, shiny and silvery armor that Xiao Fengwu was wearing on his chest. Jun Moxie grabbed the armor with his hands and exerted some force to tear it open, but the armor remained in its place. What an amazing thing, The young Master Jun unceremoniously stripped the man down, and then stripped down that soft armor off his body. He grabbed the sword which was lying on the ground, and then pricked that soft armor with the sword's tip. Even though the armor was extremely soft in its make, it was still easily able to withstand the tip of the sword, and although there was no force behind the stab, the armor didn't even have the slightest of scratches on it. It was rather obvious that the only reason Xiao Fengwu had been able to survive this onslaught was because he was wearing this armor on his body. Xiao Fengwu was lying unconscious on the ground, and had no idea that this was happening. However, Jun Moxie had already understood that even though he had been able to beat this man unconscious, he still wouldn't have been able to kill him as long as he was wearing this armor. Han Yen Meng wanted to come forward and rescue her companion, but was afraid of Jun Moxie's strength, and feared that he might actually slap her in the face, which might send her flying out as well, and hence had resigned herself to squatting on the floor, clutching her face, and crying silently. What is this? Jun Moxie asked Han Yen Meng, what is this evil little thing? I really want to know. Snow silkworm armor. Han Yen Meng opened her trembling eyelids and started staring at him again with a heart full of grievances. he's so shameless, his bodily skin is actually as delicate as mine, and he's quite good-looking too, but he still has no sense of shame or justice. He is so disgraceful. How can someone treat a girl like this? Snow silkworm armor, this a good thing. Well, good, very good. Jun Moxie looked at the armor lovingly as he twisted it over and over, and then tossed it up and down. Han Yan-meng secretly thought of something and tried to hide it from reflecting on her face, but couldn't prevent her tears from stopping. Snow silkworm armor was obviously a very rare treasure in the mainland, but wasn't very uncommon in the Silver Blizzard City's high class. In fact, most people had one such armor. This was one of Silver Blizzard City's monopolized treasures. In fact, when it came to precious items, snow silkworm armor was nothing special for them since they had several more advanced items in their arsenal. The young Master Jun was able to analyze this very quickly, and estimated that this young man might be carrying some other very valuable treasures. What other precious items is he carrying? Jun Moxie wasn't looking at her at this moment, but her facial expression had changed slightly by now. The young maiden was quite inexperienced in worldly affairs, and although she had only thought of something, but her subconscious actions attracted the young Master Jun's attention, and he could clearly sense that she was looking down upon him disdainfully at the moment. The best is the Xian silkworm armor, and I have one. I'm not wearing it. Han Yan-meng was suddenly startled to see that the bloody Jun Moxie was looking at her, and was so scared of his appearance that her naive heart almost stopped beating, and eventually decided to say that she wasn't wearing the armor. I reckon that this bully will actually try to grab my armor as well, and might actually beat me up and then strip me over a Xian silkworm armor. Xian silkworm? Well, he. Jun Moxie looked at her maliciously, and a burst of horror gripped Han Yan-meng, who immediately raised her arms in the air. Don't worry, I know you're wearing that Xian silkworm armor, but I will not rob a girl, I'm very cultured that way. Jun Moxie glanced at her as burst of unhappiness seized his mind. If I'm able to clean up the Xiao family, and then somehow Uncle and Miss Han Yanyao's love finds a way, and they end up getting married, then this little girl will become my elder in name. Would I call her aunt? Or sister-in-law? Ah, this so is disturbing already. And then there's a Xian silkworm armor right there in front of me, and I simply can't grab it. This isn't done. Jun Moxie stretched out his hand, and pulled her cheeks, scaring Han Yan-meng in the process, and then he laughed evilly as he turned around and sped away. Miss Han, I heard you call him your senior, don't call him your senior again, aha. Han Yan-meng breathed a sigh of relief as she saw that overbearing monster leaving at last, and finally started calming down. She patted her tiny chest, and then sighed, but was soon left puckering her eyebrows because she suddenly remembered the last sentence that monster had said before. Leaving. Why? This is obvious, isn't it? He's from the Xiao family, so why shouldn't I call him as such? I really don't understand this. It seems from this man's words that he's some sort of a martial madman. Anyway, he's definitely not normal. Han Yan-meng's eyes were open wide and round for a while as she continued to mutter to herself in confusion. Eventually, she came to the final conclusion, that a crazy don't think in the same terms as normal people. I've never seen such a madman before. The autumn winds gradually started rising up again, and since Xiao Fengwu's injuries were quite serious, he showed no signs of waking up to his senses, leaving the unexperienced Han Yan-meng standing alone at a complete loss, and as she stood there all alone for an increasing period of time, the fear of heart also increased. However, a very strange phenomenon was taking place at this time. As the cold autumn winds were rising up, the maple forest was slowly fading out, and the trees were slowly turning to ash. The forest simply seemed unable to withstand the cold of the winds. Chapter 211, A Great Master's Arrival. The young Master Jun casted out the yin and yang escape law and secretly entered into a clothing store, stole himself a robe, left his half-torn attire hanging on the hanger as a replacement, and then proceeded to finding his way back to the Jun family's residence. The young Master Jun still wasn't skilled enough to be able to cast out the yin and yang escape law and return to the Jun residence in one single go, which is why his journey back was bound to take some time. The Jun residence was bustling with excitement at this time. It was rather hard to describe the scene. Not only was the house staff running about excitedly, even the family's elders were running about. One of the 8 great masters, the solitary falcon, had suddenly arrived at the Jun residence, which was nothing short of an honor for them. This was rather uncommon, even for families of such influence. Upon reaching the Jun residence, the solitary falcon had immediately reported his real name. He obviously didn't wish to disclose the real purpose of his visit, and cleverly chose to use Hai Chen Feng's treatment as the purpose of his visit. Even though the 8th great master wasn't ashamed of asking for advice, and was rather determined to seek help, but it would have been rather odd for him to state it publicly in front of so many people that he was here to seek advice from a child. His arrival had completely shook the Jun residence, so much so that Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi had personally ran out to greet and welcome him and the half-dead Hai Chen Feng, leaving all their tasks unattended, and had cordially invited them into the dining hall. After hearing that the 3rd young master of the Jun family hadn't yet returned from his outing, the solitary falcon generously stated that it was quite alright, and proceeded to tasting the Jun family's homemade tea while warming up to Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi's chatter. Jun Zhantian, being a highly experienced war veteran, lived up to his reputation of being one of the best military generals ever born, and was quick to pacify his shocked state of mind, and was able to greet the solitary falcon in a very calm and casual manner, making this unusual incident seem very normal. Old man Jun deliberately established his family's reliability in front of his guest quite early on. Wu Yi, you must go and see if Moxie has returned yet or not. Once he returns, you must quickly bring him here. Saving lives is like fighting a fire, one simply cannot afford the slightest of delays. Jun Zhantian obviously meant something entirely different. The solitary falcon has arrived to our residence in search of medical assistance, but is my grandson even capable of treating his companion? My beloved grandson might have indeed cured my son's deep-seated ailment, but we haven't really seen much of his medical expertise since then, and it will be very detrimental to our cause in case he's unable to live up to the solitary falcon's requirements. Having understood this, Jun Wuyi naturally didn't mind waiting for his nephew at the door since he anyway wished to know the matter, and didn't wish to allow his nephew to hastily start the medical treatment in case he wasn't equipped to handle it all the way. However, the real reason why the solitary falcon didn't mind these delays is because he needed to find more about Jun Moxie before meeting him in person, since he had already been informed that the youngster was quite a handful, and was hoping that he'd be able to get a better assessment about the young man's temperament from his family. I was asked to come and seek out the young master Jun. The solitary falcon's words were enough to make Jun Wuyi and Jun Zhantian realize that this wasn't just an accident, and they were both left thinking, so that's what's going on. They had long guessed that their heir must have had some secret dealing since the youngster was already quite powerful, but had remained very tight-lipped about his whereabouts recently. This incident was enough for them to assess that their youngest generation heir was indeed a very influential character. No wonder that he wasn't afraid of facing off against the Shui Hun manor. And this is the reason. Old man Jun had actually gone one step further in his assessment and had estimated that his grandson was even more influential than their initial estimate, since the solitary falcon had been asked to come and seek out his grandson. The solitary falcon is publicly recognized to as one of the strongest men alive, so who could have the power to tell him to come and seek out my grandson? Who's the man pointing him in our direction? And will this person also reveal himself in the future? Moreover, the solitary falcon's attitude at the time of addressing Jun Moxie's name was extremely polite and respectful. This was naturally enough to tingle their imagination even further. The solitary falcon has always been known for his rebellious nature, and I believe that even Li Zhantian wouldn't be able to gain so much respect from such a man. Well, then who's more powerful than Li Zhantian in this world? Someone so powerful that even this man admires and respects him. What does this indicate? This must obviously be the doing of Yun Beichen. No wonder with Yun Beichen's backing, it's no wonder that Jun Moxie wasn't afraid of Li Zhantian. Li Zhantian is nothing compared to Yun Beichen. This kid has been keeping too many secrets, and has even managed to win over Yun Beichen's admiration, but if Yun Beichen finds out that he was unable to heal this half-dead man, then things might go backwards for us. Old man Jun and Jun Wuyi were even more delighted to hear the solitary falcon admitting that he isn't as strong as Yun Beichen, but when it comes to respect, even the strongest man in the world doesn't deserve his. They simply attribute the second part of his statement to his arrogant and brassy nature rather than his ambition of challenging Yun Bei-chun when he was ready for the fight. Therefore, the solitary falcon and old man Jun continued to smile at each other in tacit understanding, completely unaware that they were thinking completely different things. At this time, Guan Lu also heard about this visit. Upon knowing that the solitary falcon had personally come to visit the Jun family's residence, Guan Lu was left wiping the sweat off his forehead. The Jun family has such a powerful backing, no wonder the Shui Hun manor is just an organization, and Li Ju Tian is never really there to help them. They just use his name because he's associated with them. The Jun family, however, can summon the solitary falcon to their residence in person. That shifts the balance, right? Fortunately, I made the lesser choice at that time under the impulse of my emotions, else I would have rolled onto the wrong side by siding with the Shui Hun manor, and would have ended up provoking the combined strength of the Jun family and the solitary falcon. It seems that the Jun family is very wise, and their strength is still as unwavering as ever. He continued to sweat for a long time, and then joined the gathering. Each man was carrying a completely different idea in their head, but each man had already guessed that they were being shielded by some divine strategy and wonderful planning, and were reassured in the belief that they were being protected well. Therefore, the host and the guest were both in a very joyous mood. By the time Jun Moxie returned home, everyone was chit-chatting busily in the dining hall. Everyone, including the solitary falcon, seemed to be in high spirits. Jun Wui immediately caught hold of his nephew. "What are you up to? Did you know that the solitary falcon has come here looking for you? Can you really heal his companion?" Jun Moxie was rather anxious to return to his room at this moment since he wanted to put on his underwear first. He felt rather uncomfortable without one. "Never mind, let him wait. I'll go and change my clothes first, and then I'll go and see him." Jun Moxie hastily proceeded towards his room. Jun Wui caught a hold of him again. "What's wrong with these clothes? They look clean enough to me. Now come." He half carried, half pushed, half hurried Jun Moxie rather barbarically into the dining hall in that state of private discomfort. "It's you." The solitary falcon looked up and immediately recognized the man whose wine he had enjoyed so much just a couple of days ago. This obviously came as a big surprise to him. The man he was seeking had turned out to be a friend, and was moreover someone he had found to be very respectful. In the past, since this kid wasn't someone he had found to be rude during their past meeting, he immediately let go off his worries. "I loved your wine, kid. I quickly finished those 2 jugs of wine, but I've been very impatient since then because I can't think of a wine that can equal yours, and then I wasn't even able to track you down afterwards." The solitary falcon's saliva almost flowed out of his mouth as the thought of that wine crossed his mind. In fact, he completely forgot about the true purpose of his visit. "You will have to pay me 10,000 taels of silver if you want to drink more of my wine." Jun Moxie's reply left Jun Tian and Guan Lu completely shocked, and their faces immediately turned red. They were rather amazed to know that the solitary falcon had an interest in their kid's wine, but his bold reply left them puzzled and angry soon after. The 2 men were left complaining in unanimity to themselves. "That's the solitary falcon, one of the 8 great masters. Do you even understand the gravity of this situation, kid? He said that he likes your wine, and instead giving him a bucket of it, and then using it to build a solid relationship with him, you actually opened your mouth to ask him such a big price. What is wrong with you? Do you want to piss him off?" Completely contrary to the expectations of these 2 men, the solitary falcon not only didn't take this matter to his heart, but actually broke into laughter, almost as if it was a funny joke. "Damn that, I'll pay you whatever you want, but first give me the wine." Then he laughed some more. "I have some money on me right now, but it certainly won't be enough, so let me owe you for one night, and then I'll go about robbing several wealthy families in the morning, and I'll get you a few 100,000 taels instead. That amount should be enough to repay my debt with interest, right? Now let me have my drink." Everyone was left sweating bullets. The 8th great master is talking about robbing people for money like a common criminal? You probably didn't understand my words properly. I decline that bargain since I operate a small business, and small businesses operate on cash transaction, and hence I can't afford to give out debts. Forgive me. Jun Moxie's tone seemed devoid of any room for accommodation, and then it became even more straightforward. If you don't have any money, then I won't sell you anything. The young Master Jun was acting this bold since he knew he was holding all the cards in this game. You're here to learn from me, and then you also need me to help you with a medical treatment, and now you also want my wine for free? That's 3 things. If I don't ask you pay for some of it, then it would simply be defying the natural orders of things. The solitary falcon's face immediately turned bitter, almost as if he'd started pleading at any moment, and then suddenly his eyebrows shot up as he angrily retorted, "You're extremely annoying. I'll go out and rob people right now. You'll regret this later." "Please go ahead." Jun Moxie replied sloppily, "Go left, and go about 700 meters straight, and then turn right. You'll find the empire's most wealthy family's gates there, the Mu Rong family, although there's a lot of money there, but I believe that it will be a tough task, and if it's too much to handle, then I suggest that you don't take the right, and keep walking straight until you see a tacky copper-colored gate. Go in there and you should find enough money. That's the wealth minister's house, and you'll find the houses of several nobles around that vicinity as well. In fact, if you search the area properly, you'll find that several wealthy businessmen and officials live in that area, and you should be able to rob enough money there. I'll be here to welcome you once you've robbed some." Jun Moxie smiled and said, "Old Falcon, I wish you the best of luck. As long as you are able to rob that circle, I'll give you enough wine for the rest of your life. In fact, if you wish it, I won't just give you enough wine to get drunk each day of your life, I'll give you enough to bathe in it." Chapter 212, You Want Me to Save Him? Let's talk about the conditions first. The solitary falcon was left stupefied. What is this boy saying? It seemed from the expression of the other people present on the scene, besides these 2 men, that their eyes would pop out of their sockets and would fall to the floor at any moment. That's the 8th great master, and just look at the manner in which the 3rd young Master Jun is speaking with him, but even then the great master isn't losing his temper. What is going on? Has this world gone crazy all of a sudden? Well, I will not face that disgrace. I don't want your wine, I will not drink your wine, not even one broken cup of it. This old man will not submit to your ridiculousness, and I won't ever drink your wine till the day I die. The solitary falcon sunk back down in an empty chair with a look of gloom spread across his face. I really wish I could get some more of that wine. I heard you came here looking for me. Jun Moxie smiled. What's that matter? Your foolish old master asked me to find you. He's asked you to cure this man, and then there's one more trivial thing he wants you to do, but we'll keep that for later. The solitary falcon's choice of wordings to describe the mysterious experts almost incited Jun Moxie into a laughter riot. Let me be clear, curing this person will cost me, and I'll get no benefits from it. That's never a good thing to do in business. Jun Moxie shook his head from left to right with a look of disapproval on it. So why should I cure him? Because your master told you to. The solitary falcon was a bit angry at this point, but was finally beginning to understand the true meaning behind the mysterious expert's warning. Why, you think that means something, and you just came looking for me because he said so. He is he, and I am me, so why should I listen to him? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Why would I let him govern me? Don't I have a say in my actions? The solitary falcon was left staring at Jun Moxie speechlessly. I've never seen such a shameless apprentice before. According to the commandments of the 5 cardinal relations, the words of one's parents and one's masters are words of the law. Once a master appoints his disciple a task, the disciple must do whatever it takes to accomplish it without refuting a word of it. Moreover, Jun Moxie's master was a man worthy of respect, even in the eyes of a man of the solitary falcon's caliber and arrogance. If any other man had received such a great master, then the man would have taken any order of that master's as a law of the heavens, but this guy is actually pretending. As if he's even greater than his own master. Has the world turned upside down? Why don't you just state your conditions clearly? As he stated this sentence, the solitary falcon felt as he was a lamb on the way to the slaughterhouse. I want him. And I want you to give the security. Jun Moxie smiled as he pointed towards Hai Chen Feng. If I heal his injuries, then it would be equivalent to saving his life. I want him to run my errands for 3 years. That really isn't much to ask for in return, is it? I can't promise that on his behalf. This man is a Sky Xian, and is considered a master in his own right. He's one of the leading figures of his generation. The solitary falcon shook his head. You must ask him for this. You ask him. Jun Moxie drooped his eyelids, picked up a cup of tea, brought it up to his face, and gulped down a mouthful. You can take as much time as you need. I have a few days of leisure at hand, so I really don't mind it. You may not be worried, but I am. And at the rate you're dragging this, you may have the time, but this man may just die. The solitary falcon gnashed his teeth, and it almost felt as he wanted to roar out, "Boy, you will heal his wounds, and then you will vomit out the secrets to improving my technique, else I'll beat you up. You may be a supreme master's disciple, but I'm the solitary falcon, the 8th great master of this world, and I could practically pinch you to death. Hell, I could bury you any time I wanted." Just look at that arrogant expression on this kid's face. The solitary falcon squatted down to the ground to ask Hai Chen Feng, but accidentally found his eyes catching a glimpse of the scene under Jun Moxie's gown from his lowered altitude. The solitary falcon almost vomited. Damn me. Just look at how straight his needle is right now. This boy didn't just crawl out of a brothel, right? This boy is a dog. Although he didn't have the energy to say it in words, but Hai Chen Feng's unusually firm and unyielding eyes were expressive enough to let the solitary falcon know that he wouldn't submit to such terms. Had he been able to open his mouth and speak, he would have said, "How can anyone expect a Sky Xian expert to give himself to such a young kid for 3 years just to save his own life? I would rather choose to die like this." The solitary falcon's tongue kept moving in persuasion, but Hai Chen Feng didn't budge. The solitary falcon seemed so anxious that it seemed as if the corner of his mouth would start foaming at any moment. Persuasion will never persuade an individual. You might be considered the 8th great master, but your reputation doesn't compare to meeting you in person. The young master Jun stated disdainfully, "Now watch me." The solitary falcon moved out of the way as Jun Moxie walked towards Hai Chen Feng, came to a stop next to him, lowered his body down to the ground, whispered a short sentence or a word in his ear. His voice was so soft that no one heard his quick words. Hai Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up even though his injuries was extremely severely, and he had only survived this long owing to his tough physique, and the first aid treatment Jun Moxie had given him earlier, else he would have died a long time ago. Although he had been unable to speak until now, but he suddenly found his strength from somewhere the moment he heard Jun Moxie's words, and spoke up with difficulty, "If that's true, then forget about 3 years, I'll follow you for a lifetime." Jun Moxie pretended to be chic about it as he stood up again, and brushed his hands as he shot a gloating sideways glance to the solitary falcon. The solitary falcon's eyes almost popped out as he shouted, "Damn it kid, what did you say to him? How did that stubborn cow suddenly agree to it? What kind of evil sorcery is this?" The solitary falcon simply couldn't understand what words could have possibly gotten Hai Chen Feng so excited that he not only agreed to the terms, but also suddenly started glowing with a fresh wave of vital energy. He could clearly tell from Hai Chen Feng's expression that the man was actually willing to follow Jun Moxie to the end of the world. The secrets of the heaven mustn't be revealed. This young master has always been unpredictable, but you're free to speculate. Jun Moxie's lips curved into a nasty smile. "You said something to him, and I want to know, so tell me." The solitary falcon's face was blank, his neck was red, while his lips were parted in shock. He had tried very hard to convince Hai Chen Feng, but the man had ignored it all, and then Jun Moxie barely spoke, and Hai Chen Feng excitedly agreed to it. This was a clear indication that there was a huge gap between the two men. These two have certainly met for the first time today, so how could this be happening? Jun Moxie smiled mysteriously as he said, "I just told him one word, as long as he's able to follow it, I can guarantee that his strength will surpass the point where he could just swat any falcon out of the sky." Balls. The solitary falcon retorted furiously, "What was that absurd word?" "Just one," and he agreed. Jun Moxie folded his arms as he continued to smile. "Like hell. He can practice his entire life, and he'll never be able to do that." The solitary falcon contemptuously looked at Hai Chen Feng, simply unable to control that flame of anger in his stomach which was steaming his gastric juices now. I guess we'll just wait and see for ourselves. Jun Moxie stated confidently. Seeing Jun Moxie's expression, the solitary falcon suddenly found himself lacking in confidence. Will this kid really be able to achieve what he says? Jun Moxie sized up Hai Chen Feng's injuries, and then suddenly stated in a thoughtful tone, he seems badly hurt, but his injuries seem internal rather than external. How did that happen? What led to these injuries? He spoke as he glanced at the solitary falcon for solicitation. The solitary falcon's face turned red and hot, but with a hint of awkwardness encompassing it, and the man was left stammering speechlessly. How did this happen? Jun Moxie's tone was clearly intended to beat a drowning dog as he glared at the solitary falcon questioningly. Don't ask me. And stop chattering like a little girl. The solitary falcon roared back angrily, quickly heal him. Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders provocatively for a while, and then suddenly put on a serious face, pick him up, and follow me. Are you giving me an order? It seemed as if the solitary falcon would explode at any moment. You dare have such courage, kid? Jun Moxie paid absolutely no attention to him as he turned away. If you want to save him, then you will happily carry him for me. If anyone else touches him, then I'll simply strike him and kill him. You can try if you wish to see how serious I am. The solitary falcon's eyes turned as cold as ice seeing Jun Moxie's figure disappearing out of the hall, while his hair automatically rose up in the air, clearly depicting the formation of a vortex of anger inside his heart. He turned around and realized that old man Jun and the others inside the hall hadn't moved one step from their initial positions, and had been excitedly spectating this scene the entire time. The solitary falcon angrily stamped his foot on the ground, which sent the entire hall shaking with tremors, almost as if the hall had been struck by an earthquake. The solitary falcon obviously picked up Hai Chen Feng in his arms after being deflated by Jun Moxie in this manner, and could tell that the half-dead man was deriving pleasures from his misery. The solitary falcon smiled gloomily as he fiercely whispered, "Are you happy now, kid? You're almost dead, so enjoy each moment like it's your last because you're literally hovering between life and death right now." Then, he walked out of the hall, and followed after Jun Moxie. Everyone inside the hall had clearly felt the vibrations, so much so, that even the ground under everyone's feet had suffered a few tremors, which had obviously left Jun Zhantian, Jun Wuyi, and Guan Donglu smacking their lips. He is indeed abnormally strong. Just one stamp of his feet was enough to produce such amazing power. This is simply amazing. Guan Donglu praised out loud, but his real amazement wasn't owed to the solitary falcon's strength. Old man, you're lucky to have such an excellent grandson. He can even forge such relations with the solitary falcon and a disciple of the Blue Master. The Jun family indeed has a successor worthy of carrying its name to a prosperous and flourishing future. The Jun family's road to fame is just around the corner. He had just stated something similar a couple of days ago at the time when he had arrived to the Jun residence, but had only said it perfunctorily. However, this time he had meant these words from the bottom of his heart, and Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi could clearly tell that from his expression. Grandfather Jun stroked his beard as his aged eyes narrowed into a modest smile. We really don't deserve the Guan Master's words, you really speak too highly of us, ha ha ha. Even though he replied in modesty, but the smile on his face was stretching from one ear to the other. Guan Donglu's heart was obviously left feeling a sense of disdain. Your mouth is blanketing a hippopotamus-like smile, and you're still pretending to be modest. Your pride and arrogance is simply unbearable. Then, Guan Donglu sighed, why don't either of my sons have such abilities? Why haven't they gotten such opportunities? What would one have to do to get such an opportunity? How can one make one of the 8 great masters obey them in such a manner? Let alone making the man obey them. If my 2 boys came face to face with the solitary falcon, they probably wouldn't even able to whisper their words, and would probably be left trembling in their spot. They would probably remain paralyzed rather than roving about carelessly like Jun Moxie. Even if they pretended to have such courage, then still wouldn't be able to pull this off. This is their level. This is their power. This is their heritage. The lord of the Guan family resigned to staring up at the heavens. Completely blown away. Chapter 213, Join me, you won't regret it. As he stepped into the small courtyard, even a man of the solitary falcon's experience wasn't able to prevent himself from being shocked. A huge meatball was trotting about in the small courtyard, and it was a while before the solitary falcon was finally able to determine the truth. This meatball looks like a person. This thing is actually a real human. My God! The solitary falcon couldn't help scolding the man within his heart. I have heard about it a lot that the life of these young masters are quite easy, but how can one allow themselves to eat so much? This is simply too much. Tang Yuan's injuries weren't as serious as they once were owing to the meticulous nursing by the young master Jun, and he had already started moving about a few days ago. Moreover, he couldn't afford to be bedridden these days since his appetite had almost doubled up ever since Jun Moxie's treatment had started. So much so, that even his old clothing wasn't fitting him nowadays. Tang Yuan's belly used to drop down to his knees earlier, but nowadays, his belly was almost falling down to his feet. Tang Yuan naturally sensed the enormity of the situation upon realizing the condition of his belly, and had started to panic thereafter. I need to lose weight. The young master Tang was naturally very worried about the future of his intimate life. How will I be able to get intimate if I don't lose weight? I will be completely helpless. The gun may have the ammunition, but it can't fire if it's blocked. Besides, pretty girls won't like a body this fat. As a result, Tang Yuan had taken up another task apart from planning his business activities these days, jogging. However, the more he worked out, the more tired he'd get, which obviously increased his appetite. And then, his weight obviously started to rise again. As a result, Tang Yuan found himself caught in a vicious circle, and was finding it very difficult to break out of it. Naturally, one couldn't blame the solitary falcon for getting shocked upon seeing the humongous meatball squirming about in the courtyard. Tang Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of cold on his entire body as he came face to face with this black-robed man, and couldn't help feeling a shivering sensation running up his spine upon looking at the man's cold facial features and eyes. Tang Yuan's mood was already out of sorts at the moment, and coming face to face with this coffin-like face made him even more uncomfortable, and hence he stared back at first and then shouted, "Old man, what are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before, have you?" The plight of the solitary falcon's facial muscles was a misery like no other. "I've certainly seen many handsome guys in my lifetime. In fact, I've probably seen the most handsome of individuals. But I've never seen someone this fat calling themselves handsome before. I'm not certain whether you'd qualify as handsome, but given the thickness of your skin and body weight, I'm sure that you'd qualify as the fattest person alive." Nothing at all. The solitary falcon wasn't offended by his rebuke since the young master Jun's temperament had made him immune to curses lately. Moreover, he found Tang Yuan's round body a rather interesting sight. "Boy, how much do you weigh?" Tang Yuan continued to jog, in high spirits, and completely ignored the solitary falcon's question. "Roll aside, this young master needs to lose weight. And don't ask me questions which dispel my enthusiasm." Tang Yuan obviously didn't know this old man's identity. If someone ever told him that the man he just shouted at was the 8th greatest master of this world, and was known for his ruthless nature. It is estimated that Tang Yuan would probably have accomplished his goal in a very short period of time. The amount of sweat he would have precipitated would have directly reduced his weight by a few kilograms in an instant. "Good, kid, that's good. Once this old man has finished his business here, I will assist you in losing some weight. My tricks will certainly help you in slimming down by a lot." The solitary falcon stated out of goodwill. Tang Yuan heard this sentence, and simply rolled his eyes ignoring the help. "You think that losing weight is that easy? You think I haven't already tried out the tricks? There is no shortcut for losing weight. Hey, you're holding a half-dead man in your arms, and you're actually still interested in chatting about?" Jun Moxie cried out in impatience. "Solitary falcon. Your composure is truly worthy of making you the 8th great master. It's really very admirable." The solitary falcon roared back angrily, "Damn it, I'm not stupid, okay?" Tang Yuan's attitude suddenly disappeared after hearing this exchange of words. Who is that man the young master Jun was talking to? The solitary falcon? The 8th great master? It was as if a giant landmine had exploded inside Tang Yuan's fat head. Fatty Tang staggered for a while on his feet first, then his face turned pale, and then he fell to the floor with a plop with his big mouth opened wide in a desperate attempt to inhale more air, while his head, arms, legs, and the rest of his body started to sweat like a fountain, wetting the entire ground around him with rivers of sweat. I actually just pointed a finger at the 8th great master, and then I cursed him. Tang Yuan's head started feeling dizzy upon realizing the gravity of the situation, and he soon found himself lying on the ground paralyzed, unable to find the strength to get back up to his feet. Since his assistance was directly refused, the solitary falcon carried the half-dead Hai Chen-feng into the medical room as per Jun Moxie's directive. The young Master Jun had recently ordered a new room to be built behind his bedroom for medical purposes. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune was far more advanced than any of its counterparts in the world of medicine, which is why dealing with Hai Chen-feng's internal injuries was quite an easy task. In fact, Hai Chen-feng was even able to talk in less than the quarter of an hour. Can you really do it? What you promised me before. My opponent really is one of the 8 great masters of this world. Hai Chen-feng asked. You still doubt it? Haven't you already seen enough? Jun Moxie replied back. At least I have some hope now. I witnessed your master's skills, and it really isn't anything short of supernatural. I may doubt you, but I will never doubt your master's abilities. So, what do you intend to do now? I've decided to stay. Hai Chen-feng replied, anyway, I really have nowhere to go. I just wanted to travel away from the mainland in order to enhance my strength, but if I can do that by staying here, then what's the point of running around the whole world? If you join me, then you simply won't be able to leave whenever you feel like. Are you sure you understand this point clearly? Jun Moxie asked in a serious tone. That is only natural. Hai Chen-feng's face reveled in shade of resolve. Since I'm joining you, then I will do as you ask. I will follow you as I have promised, and I will not go back on my word as long as I get what I've been promised. That's good. Jun Moxie continued to pour more and more aura smoothly into his body. I'm short of people, very short. I understand. Hai Chen-feng could feel his meridians constantly being replenished with energy, and could distinctly sense his body's vital force returning to its health at a very good pace. I also know a bit about the Jun family's situation. That's good. Jun Moxie grunted twice. Hai Chen-feng, I wish to control the underworld powers of the capital. After I'm done curing you, you must set off to undertake this task. I can't accomplish my goals unless you can do this. No problem. Hai Chen-feng's eyes didn't even blink as his mouth slowly curved into a cruel arc. To him, a peak sky Xian expert, even dealing with a man of Jun Wuyi's strength wasn't an issue, with such strength at hand, and the Ginyang Gang support behind him, bullying the capitals. Underworld was as easy as slicing a chicken's throat. You may have misunderstood my intention. I just want this force for intelligence, and I cannot personally control it. However, since I wish to control it, I need you. Jun Moxie's face was carrying a profound expression on it, while his eyes seemed a bit gloomy. No matter what happened, you'll have to deal with all the problems on your own. Moreover, according to my intelligence network, the Mu Rong family, and the Li family are also joining hands with several of these gangs nowadays, and with the affiliations of such powers, some of these gangs are building a very solid backbone, so their strengths definitely won't be weak either. I believe that they might even have a few people whose strength will be as strong as yours. Jun Moxie added. That won't be a problem. Hai Chen-feng reassured Jun Moxie, and then kept his mouth shut. As far as he was concerned, he would at most have to ask the Ginyang Gang to assist him, and once he had reined the Ginyang Gang in, the gang's name and force would be enough to control the underground forces of the entire city. After all, the Ginyang Gang was the strongest underground faction of the capital, and could easily expand its forces if needed. Hai Chen-feng was confident that he and Jun Moxie could accomplish anything together. After all, the two of them were being backed by a very powerful family, the Blue Master, the Solitary Falcon, as well as a man of Jun Moxie's master's strength, who was seemingly even stronger than the greatest masters of this world. What kind of force could stand against such a powerful union? If the competition gets tough, then I can always ask my master to help us. And after today's matter, the solitary falcon also owes Jun Moxie a favor, and will certainly not sit back if asked to assist. Anyway, even if the situation still gets out of hand, then it still won't be a problem if Jun Moxie's master appears in person to lend a hand. With these thoughts to assure him, Hai Chen-feng obviously felt very confident about his position. I will not interfere with your operations and your decisions. Jun Moxie stated as he closed his eyes slightly. However, you yourself will have to operate with some sense of order and responsibility. Jun Moxie stated these final words in a heavy tone. Hai Chen-feng nodded in a serious manner. Once I receive any news of it, I will get in touch with you as soon as possible. My master is working on refining a medicine for enhancing one's Shen Qi, and it's very effective. That I can assure you. Once it's ready, you will be able to defeat your opponent. Jun Moxie smiled, you will not regret joining hands with me. Jun Moxie had just tossed his biggest bargaining chip. Naturally, the young master Jun himself was this so-called master. Hai Chen-feng's eyes brightened, and soon started reveling in a color of excitement. One of the strongest masters alive is refining a medicine, how can the product be bad, right? Hai Chen-feng simply couldn't help smiling mischievously as he started fantasizing about growing stronger one day, and then beating up the solitary falcon. The doors to medical chambers finally opened several hours later, and a rather exhausted-looking Jun Moxie came out. That man? The solitary falcon asked anxiously. Jun Moxie sighed, and then shook his head. Is he dead? The solitary falcon asked as his face suddenly turned gloomy out of sheer despair. Chapter 214, Allow me to be your host for 1 year. You should be dead. Jun Moxie glared back at him, a genius was looking after his injury, and you have the courage to ask if he's dead? At this moment, Hai Chen-feng calmly walked out of the medical room. The solitary falcon had just opened his mouth to shout back at Jun Moxie, and was now left staring wide-eyed, and open-mouthed at the marvel in front of his eyes. He was half dead when I brought him here, and now it's barely a few hours later, and he's actually walking out like nothing ever happened. Even a miracle doctor can't heal people that fast, right? This world has turned upside down, right? And I'm standing in hell today, right? Well. The solitary falcon rubbed his eyes in disbelief. All good? Your strength has also been restored. All good. Hai Chen-feng's sullen reply was clearly indicative of the anger within his heart. Never better, Master Falcon, the miraculous doctor has restored Chen-feng's body to normal. What were you trying to do? Do you know how costly your silly little trick was? Do you know how many insults I've had to bear in order to save your life? No, you have no idea. All the anger that the solitary falcon had been holding inside his heart finally broke out like a volcano now that he finally had someone he could take it out on. The composed Hai Chen-feng wasn't even able to reply back when he found his body tossed onto the ground by his master brother, and moments later found his own body becoming the target of a rainstorm of kicks and punches. This maltreatment was clearly visible to the paralyzed Tang Yuan, who was still lying on the ground. Whatever little strength his legs had mustered in this interim was lost again, and he found his body sweating even more profusely than before, while his head started to spin. As he continued to watch this scene, Fatty Tang's facial muscles started to twist in panic. A while later. Are you guys done playing around? Jun Moxie called out. Just a couple more, and then I'm done. The solitary falcon finally got up, kicked and punched Hai Chen-feng a couple of times more, and then stepped backwards, leaving the multicolored panda-eyed Hai Chen-feng singing a painful opera song while rolling on the floor. Don't touch him again, he needs to go out in a hurry so he can do some work the master needs done. Jun Moxie stated in anger. Hai Chen-feng was his comrade now, and watching his own comrade being beaten up so badly wasn't a very pleasing sight to his eyes. Hai Chen-feng had just been thrashed very badly, but he quickly climbed back onto his feet regardless of the pain, and then swiftly disappeared out of sight. Jun Moxie turned around and glanced at the solitary falcon, and just when he was about to say something. Ah! A sharp scream pierced through the courtyard, leaving them both shocked. The little Lolita had carried a tray of tea into the courtyard, but had suddenly found something very disturbing. Young master, this isn't good, this isn't good. The young Lolita was panicking. What happened? Young Master Tang, he fainted. The young maid pointed towards the big piece of fat. Tang Yuan was lying paralyzed on the ground, and based on the lack of movement of his fat body one could clearly see that the man had fainted. How did that happen? Jun Moxie stepped forward to assess the situation since no one had any clue as to how he had fainted in the first place. A closer look at his face, followed by a quick reading on his pulse, and Jun Moxie's facial expression suddenly became rather exciting, and therefore he quickly examined Tang Yuan's mouth and then muttered to himself, "This makes the headlines, doesn't it? He is actually sweating out of dehydration. That's extremely rare. Sweating out of dehydration. Fatty is really very talented. He'll surely lose some weight this time around." This was first case of this condition that Jun Moxie had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Lucky or unfortunate, but Tang Yuan would be weighing his body the next day, and would find that he had suddenly lost over 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms in one day could only be described as a miracle in the history of the world of weight losing. Thanks to his recent breakthrough, the young Master Jun was somehow able to carry the young Master Tang up in his arms, a feat he previously wouldn't have been able to owing to the fatty's body weight. The fatty's weight was indeed commendable, but the same couldn't be said about his courage. Watching the solitary falcon's ruthless nature was enough to make him faint. The young Master Jun was sure that the man was in no danger whatsoever, which is why he simply opened the subconscious meatball's mouth, and poured a mixture of salt and water into his mouth. Giving this fatty something nourishing will be counterproductive, so a pinch of salt and water is the best way to go about it. It won't give his body any nourishment, but it will still have the same effect on his state. Once he had resolved this dehydration crisis, he tossed the fatty's body down to the bed, and then decided to focus his attention on the solitary falcon instead. After all, the solitary falcon did have something very embarrassing and very interesting on his mind. The Jun family's honored guest did happen to be one of the strongest men alive, and it wasn't advisable to make a man of his status wait for too long. Besides, a dignified master of his caliber was just about to ask a young martial artist for advice. The world indeed was about to turn upside down. Well, what else do you want? The young Master Jun already knew the answer, but he just wanted to hear the solitary falcon ask him for his own advice. Today I had the great fortune of meeting your master, haha, and his cultivation and skills are really superb, and his medical knowledge is simply a gift from the heavens. The old man and I talked for a long time, and we suddenly developed the warmth of old friends. He is a very interesting man. The solitary falcon opened his mouth, and inhaled a huge volume of air since he managed to script a prologue worthy his worldly status. Of course, he was completely unaware that it would only be counterproductive in front of Jun Moxie. Oh. Jun Moxie used up every bit of control in his mind to prevent himself from breaking into laughter, and somehow managed to pull up a "is that so" look on his face. The solitary falcon seemed rather delighted by this, and continued in high spirits. "We continued to talk happily, but then your master mentioned that he has you as his apprentice, and he seemed rather helpless about it since he had taught you a few pouncing eagle law's strokes, and it's not yet up to the mark because of your lazy attitude. However, fortunately for him, he bumped into me today, and as everyone knows that there is no one more knowledgeable than myself in eagle fighting methods, and so he asked me to find you, and then help you with your training." The solitary falcon's voice started growing more and more confident, and it almost felt as if he was even beginning to convince himself of his words. "Although I'm quite busy, but it's very rare to make such good friends these days, and so I reluctantly decided to agree to his request, and decided to help him in teaching you." The young Master Jun stood there with his head hung low in thought, but in reality he was just trying to muster every ounce of control in body to prevent himself from breaking into laughter, and was simply trying to focus his attention on his breathing. His right hand was placed right over his stomach to soothe the internal pain his body was suffering in order to endure these words with a straight face on the exterior. The solitary falcon's body curved into a pious posture as he waved his hand and stated in a casual tone, "Now that you're free, show me what your master has taught you so I can correct it, and then leave this city as soon as we are done. I need to return to my business as soon as possible, and I don't have much time to tarry here anyway." "Old falcon, that can't be right. Jun Moxie opened his eye wide and stated in an authentically surprised tone, "Just last month, my master told me that my skill set with regard to the pouncing eagle, eagle claw, eagle paw, and eagle blade has already reached the pinnacle of this world's knowledge and expertise, and even he doesn't have anything left to teach me in that regard, so why would he send you here? Although my innate talent is poor, but I've always been very hardworking. In fact, that's what my master fancied about me when he took me as his disciple, so why would my master tell you otherwise?" The solitary falcon was just left staring blankly, completely aware that his lies had been caught, but then he suddenly glared back and said, "Your master was probably just being humble, and I might have simply misunderstood his words as a result, but if you're a mountain of unpolished stone, then I can carve you into jade, therefore in that respect, it would be better if you allow me to help you. Don't you admit that?" Jun Moxie's expression transformed to indifference. "Okay, but I no longer practice those eagle laws that my master taught me nowadays, since that practice will only slow down my progress, which is why my master gave me new laws to practice, and I've already started with them now. Maybe my master just pointed you towards me for the sake of medical assistance, and didn't really mean for you to assist me with my training, right? So I think I'll go and relax now, and you should also save your strength, that way we all go about our conveniences, okay?" The solitary falcon stared blankly for a long time, completely unable to find his words. A great master is offering help, and this kid is actually refusing. What wrong with the ways of the world? Is there no heaven anymore? The solitary falcon felt as if the whole world had turned upside down all of a sudden. He could clearly recall the days of his youth, when he and his counterparts would have to struggle for lengths of time just to get a strong expert to point out their flaws, and then they would carry those word or two of advice they would receive from an expert in their hearts for a long time as treasured laws. It was time when even imagining a man of his current status to mentor young martial artists was nothing short of a laughable daydream. What has happened to the world? Has it suddenly become fashionable to turn down a world-renowned master to teach you a trick or two these days? In fact, the truth is as such. The solitary falcon quickly realized that he had no other option left, and hence told him the truth, almost succumbing to his demise out of sheer embarrassment in the process. "So that's what's going on? You should have just said that earlier. Jun Moxie finally nodded his head in understanding, while inwardly chuckling at the same time. "Did you really think it was that easy to take advantage of me, huh? Then can you wait for a little while? I mean, you're not busy or anything, right?" Jun Moxie's tone conveniently changed. "I have time right now, so why don't we start right now?" The solitary falcon suddenly felt elated upon sensing a breakthrough. "I did say that I'm free now, but I'm quite tired after that exhaustive medical task. Jun Moxie replied, "Besides, since you and that old guy are really good friends, then why don't you just ask him to teach you himself? Why would he send you to me? He is obviously goofing off somewhere. He is simply misusing my labor to gain a favor. This is to say that he simply just wants to use my effort and then gain some credits. That old man is so treacherous. I won't do it." The solitary falcon just stared on dumbstruck after having his hopes crushed once again. "I didn't expect that this kid would not only be a cheat, but wouldn't have any soft spots either. Now what am I supposed to do? I understand your difficulty, and I understand your feelings," Jun Moxie stated in a reasonable tone, "but you should try to see my side as well. It's in my nature to not do anything that doesn't give me any returns. What do you want from this kid? Just say what makes you happy, will you?" The solitary falcon once again found himself biting his teeth. "This kid will drive me mad in just one day." However, just then, the solitary falcon's eyes popped out of their sockets. Because at this moment, Jun Moxie's right hand made an action, and even though this action seemed very simple in its make, it was a far cry from being simple in reality. The 5 of his fingers were bent in half, almost resembling the claws of an eagle, while his arms seemed to be changing positions from below the elbow. His wrist was bent, while his fingers looked unpredictable, and one could clearly tell that each change in his arm's movement would increase the power of this claw. However, the most bizarre thing was that, the rest of his arm above his elbow was actually completely motionless. Even a man of the solitary falcon's experience and knowledge had never seen such a trick in his entire lifespan. However, his knowledgeable eyesight could clearly tell the true power of this maneuver. He could clearly tell that once he was able to master his technique, then this one single technique would easily become the best this world has ever known. This one technique would easily be worthwhile of his entire trip and all the humiliation he's had to face in order to learn it. This is one of the 9 basic formations. Jun Moxie smiled. Good, right? The solitary falcon's eyes lit up as his mind gradually comprehended the maneuver, while his heart started to revel in the aftertaste of its visual. The more he pondered over it, the better he felt, and the more his knowledge increased, but he simply couldn't help the itch to learn more, and was forced to ask the same question once again. What do you want from me, kid? He had asked the same question once again, but the tone was a world apart from the previous time. Both sentences were impatient, but the current one was far more urgent than the previous one. I don't want anything from you in return, but I do want to give you something from my side. Jun Moxie grinned like a fox. I will help you in improving your technique, and I will help you increasing your strength. However, you will owe me a favor. It is to be noted that you will not owe my master a favor, you will owe me a favor. They are 2 completely different things. I already owe your master, and now I also have to owe you. I have to owe 2 people for one thing. The solitary falcon's forehead creased in anger, but then soon eased down as he realized that it would still be worth it. Moreover, being a great researcher yourself, I'm sure that you can understand that the study of a law as advanced as these ones, especially the more profound maneuvers, cannot be done overnight, which is why I will have to ask you to stay in the Tianxiang city for some time so we can slowly and carefully explore your skills and calculate our progress properly. Jun Moxie's fingers mimicked his words with actions. Stop. The solitary falcon cut him in between. The first half of what you just said makes sense, but the second part was bogus. Stop beating around the bush, kid, and just clearly tell me what you really want from me. Allow me to be your host for 1 year, okay? Jun Moxie's lips curved in an innocent and adorable smile. I'm not asking too much of you, and in this 1 year's time, I will provide you everything, whether it is lodging, or food, or wine. I'll take care of everything. The young master Jun continued to lure the man in, and what's even better is that I will give you all the wine you want during this 1 year. For free of charge. You can drink as much as you want without even paying me any money. Even if you wish to go and have some fun in the Spirit Fog Lake, I will take care of it. I will not only pay for your fun, I'll even pick out the best delicacies for you. The young master Jun smiled as he raised his eyebrows. You've traveled the world, haven't you? Where else would you ever find such a great deal, huh? Chapter 215, Accomplishing the Ultimate Objective. The solitary falcon's temper had already risen sky high, and so he continued to stare blankly and silently at Jun Moxie for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and asked in a fierce tone, You mean that you want me to be your hired goon for a year? Get rid of your wild dreams right now. Or I'll show you what a nightmare looks like. You damned little bastard, how dare you even say that? No, not a goon, you misunderstand me. Jun Moxie repeatedly shook his head again and again. You only need to live here with us, you're not required to do anything at all. Although I have one request. What request? Be straightforward. The solitary falcon's chest was rising and falling in rage, and he really couldn't help cherishing the idea of kicking Jun Moxie's buttocks. In case the Jun family is threatened with a grave danger, for example, the family is faced with extermination, Jun Moxie's tone suddenly transformed to a very earnest one. I hope that you promise that you will help us in resolving such situations over the course of this 1 year, but once this 1 year's time is over, we won't bother you. However, I cannot control the number of times that may happen in this 1 year, and hence can't make any promises. However, this is only for 1 year's time. Your practice of the eagle derivative laws will also take time, and you will need a dedicated space as well. And you'll also need opponents. Moreover, you will need the basic resources of survival. Jun Moxie continued in a serious tone, these I can provide for you, and in return I just want to use your name to ensure the safety of the Jun family for 1 year's time, nothing more. The solitary falcon's enraged expression slowly turned to a thoughtful one as he listened to Jun Moxie's words. As long as you agree, you will be the Jun family's most esteemed guest for the next 1 year. Your position in the family will be higher than that of my grandfather here. No one, including me, will ever command you into doing anything, and if the Jun family isn't faced with any crisis during this 1 year, then you can just leave with a pat on the back from our family because we will owe you for this. And you'll become a hero in my family's memory. Jun Moxie continued to glib. Moreover, I expect that my master will be visiting us quite often this year. This last sentence was a rather meaningful bargaining chip against the solitary falcon. Regardless of anything, arranging a dedicated space, opponents, and the basic necessities of life wasn't a difficult task for a man of his caliber, but finding the guidance of such a world-class expert was extremely hard. Encountering such a man even once in a lifetime in itself could be regarded as a blessing from the heavens above. Well, since your master and I hit it off, the solitary falcon sharply glared back at Jun Moxie, I promise you. Wonderful. Jun Moxie's lips curved into a wide smile. How about we head off to the Spirit Fog Lake and formally seal our arrangement with a night of entertainment? Fuck you. A kick, and Jun Moxie found himself dancing in the air like a trapeze artist. Jun Moxie had been planning on this since the beginning, and had been feeling as if the heavens were siding with him ever since he had laid his eyes on the solitary falcon again in the maple forest. Although his con to allure the two Xian beasts was likely enough to sort out the Shui Hun Manor for now, but the Shui Hun Manor was a huge organization at the end of the day. Moreover, their real background could be completely unknown to him at the moment, which made them even more dangerous. Even if they were forced to take a step back after Li Ju Tian's son was crippled, they could always bounce back in a while since the youngster could always marry even if he was half beaten to death, enabling the Shui Hun Manor to rise back in time. Therefore, Jun Moxie needed to protect his family against them, and he needed to perfect this protection. Moreover, even if the trouble with the Shui Hun Manor was resolved, he still couldn't neglect the fact that 3 of the Silver Blizzard City's elders were now inside the Tianxiang City's territory. Given his enmity with Jun Wuyi, Xiao Han was unlikely to let this opportunity slip by. This would obviously provoke a rivalry between the magnificent Jewel Hall and the Jun family, which would obviously cause a storm. Even if the opposition wasn't capable of exterminating the Jun family, they still had enough strength and influence to humiliate them. Grandfather Jun, after all's said and done, is one of the most important men in the country, and it would be awfully difficult for him to bear this insult at his present age. Jun Moxie had already taken all these aspects into account. In fact, he had always been most worried about the Silver Blizzard City and not the Shui Hun Manor. After all, the Silver Blizzard City's people were in close proximity to the Jun family at the moment, and in case they were to make a move, the Jun family would find itself in no position to deal with their spirit Xian strength experts. Therefore, he needed to find a solution, and he was running out of time. He had initially intended on using his medical expertise to heal Hai Chen Feng in a very short time, and then show off his skills to Solitary Falcon to entice his curiosity, and then slowly improvise from that point onwards. Having proven the skills of this mysterious master, in front of the Solitary Falcon would have easily improved Jun Moxie's status in the Solitary Falcon's eyes. However, the plans of the heavens above always supersede our own, and he ended up being placed in a situation of his making his own breakthrough, and as a result found himself completely helpless, and was forced into opting for the second best choice available. Left with no other option, he was forced to flee into the ground, and was then forced to plan everything all over again. Since Jun Moxie had somehow been able to accomplish everything he had initially ended, one could consider that his basic purpose had mostly been achieved now. Moreover, since the Solitary Falcon would bear witness to the Jun family procuring some very precious herbs in order to enhance the strength of some of their finest family members, a man of his ambition was unlikely to sit idly and not participate. Therefore, the moment he had discovered that battle in the maple forest, the young Master Jun had realized that he could easily formulate an entire feasible plan which would end up sorting all his problems in one single shot. Moreover, the success of this plan would achieve much more comprehensive results in the future. From this moment onwards, the young Master Jun had effectively elevated the Jun family's position in this situation of crisis. Now he intended on using this next year on focusing his attention on developing and increasing the Jun family's strength and influence. This entire scenario is what the young Master Jun had been painstakingly calculating ever since he had provoked the competition for the Xian Corps. At last he had finally accomplished his ultimate objective. The young Master Jun was in a very happy frame of mind now that his exhaustive efforts were finally bearing fruit, but the atmosphere in the magnificent jewel was shrouded in a mist of gloom. What's going on? The three elders, Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han, had been sitting in discussion of some important matters, with Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han wearing the looks of honest and dedicated men. Xiao Han's demeanor especially was poles apart from his arrogant and bullish one at the Jun residence, since he was wearing the look of the most well-behaved little baby on land in front of the three elders. These 5 people were representatives from the Silver Blizzard City, and were presently visiting the Tianxiang city on business, so it was only natural that ordinary men such as the people of the magnificent Jewel Hall had no place amidst them. At such a time, they were faced with an extremely surprising sight when the little princess flew into their discussion chamber, carrying a half-dead Xiao Fengwu with her. Even the weakest of these 5 men was a Sky Xian expert, but even then these men were left alarmed to see the condition and severity of Xiao Fengwu's injuries. They were obviously aware that Xiao Fengwu and the little princess had slipped out of the magnificent Jewel Hall to amuse themselves on the little princess's persuasion, but since most of the powerhouses had left the capital after the Xian Corps was taken away by those mysterious characters, and the city's state of affairs had largely restored to its usual calm, and so these 5 men happily allowed these 2 youngsters to take a stroll around the city, fearing that they would end up quarreling with a nagging little princess in the opposing scenario. Moreover, since the city's situation had quickly reversed to normality, these 2 Gold Xian strong youngsters would be regarded as first-class experts by the city's standards, an assurance which comforted them into turning a blind eye towards their mischief. As it is, Xiao Han was quite happy to see his nephew's growing closeness to Princess Han Yenmeng. However, they never expected that this little outing would end with the 2 of them returning with Xiao Fengwu beaten half to death. His injuries were visibly very serious, but it wasn't just his injuries which made the situation so appalling. Xiao Fengwu's clothes were completely torn to the point where his lower clothing could barely conceal what lurked beneath. Moreover, his protective armor had also been stripped off his body. Xiao Fengwu was a member of the Silver Blizzard City's upper class, and neither of these men could comprehend that anyone would ever exhibit such hatred towards the youngster that the attacker would even strip the boy of his clothing. Han Yenmeng was quite surprised on seeing these 5 men waiting there for them, but upon seeing her loved ones, all the negativity and fear of her heart exploded in an instant, and she immediately ran into the 3rd elder's arms, stomping, crying, and sniveling. This young girl had been so treasured by these men that they had never even allowed the prospect of dangers to lurk around her all her life, but today the 3rd elder was having to pat her back in order to soothe her. Naturally his anger had surpassed all boundaries. Who would have the courage to torment the little princess of the Silver Blizzard City? Even our master, Han Feng Shui, doesn't talk rudely to this little girl, for the fear that she may throw the most insane tantrums. I would have never thought that there would be a creature in the Tianxiang city capable of doing something like this to her. Moreover, he could clearly see the palm prints on her face, which when accompanied by her inconsolable and endless tears filled his heart with an aching sadness, adding to his anger in no other way possible. The 5 men peeked over and frowned as they saw the condition of Xiao Fengwu's injuries. His Xian Qi strength is still completely intact even though his body is so seriously injured. The 9th elder approached Xiao Fengwu and placed his hand over the youngster's body to impart his own Xian Qi in order to heal the boy's injuries, and was left frowning as he shared his finding with the rest of his companions. The other 4 men were also equally surprised upon realizing this. The little princess, however, continued to sob and sniffle, simply unable to understand the meaning of this sentence, which is why she sobbingly asked out of curiosity, "What do you mean, from the combat?" This wasn't the work of someone's Xian Qi, the attacker used pure force to do this. The 3rd elder carefully looked at the youngster's body, and stated with a heavy face, "Judging by his injuries, I reckon that the boy would have lost 9 lives in case the attacker had used his Xian Qi." It seems that even though this person's actions were extremely sinister to begin with, but they were just as measured and as calculated as his hatred. The 5 of them frowned almost simultaneously, since they all realized that it would take someone much stronger than Xiao Fengwu to beat him up so badly. In fact, they could all clearly sense that the man must have at least been a Jade Xian, but was probably higher since Xiao Fengwu was a rather skilled fighter, which meant that an ordinary Jade Xian might not have been able to injure him this badly with ease. Although the fact that the youngster's clothes had been ripped off, and the fact that even his armor had been taken away with no signs of visible modesty left behind, was clearly indicative that the attacker was probably much stronger than their anticipation. However, in either case, it was evident that this was a case of revenge more than anything else. "Little princess, please don't worry, you can breathe easy now, you're safe. Slowly tell us what happened," Mu Shuetong stated. Chapter 216, Operating Separately. "Yes, that's what happened." Han Yanmeng continued to sob, while her voice even stammered as she recollected running into that naked man in the maple forest, and the fight which followed soon after. Her audience, old and experienced enough in worldly matters, had already understood that this was probably just a misunderstanding and nothing more. Based on their evaluation of the man's Xian Qi level, they could clearly sense that the man was probably running around naked inside the forest in order to practice some sort of martial technique when the little princess and Xiao Fengwu disrupted his practice, forcing the man to halt his activities, which probably provoked the man as a result. Given the manner in which things had happened, one must give credit to their wisdom since their guess was partially correct from one perspective. "Did that man know your origin?" The sixth elder asked the most crucial question. "Did he know?" Han Yanmeng wiped her tears, and then said, "He didn't seem to know about us in beginning, but just when that man was about to leave, Brother Xiao said something and that man immediately became very furious. Then he grabbed Brother Xiao, and started beating him up, and then Brother Xiao ended up looking like this." "What did Fengwu say to him?" The five men anxiously asked at the same time. These five men had already assessed that this one particular sentence must have enraged that naked man, and hence, knowing this sentence would clearly explain the problem that aroused this incident. Brother Xiao said, "The Silver Blizzard City will not let you get away with this. We will exterminate your entire family." Little Princess had obviously learned how to mimic people because her impersonation of Xiao Fengwu was very accurately animated. Her tears still lingered on her eyelashes as she finished narrating this sentence, and could sense from the reaction of the three elders that there was something probably very wrong with this one sentence in particular. The three elders sighed at the same time. "This is just bad luck, isn't it? It's only common sense to exit in peace when you can clearly see that the other side is far stronger than yourself, especially when you're stranded alone, and without any backup." Instead of retreating, he actually started threatening the man, and then went one step ahead and threatened to destroy his entire family. Even if he really wanted to take revenge for the incident, then he should have left that to a time later on in the future. This kid is really very inexperienced in life. The three elders were evaluating this scenario with a lot of care, and firmly believed that they themselves would have retreated if ever faced with such a circumstance. The three men were in agreement that Xiao Fengwu's life had actually been spared by the mercy of that mysterious naked man. Silver Blizzard City is of course the most powerful faction of this world, and everyone is afraid of our prowess. However, openly bragging about our name can sometimes be enough to get you into mortal danger. The third elder sighed, "This person may have acted mercilessly, but he's definitely not a murderer." His facial expression suddenly changed, and suddenly became very unsightly as he stated this sentence. Even though he hadn't finished his sentence yet, it seemed obvious that he was finding it very difficult to continue. The third, the sixth and the ninth elder had been working together for many years now, and had a very clear understanding of each other's thought processes. The faces of the three men changed to the same ugly shade since they were evaluating and assessing the situation with a similar mindset. The three men were thinking the same thing at this moment. If this person is in a position where he isn't even afraid of provoking the Silver Blizzard City, then that leaves us with only one option if we wish to avoid any future problems. We'll need to silence the man. However, the three elders weren't completely willing to make this choice either. Because the man could have made the same, but he didn't. Not only had he not made this cruel decision, and had actually spared the lives of their two younglings, the man had even refrained from causing direct harm to the little princess. However, the man had knowingly left Xiao Fengwu in a very embarrassed physical state after beating him up to near death. This was sure to ignite an insuppressible flame of hatred in Xiao Fengwu's heart, which wouldn't simmer down until the man was dead. The man didn't kill Xiao Fengwu, but made sure to provoke him in the most outrageous of ways, and such an action could only be explained in one way: that man wasn't bothered with the Silver Blizzard City's strength. In other words, the man was so sure that not only did he not seem afraid of the Silver Blizzard City, he was actually considered himself to be strong enough to contend against them. Basically, if the word of this incident was ever to become public, the reputation of the Silver Blizzard City would suffer a lot of harm. The next step would obviously be to assess the man's strength, and that of his backers. However, in present times, there weren't too many factions which were capable of carrying out such a brazen act of insolence against the Silver Blizzard City. The Shui Han Manor is unlikely to be behind this. The third elder and Xiao Han were in agreement on this. However, the latter was working a completely different angel in his mind. The Shui Han Manor's people didn't even show up for the Xian Corps, so it is unlikely that this was done by one of their people. Anyway, if this was done by one of their people, then given their world-renowned arrogance, the man would have obviously left a mark behind. They liked their boldness to be recognized by the world, but this was done in silence and seclusion, so it is unlikely that they have anything to do with this. So who do you think was behind this? The sixth elder raised his silverish eyebrows. I believe that there's only one family in the Tianxiang city that harbors a hatred deep enough to do something like this. Xiao Han's eyes flickered coldly, and that family is the Jun family. Only the Jun family would be so sensitive to the Xiao family's name, and therefore I believe that this must be their doing. According to the little princess's description, the man had said, "I hate the family name, Xiao." This sentence clearly indicates that the man harbors an enmity against the Xiao family, and later on, once Fengwu revealed his identity, the man violently thrashed him. The one basic point that we can deduce from this is that this person may not be an enemy of the Silver Blizzard City, but he certainly hates the Xiao family. And on this point, I'd like to state the obvious: most families who harbor such sentiments against the Xiao family are dead, and the very few that still remain are not currently based in the Tianxiang city. Hence, the only family that complies with all conditions at hand is the Jun family, and Jun Wuyi. Xiao Han obviously considered Jun Wuyi to be his greatest mortal enemy. Therefore, it was rather obvious that he wouldn't miss on any chances to blame his enemy or the man's family. Although the manner in which he had stated his argument made his reasoning sound very plausible, but even he was well aware that it was highly unlikely in reality. Moreover, framing and acting against both Jun Wuyi and the Jun family for this incident would be a very hard task. However, he had never imagined that the irrational villainy of his heart would actually be supported by the facts in reality. He could have never imagined at this moment that this act was actually the doing of a Jun. Xiao Han, I've always known your villainous nature, but I had never taken you to be such a despicable character. These are two completely different things, and yet you insist on blaming this upon Jun Wuyi's head. Even if you have an old feud with the man, slandering his name in this manner isn't justified. Then why don't you tell me the reason behind the hostility exhibited by this person? And that too against the Xiao family alone. Xiao Han was obviously not willing to give an inch in this argument. Hostility? Maybe you don't understand this, but everyone else here does. This was plainly just a case of misunderstanding, and nothing else. Anyway, if your nephew hadn't been so arrogant, then none of this would have happened to start with, and in case this incident was incited by feeling of revenge, then do you really think that the man would have acted with mercy? Mu Shuetong spoke up furiously. Acted with mercy? This man was so merciless and devious that he left Fengwu in a far worse condition than dead. Apart from the Jun family, I really can't think of any faction in the Tianxiang city that would exhibit such hatred towards the Xiao family, and would actually dare to act so arrogantly and murderously even when threatened with retaliation from the Xiao family and Silver Blizzard City. Xiao Han's arguments had started increasingly plausible at this point. Then why don't you tell me this? Who would have such strength in the Jun family, huh? Are you telling me that there's a person in the Jun family who's talented enough to be at least a Jade Xian expert at such a young age? Mu Shuetong laughed angrily in hysteria. Our intelligence has gathered a complete profile of the Jun family's strength, including the entirety of their secret connections, so why don't you spot someone who actually fulfills all the requirements to be our culprit? That old man, Jun Tian. Isn't he a sky Xian? This would have been an easy task for him, what's the guarantee that he didn't do this? Xiao Han argued back. Everyone present on the scene looked at him as if they were all staring at an idiot. Are you actually suspecting that old man? Have you really lost your mind? Forget about everything else, even if that old man was presented with an opportunity to kill off the entire Xiao family, I reckon that the old man Jun would still refuse to run amok naked publicly. That man was very young, and was in fact too young to even be the old man Jun's son, let alone the old man himself. The little princess spoke up at this point. The little princess had often heard about the romance between her elder sister and Jun Wuyi, along with several tales of the Jun family, and had formed a very favorable impression of the Jun family as a result. Little princess, you do not know of this, but this world has several methods by which one's appearances can be completely transformed to that of another person's. Xiao Han knew that it would be hard to win over everyone's trust with his fallacious arguments, but he was determined to hold up a strong defense nonetheless. Yes, moreover, Jun Wuyi's strength has also reached the Sky Xian realm, and he surely wouldn't refrain from running around naked in order to extract revenge against the Xiao family. You've gone mad, you know well of Jun Wuyi's immobile condition, and yet you continue to argue this point. What motive do you wish to extract from this? Mu Shuetong retorted angrily, even if we blame and kill Jun Wuyi for the occurrence of this incident, then I'm afraid that the eldest princess will probably throw herself off from the tallest mountain peak of the Silver Blizzard City, and commit suicide to meet her love in the afterlife. What motive could you possibly achieve from forcing these two lovers to do such a thing? Xiao Han's eyes reddened in rage while his breathing unevened in anger, and although he tried to speak up a few times, he eventually didn't. I'm certain that this wasn't the Jun family's doing because there is one more thing that I haven't mentioned yet. The little princess's face revealed a color of horror as she recalled something. What else? Everyone present on the scene questioningly redirected their gazes to her unusually terrified face. After that man left us alone in the maple forest, the forest suddenly disappeared. The little princess's eyes were opened round and wide in horror as she narrated the scene in a rather terror-stricken tone. The entire forest turned ash-gray, and then the wind blew, and the entire forest became nothing. And there was just an open space left, a bare and open land. Nothing else. The three elders immediately stood up after hearing this. Even the ninth elder, who was busy providing first aid to the injured Xiao Fengwu, was no exception, leaving the injured youngster to spray out more blood from his mouth. Is this really true? Are you sure that you're telling us the right thing? The three elders opened their mouths at the same time. One really cannot blame the three elders for being so alarmed upon hearing such a thing, since even men of their experience and knowledge had never heard of such an occurrence, not even in a distant legend. This incident had already surpassed the damage Xian Qi is capable of causing. The Silver Blizzard City had spent generations of effort into collecting all kinds of objects and treasures, assessing their usefulness, usability, and had been studying and exploring such rare treasure with just one objective in mind: ridding the human body of the shackles imposed by Xian Qi. Thus, the reactions of the three elders were obviously warranted upon hearing the existence of someone with such abilities. I'll immediately accompany the little princess to the forest to see this for myself. Xiao Han, you will immediately contact the Tianxiang royal family, and you will thereafter request for their imperial physician. Use any and all resources available in the magnificent jewel hall to ensure that this boy's injuries are cured. Ninth brother, you will stay here and watch over the magnificent jewel hall. Moreover, you will send a messenger pigeon back to the Silver Blizzard to inquire if this was the Shui Hun Manor's doing, even though it probably isn't. Mu Shuetong, you will follow your sixth uncle to the Jun family's residence, and you will assess their reaction to this situation in order to check if they actually have such an expert in their family. Although it is unlikely that they were behind this, but they are an entity under suspicion here. This needs to be taken care of immediately, and we will have to operate separately and simultaneously. The third elder commanded in a calm and composed manner. Chapter 217, The Riddle of the Throwing Knife. Yes. Everyone responded in agreement at the same time. One must agree that the third elder's planning was very rational. He had intentionally sent Mu Shuetong to the Jun family instead of Xiao Han, since Xiao Han was likely to incite trouble at the Jun residence by making rash accusations. The third elder had been bestowed with a very important and sensitive responsibility by the master of the city at their time of his departure: do not cause any trouble with the Jun family. The third elder hadn't been a participant in that matter in the beginning. In fact, the entire affair surrounding the Jun family had been carried out very secretively, and only the Xiao family was involved in it, while the others got know about this situation much later on, and although the situation had already calmed down quite significantly by then, but it had already brought upon some very serious consequences. When it came to this matter, even the Silver Blizzard City was internally divided into two different factions, each with its own set of arguments, which hadn't been resolved even now. Personally, the third elder carried no malicious sentiments towards the Jun family, but he carried no favorable impression of them either. However, he did carry a sense of sympathy when it came to the eldest princess, which in his heart had led to an unfavorable impression with regard to old Shi Xiao Han's stubborn attitude. In his personal opinion, what would such pressure from the elderly bring? Even if they are able to arrange a profitable marriage, but in case the bride doesn't consent, then the groom would be nothing more than a licensed stalker. Even if the couple was forcefully tied in the knot of a marriage, it would only bring discontent and would only lead to an unhappy married life. However, he was still quite furious with Jun Wuyi and the Silver Blizzard City's eldest princess for finding their match away from their dominions. It was because of them that the Silver Blizzard City found itself internally divided into two opposing and mutually hostile factions, whereas the princess was now found either practicing as hard as possible to increase her strength, or lost in her own thoughts and fantasies. Meanwhile, Xiao Han's nature was becoming more and more violent and distorted with every passing day, and the distances between the Xiao family and the city's family was continuously growing apart. This as a result was obviously leading to even more destruction for the Jun family in return. The third elder's speed was so astonishingly fast, even though he was carrying the little princess, Han Yen Meng, that they arrived at the scene in a matter of moments. The third elder found himself completely dumbfounded now that he was standing at the spot where Jun Moxie had ruthlessly assaulted Xiao Fengwu, since he saw nothing more than an empty piece of land around him. "Girl, are you sure this is the place? You didn't bring us to the wrong direction, did you?" the third elder asked in astonishment. One really couldn't blame him. This piece of land was so clean that even a single weed didn't seem to be growing here. The entire radius of this dozen or so acre of land was completely devoid of even the maple leaves, let alone the trees. There was a maple forest here just moments ago. Are you kidding me? Even if this place was set ablaze, the ashes would still be here. This place is completely devoid of everything. It's just too clean. This really is the place. The young girl nodded hard with surety. "Third grandpa, you come and see. This is where Brother Xiao was lying bleeding. I can never forget this." The third elder continued to look around for a while, but still couldn't believe the truth, and hence decided to seek out a few locals to inquire about the fate of this place, and all he saw was people running about in hysteria with incense sticks in their hands, offering prayers to the heavens above. "This is simply a miracle. The entire forest has been obliterated." He asked several people one after the other, and was finally left to conclude this immensely shocking finding: this piece of land was once home to a maple forest. However, for some unknown reason the entire forest vanished moments ago. At this moment, the third elder suddenly remembered another point. "Girl, you said that the man was naked when you saw him, right? Was he completely naked?" "Grandpa, why do you ask this?" Although no one had pinched her cheeks, they were still flushed red as if someone had. "Just answer me, was he naked? He wasn't wearing anything on his entire body, top to bottom. And he hadn't even realized this when you spotted him. Isn't that right?" the third elder asked once again in a rather imposing and dignified manner. "Yes. The young girl carefully recalled the scene, and then answered with certainty. The third elder's face suddenly became deathly pale. It seems that this person was here to practice some very unique martial law, and his practice must have been so powerful that he might have unintentionally burnt away all foreign objects, including his own clothing. However, he must have been so involved in his own practice that he may not even have realized this at the time when he ended his practice, but as chance has it, he encountered Xiao Fengwu and the little princess soon after. Xiao Fengwu would have made some very rude remarks, and a person with such abilities obviously wouldn't have taken well to such insolent remarks from such a young boy. That being said, Xiao Fengwu's life was actually spared by this man's mercy. But, what kind of strength would it take to burn off an area this large? It's not very surprising that this man pays no regard to the Silver Blizzard City. If this is what he is really capable of, then I reckon that he probably wouldn't even be intimidated by the combined strength of the Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Hun Manor. Would the combined strength of the 8 Great Master be able to produce such a result? The 8 Great Masters could easily destroy a maple forest if they wished to, but they wouldn't be able to erase all traces of it, and they certainly wouldn't be able to do it so silently. What kind of terrifying power does this person possess? And now this person has chosen to stand against the Silver Blizzard City. At this moment, the third elder's mind was least bothered with extracting revenge for Xiao Fengwu's injuries or the insults caused to him, and was actually more bothered about the possible consequences that the Silver Blizzard City might have to face because of Xiao Fengwu's arrogance. If he had actually provoked an enemy they simply couldn't match, then this would end very badly for the Silver Blizzard City. Let's go. We have to head off to the Jun family now. The third elder acted decisively since this matter needed to be resolved immediately. In case this mysterious master was to actually investigate and find out more about my people, then I reckon that nothing will be able to withstand the madness of his fury. I'm afraid that he could destroy everyone and everything. Even if we were to flee to the Silver Blizzard City, the end result would still be the same. Even though the third elder was maintaining his composure on the surface, he was inwardly cursing Xiao Fengwu in 100 different ways. That little brat claims to the leader of the Xiao family's young generation, but he is completely failing in accomplishing anything. He has never accomplished any serious feats apart from the rapid speed of his cultivation, and has actually been landing us in a world of trouble all along. And this time, his arrogant nature has landed us against a godly being. It seems necessary to return and limit the movements of the Silver Blizzard City's experts, and ensure that they maintain a low-key profile from here on. Their presently prevalent arrogant and despotic behavior simply must be curtailed. Such a godly master actually exists in this world of mortals. Though the environment in the Silver Blizzard City's party was quite gloomy and unpleasant, but the one in the Leaf family was far gloomier and far more unpleasant in comparison. In fact, it was the gloom of death. One man had been injured to the point of an almost hopeless existence, while the corpses of their 4 fallen comrades hadn't even been buried yet. Li Yuran and the 5 remaining of his seniors were sitting together in a circle, with each person bearing a grief-stricken look on their face. Their entire attention had been focused on nabbing their culprit, the owner of that odd and mysterious throwing knife, in these recent days, and they had already investigated more than half the capital city, but hadn't been able to find any solid information as of yet. The 6th brother has recovered his consciousness now, but Li Yuran's calm face was reflecting a subtle hint of pain, but I'm afraid he'll never be able to stand up on his own feet again in this life. Solitary falcon. This was far too ruthless. An enemy with such hatred in his heart must not be allowed to exist in the same world as us. Lei Jianhong was gritting his teeth so hard that one could clearly hear the clattering sounds they were making. The veins of his forehead had turned green with rage, while his eyes seemed to be spraying fire. This is all because of me. It is because of my wishful thinking, and my delusions about seizing that Xian core which has led to this state of disability for the 6th brother, and has delivered 4 more of my brothers to the doors of death at such a young age. Even though Li Yuran's face was still quite calm, his eyes clearly revealed the underlying tears as he suddenly knelt down to his knees with a thump. Big brother, I'm at fault. I've wronged you, and I've wronged my master. I'm damned. Lei Jianhong hurriedly stood up. Get up, young one, this isn't your fault. Then he sighed and said, even though you were the initiating cause, it's not entirely your fault. An uncountable number of people have died at the hands of their enemies ever since the beginning of martial activities. This is doomed to be the final destination in our line of work. If martial experts didn't have the fear of dying by the blade of another man, then they would simply and aimlessly roam about the land with no fear or meaning in life. Had we managed to win over the Xian Corps this time, then someone else would have lost the lives of their brothers, and someone else must have been left lamenting their fate. Moreover, this loss is also attributed to our miscalculations, and so you mustn't blame yourself for this, young one. Yes, that's correct, the elder brother is right. The fate of any martial artist ends with the blade of another, and even though it may be a harsh and saddening truth, but there is no point in lamenting the deceased. The woman wiped her eyes as her voice choked on her tears. We must take revenge at all costs, we must recover the debt of their blood. Yes. We must recover the debt of their blood. Everyone shouted in unison. The sixth brother's enemy is someone as powerful as the solitary falcon. When it comes to this, I believe that I will have to personally come forward to solve this problem, although I don't believe that I will be able to avenge him right away. Li Yuran stood proudly staring at a distance, but I will not spare any effort within the reach of the Li family in order to resolve this matter. As for the four of my deceased brothers, I've searched all archives and libraries for that throwing knife's origin, and I had even launched a full-scale investigation into the capital city, but none of it bore any fruit for a long time. However, I overturned a new leaf when I found a very special incident which had previously occurred in the city, and I believe that this incident is the only thing we can link this throwing knife with, Li Yuran stated with a very serious look on his face. What incident? Lei Jianhong and the others asked in unison. I have determined that this throwing knife has never been seen in this land before. Li Yuran stated with a sense of surety. However, I have heard that the last time there was an assassination attempt on Princess Ling Meng's life, some unknown and strong expert timely released an odd and mysterious-looking throwing knife which helped Princess Ling Meng in escaping away. However, that knife remains in the princess's personal collection of treasures since that day, and since no one has seen it, no one knows what it really looks like. Some people had obviously seen knives similar to that one, but they were now residing within the hell beneath. The hitman Jun created his own unique throwing knives, and the vast majority of the people who had ever come in contact with his blades had died moments later, with the Princess Ling Meng and Yi Gu Han being the only exceptions, and Princess Ling Meng had never allowed that knife to be separated from her ever since the day she had seen it. Young one, you mean? Princess Ling Meng may have a knife similar to this one in her possession. A cold dawn flashed in Lei Jianhong's eyes. Chapter 218, Remarkable Coincidence. I suspect so, therefore I've been planning on going to the Imperial Palace so I can take a look at that knife and see if it's similar to this one. Li Yuran's eyes blatantly revealed his intentions as he continued, if it's not the same, then we won't have any clues. Yes, if it's similar to this one then that would mean that this sly bastard probably has an association with Princess Ling Meng, and since he helped her out once, I doubt that he would sit idly and watch if the princess was to be met with danger again. If we can control such a situation then we could force the despicable bastard to show up again. Lei Jianhong fiercely nodded as an ominous glint flickered inside his eyes. However, young Li is trying to woo Princess Ling Meng and therefore we must consider young Li's personal interests in this matter as well. Big brother, you have to measure all proportions here. If we act rashly and hurt the princess, then it would be very detrimental to our little brothers. Marriage. The woman quickly glanced at Li Yuran, and leisurely stated as she readjusted her gaze to the ground. Yes, the third sister is right, we'll have to give this matter a lot of thought. Lei Jianhong nodded. One has to admit that this man wasn't very assertive by nature, and was willing to take everyone's interests and opinions into his evaluation. I disagree with the third sister. Li Yuran stated in a self-righteous tone, although her appearance and status are impressive, but she is still an outsider at the end of the day, even if she was to really come into the Li family someday, we are still brothers first, and hence I will only agree with whatever the big brother decides when it comes to avenging the deaths of my 4 elder brothers. I won't object to big brother's decision, nor will I spare any effort to meet his orders. If a bit of blood is necessary to avenge our 4 brothers, then I'm willing to shed it, whether it is Ling Meng's or my own. Little brother. Lei Jianhong was already quite moved, and seeing the look in Li Yuran's eyes only made him more excited. Little brother's remarks will not go in vain, and will take us 1,000 miles forward. Although our 4 brothers are dead, but they will now sleep peacefully in the hell below. Everyone nodded in approval upon seeing the look on Li Yuran's face, and then slowly turned soft and affectionate towards him. Master has stated that he will come in person to deal with the matter surrounding the 6th brother, but I'm afraid that it will take a few days' time for him to arrive in the Tianxiang city. Brothers and sisters, please suppress your sorrows for the time being, and don't act rashly. As for the matter regarding that throwing knife, kindly leave that to me. Li Yuran sighed. However, I feel most guilty for disturbing Master's practice. It's a crime that I cannot even be punished for with 1,000 deaths. Little brother, don't you know that the Master has always pampered you more than any other disciple? Everyone warmly spoke up together to comfort Li Yuran. The atmosphere had suddenly changed to a very harmonious one. The Li family had been supplying for the livelihood and all other necessary resources of Lei Wu Bei's school ever since Li Yuran had been accepted as his disciple. Given the amount of patronage he had shown to his master over the years, Li Yuran's relationship with his master had changed to that of a family member, and although they were separated by mountains and valleys, Lei Wu Bei would act like a family member would in case the Li family required it. In fact, he'd probably do more. It could be said that Lei Wu Bei had really over-pampered Li Yuran, and had played an even bigger role in spoiling the young man's temper than his own grandfather had. However, we cannot sit idly before the master's arrival. Li Yuran's eyes revealed the blatancy of his desires. Brothers, you know that the current sources of our information are very limited, and our people are facing severe restrictions even within the scope of the Tianxiang city. Thus, your younger brother is now in need of a very urgent help from you, but I've already failed you once, and to ask you for this now, I don't have the words. We are brothers, so how's your family matter not ours? Tell us, what bothers you? Lei Jianhong asked in a genuinely dissatisfied tone. He was already quite emotionally moved at this point, and therefore, he was likely to promise Li Yuran for anything that the latter asked for. Thank you, big brother. Li Yuran's face seemed to be covered with state of difficulty and distress. My problem resides with the underground world of this city. I had been using the city's underground gangs to control the northern part of the capital city, but a freak combination of factors ever since the incident at the Tang family have resulted in my networks going idle, which is causing me a lot of inconvenience. Even if I could still get the news in a timely manner, but I still cannot. A few underground gangs? Haha, what kind of a problem would they be? Lei Jianhong smiled fiercely. These last few days have been very depressing for us since we cannot provoke a foe of the solitary falcon's strength, but these shrimps would act as a good way for us to vent out our anger, so. Don't worry, little brother, we will unite the city's underworld for you before the master arrives in the city. And then we'll hand it over to you. Thank you for your help, big brother. Now I can finally remove this big rock I've been carrying on my heart. The Li family's strength will rise to new heights because of your help, my brothers and sister. Li Yuran thanked his companions in joy, and then gnashed his teeth with grief and indignation. I shall immediately focus on getting into the palace to investigate the enemy of our brothers, but each day will now pass like a year for me. If I can't even find out about the enemy who took the lives of my brothers, then what good would I be? There's no need to be so formal with your family, little brother. Since you'll be entering into the palace with such a big objective in mind, I urge that you be very careful while exploring and investigating this matter surrounding the throwing knife. We will wait for you to come back with the good news upon your success. Lei Jianhong and the others stood up, their faces revealing a very earnest and concerned expression. Yes, big brother. Although we want this power, but the Li family cannot come out in the open in this regard, and we can only manipulate the scene from backstage. Li Yuran smiled as he warned his companions of this very critical point, therefore the actions taken in this matter must be cautiously evaluated. Indeed, we clearly understand the nature of this task. Little brother, don't look so serious, we will take care of this. Lei Jianhong broke into laughter. One has to note the remarkability of this coincidence. Li Yuran and Jun Moxie, two potential opponents, each mutually unaware of the other's involvement, had decided to pick the same option and at the same time. Moreover, they had both chosen the same goal. The capital's underworld. Moreover, the means of these two youngsters were also surprisingly similar. Jun Moxie had lured and enticed Hai Chen-fong with favors, and had then decided to take advantage of the situation. Then, he made very cumbersome calculations to gain favors with the solitary falcon, and had chosen to use his identity to safeguard the Jun family's position and managed to achieve his goal somehow. Li Yuran, on the other hand, had played on the emotional sentiments of his fellow apprentices to achieve the same objective. Although the means used by each man had its own merits and demerits, with neither method being superior or otherwise, but both sets of strategies were equally shameless and despicable in nature. Jun Moxie had achieved his goals by hook or by crook. Li Yuran had achieved his by being self-centered, leaving no space for the needs of his own friends. Another surprising coincidence would be in the fact that both men would unleash a bunch of Sky Xian experts in the capital city. The difference is that Jun Moxie's soldier, Hai Chen-fong, would have a higher starting point, whereas Li Yuran's side had better numbers. At this point, the game resided in balance. Both men were abundantly confident of their position at this point, already feeling that they had achieved their objective. The shadows of these two youngsters had been associated with most of the major events that had taken place in the city in recent times, and one could sense that their actions would inevitably lead to several more. Had any man been lesser than the other, the storm wouldn't have been this terrifying. However, even though these two men were provoking such a huge storm inside this paradise, neither man had any knowledge of the other man's involvement. In fact, these two men were thinking the exact same thing. They both wished to manipulate the circumstances from behind the scenes, but neither man seemed willing to appear in flesh. Even though Jun Moxie was aware of Li Yuran's existence, and was fully aware that Li Yuran was the Li family's protege, but he'd never consider Li Yuran to be his opponent, since Li Yuran didn't deserve that position in his mind. What would an insignificant man like Li Yuran be worth in the eyes of a proud man like Jun Moxie? On the other hand, even though Li Yuran was also aware of Jun Moxie's existence, Jun Moxie's worth was even lesser in Li Yuran's eyes. How could a debauchery be a worthy opponent in the eyes of the young Master Li? He too had obviously completely ignored Jun Moxie. Even though they were unaware of each other's actions, they already despised each other. However, they were both doing the same thing, and that too, using similar methods. The first real battle between these two men was just about to begin. And even though this real collision between these two men was about to take place, it was destined to take place in the dark, with both men already having chosen to remain hidden. Even their Xian Qis were at the same level, the peak of the Gold Xian realm, and yet both men had mobilized Sky Xian experts in their support. Jun Moxie was being supported by Hai Chen-fong, with the Blue Master, Meng Hongchen, standing behind them, whereas Lei Jianhong was being supported by the cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei. Even in this regard, the playing field was again leveled. Who would win? And who would lose? Irrespective of the victor and loser, two of the 8 great masters, Lei Wu Bei and Meng Hongchen, were destined to a path of hatred in all this confusion. The scramble for the control of the city's underworld between these two young masters was about to unleash a plethora of earth-shattering characters, which would obviously trigger a huge storm. One has to say, such a wonderful act can only be choreographed by the heavens above. This had to have been an act of providence. The Jun family. Hai Chen-fong had already snuck out after receiving his treatment, and was already flexing his muscles to unite the city's underworld. The solitary falcon had taken residence with the Jun family, and Hai Chen-fong was unlikely to come looking for trouble with him unless he was strong enough. This of course was one aspect Jun Moxie could control at his whim. The solitary falcon had already completely immersed himself in his practice, and even though Jun Moxie had tried to incite him a few times, the solitary falcon had paid no attention to any of it, since his practice had taken him over like an obsession, to the point where he didn't even care about his own bodily weaknesses. The little Lolita would serve the tea, and would then tiptoe her ways backwards. Fatty Tang was doing his best to lay low next doors, so much so that he would even try to control the sound of his own breathing, let alone find the courage to cough or fart, fearing that even the slightest of movement may provoke a disaster and might land him a one-way ticket straight to hell. Things had momentarily calmed down at the Jun residence. The reason being that none of this involved Jun Moxie's exceptional talents. Chapter 219, Guan Qinghan's Doubts. The young Master Jun had already grown bored and edgy by now. After teaching the solitary eagle some moves of the 9-eagle transformation law, clearing his doubts, and watching him practice them once, the young Master Jun simply took off, leaving the solitary eagle to his own measures. I'm not cut out to be a teacher. The young Master Jun muttered to himself as he left. Guan Qinghan stood in the middle of his small courtyard, wearing a cold and complex expression on her face, while her desolate frame resembled a solitary snowflake in contrast to the flowery setting of her surroundings owing to the white dress she was wearing at the moment. Sister-in-law, when did you come over? Why didn't you allow little Ku to notify me? Jun Moxie approached her cautiously. The solitary eagle's coffin-like expression was a stark contrast to this ice-cold expression of Guan Qinghan's, which seemed to resemble the snow-capped mountains instead. Although Jun Moxie had grown accustomed to dealing with the solitary eagle's expression, Guan Qinghan's expression seemed to igniting the visual of an infernal ocean of blood amidst this flowery paradise within his mind. This is a really marvelous and pleasing sight. You were busy earlier, so I didn't disturb you. Guan Qinghan's expression had always been quite cold, but it seemed far more complex today. Her cool, melancholy and preoccupied eyes were gazing at the flowers in the courtyard as she spoke in a faint voice. One could search the entire capital. But you still wouldn't find any plants lusher than the ones in the Jun family's courtyards. It's late autumn now, and these plants should have already withered by now. It's a wonder that they still bloom. And even amongst the Jun family's courtyards, yours, mine and third uncle's courtyards have the most lush flowers when compared to the rest. And amongst these 3 courtyards, yours is much better off than mine and third uncle's. I take very precise care of my plants, but you're not even here to look after of your plants. I have no idea how you manage this. Isn't this one big mystery? Jun Moxie was left completely dumbfounded. He had long been aware of the observations Guan Qinghan was making at the moment, but he hadn't been able to conceal this flaw. Anyway, her words seemed sure rather than being a casual observation. He was always practicing, whether it was gathering aura from the surroundings around him, or circulating the pure aura from the Hongjun pagoda. Although humans were unable to feel this aura, plants are very sensitive to it. Moreover, this aura was very beneficial for their growth, and although it was already late autumn, the plants which dwelled within a certain range of the young Master Jun's courtyard still blossomed, making the area a paradise for the human eyes whereas the flowers elsewhere withered. This aspect obviously opposed the common understanding. The young Master Jun had been aware of this fact for a long time now, but couldn't control it nonetheless. Everyone had already grown accustomed to this since they believed that flowers could blossom even in autumn if given the proper care. However, this setting was doomed to be too attractive to the human eye in case these courtyards were to continue looking lush and full of life even in the winters. When that time came, even a fool could tell that something was amiss. There's nothing weird about them, this is just the byproduct of our family's excellent geomancy, haha. So I suppose that it's a good thing that you came here to enjoy the happy and joyous life within our family, sister-in-law, haha. Even though Jun Moxie was laughing on the exterior, his mind was already contemplating means to alter this situation. This won't work, I'll switch the flowers here to plum blossoms. Plum blossoms can grow and thrive openly in the winters without any problems. Ah, I live a happy and joyous life. Guan Qinghan's eyes were still staring at a green leaf in front of her as she continued in a faint voice, yes. I'm really blessed. Jun Moxie immediately sensed the mistake of his words, and felt like slapping his mouth for uttering them. Irrespective of her daughter-in-law status and the respect that came with it, Guan Qinghan was still a widow in the family at the end of the day. What enjoyment would there be in that? You've had a very hard and exhausting time these past few days. Guan Qinghan cleared up her mind a bit, and a faint but rare smile surfaced on her usually cold face. Third brother, I wish to ask you a few questions, if it's okay. Please ask sister-in-law, and I will answer anything that I'm capable of answering. Jun Moxie immediately replied back. Although I don't know how you did it, I heard third uncle say that you claim to have already resolved the matter surrounding the Shuehun manor. Even though the third uncle seemed convinced, I really cannot believe it yet, therefore now that you're here in front of me, tell me, have you really taken care of it? Guan Qinghan's head was still hanging down while her eyes were still fixed at the flowers in front of her. A breeze rolled in and softly brushed aside her hair, exposing her delicate skin and half of her fair neckline and face. Let's say it's at least been temporarily taken care of. Jun Moxie unintentionally discovered the beauty of her skin, and not because he wanted to look at her, but he still stole a glance since such opportunities were quite rare. Since you're so sure, then I'll just have to wave aside my doubts and believe that even though I don't know where and why you keep going out all the time these days, it is only for the betterment of the family, and that you just do this in order to make preparations for dealing with the silver Blizzard City and the Shui Hun Manor, right? Guan Qinghan smiled. When I heard the third uncle speak of this, he sounded very impressed. By my understanding, the third uncle has only ever admired grandfather and father-in-law in this manner, and no one else. You're the third man he admires so much. Jun Moxie's belly puffed to control his unspoken criticisms. Uncle, why did you open your mouth so big and leak out so much? And admire my means? You might as well list out the things I do. This, that, it's. In fact it was just a matter of chance. Jun Moxie touched his nose, completely unaware of what he was saying since the sight of her delicate skin was still whirling around in his eyes. Guan Qianhan on other hand was completely unaware of her brother-in-law's unscrupulous gaze since her head was still hung low. I also heard uncle say that you allowed me to win the last time we contested. He said that your skills are far superior to mine and that you were simply exercising control to avoid hurting me. Guan Qinghan simply didn't know what to think anymore, and her fair skin suddenly turned a beautiful pink in shade. This hint of blush on her fair skin was especially very tempting for Jun Moxie, and he simply couldn't stop himself from stealing a glance of this visual feast. Jun Moxie swallowed down a mouthful of saliva and then replied with difficulty, Uncle was just bragging, don't believe him. I really don't have that kind of skill. I am willing to believe it. If you can single-handedly relieve the Jun family from its difficulties, then it's only reasonable that your strength is far superior to mine. Guan Qinghan sighed in comfort, Moxie, you've really grown up, you're no longer that. Jun Moxie was already sweating bullets. His elder sister-in-law was only 22 years old in age, but she looked far older than even the 30 years olds he had met in his 2 lifetimes when she spoke up, you've really grown up. Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if something had short-circuited inside his head. Sister-in-law, you're only in your 20s. It's difficult to listen to your words when you talk like old people. Jun Moxie's face shriveled up. If he was to revert back to being the assassin he had been in his previous life, then such words would have provoked an unstoppable storm of bloodbath. Uncle said that you've been concealing your strengths to bide more time, and that we've all misunderstood you. Guan Qinghan chuckled for a moment, and her face immediately melted like ice, and seemed as if a glacier had suddenly melted and had given way to blossoming flowers. She tilted her head slightly and glanced at Jun Moxie with a meaningful glance as she said, however, there's one thing that I just don't understand. That previously ridiculous behavior of yours, was that also a part of this low-key profile you were trying to keep? Sister-in-law, you know, this. That hour. I was forced to do all this because of our family's situation, The family's situation is one matter, and that I naturally understand that aspect, but what relation did that have to do with the rubbish behavior you were exhibiting in front of me? Guan Qianhan's face suddenly turned cold as she turned to face Jun Moxie for the first time today, and stared at him with eyes as sharp as a phoenix's. It was also just a part of the camouflage. Jun Moxie had already started cursing the original Jun Moxie in his mind, that bastard and his behavior, and now I have to answer for him. Camouflage? Guan Qinghan looked at him coldly. If there's ever another one of these camouflage activities, then I'll leave the Jun residence forever, and I'll never come back. Guan Qinghan wanted to say I'll beat you up, but instantly thought that he'd be stronger, and hence hastily changed her words. These change of words, however, were no reflection of her actual meaning. Yes. From now, I won't ever dare. Jun Moxie immediately opened his mouth to say that he wouldn't, but anyone could tell that he hadn't even thought it through. A woman's honor and integrity. Is that just a joke for you to make fun of? Guan Qinghan was clearly very angry at this moment. What else can it be used for? Jun Moxie opened his mouth and blurted these words out in a moment of pure muddle-headedness, and then immediately realized how ill-intended his words sounded. This sentence was naturally a big taboo, and he knew that he'd be damned to say them in this life, or the previous one. You! Guan Qinghan's anger boiled up in an instant and her eyes suddenly reddened with rage. Then, she took a deep breath as her face hardened again. So you haven't changed at all, she stated as she turned around and left. I need to watch my mouth. The young Master Jun stood stunned at his spot for a little while with a dejected feeling in his heart, and then suddenly yelled out, "Damn it, Fatty Tang, do you think you're here to enjoy a life of retirement? When am I going to see those plans? I'm not in a good mood today, so make sure that you make me happy, else don't ask me to help you in losing weight again." Left with no other choice, he decided to vent out his anger on Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan crashed out his room, well. Waving a pile of papers in his hand, "You see boss, I've already sorted matters out in accordance with what you said, see, take a look, this should be okay." Jun Moxie grabbed those papers, and stared at them as he flipped a couple of pages, and then stuffed them back into Tang Yuan's hand. Yes, this is good. But you haven't even looked at this properly. Tang Yuan felt a bit wronged upon seeing that his hard work had been ignored in this manner. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. It is not that he didn't wish to look at those papers carefully, but he saw nothing more than incomprehensible matter in them, and simply understood that it was already beyond his knowledge. The young Master Jun had never anticipated that all the unlinked gibberish he could remember from his previous life would actually transform into such a thick pile of business plans in Tang Yuan's hands. This fatty is just too talented. Why didn't I find him in my previous life? Chapter 220, A Plan to Make a Fortune. I believe in you, I really believe a lot in you. Jun Moxie encouragingly patted on Tang Yuan's shoulder. No matter what you do, I will support you because I believe in you. Therefore I don't need to see this, or give any opinions on it since I know that no matter what you do, people will come and buy our products. Third young, Tang Yuan was already moved to tears. In fact even his nose had started to snivel tears. I had heard people speak about friendships to the death, but today I've understood what it really means. This feeling of being trusted is simply amazing. I'm so moved. I swear that I will work as hard as it takes, and I'll work with great care, and I'll spare no effort till death puts an end to my life. I'll be loyal and I'll do whatever it takes to make our project a true success. I'll willingly die 1,000 deaths if I cannot live up to it. The young Master Jun had already grown accustomed to the fatty's powerful and excessive bootlicking by now, and had in fact become immune to it. Therefore, he simply stood there smiling and nodding as he gracefully listened to this extremely nauseating bootlicking, pretending as if he was actually enjoying it. A fat pile of flesh was constantly flattering with tears in his eyes, while the other man was peacefully smiling and listening in silence with an intoxicated look on his face. The image of this scene fell into the solitary falcon's line of sight, and the master simply wasn't able to stand the sight of it. His ears suddenly stiffened up in disgust, while the expression on his face clearly depicted the trauma of his mind. I think I'll vomit. The pale-faced solitary falcon whistled out of the courtyard. This old man needs to find a more appropriate place. He didn't even turn around to take another look back at the scene since it had already transcended the degree of disgust even a great master could tolerate. Aha! The young Master Jun narrowed his eyes, and exerted himself as he forcefully patted Tang Yuan on his shoulders once again, almost throwing the fatty down to the ground in the process, and then arrogantly shrugged his shoulders as he laughed. Fatty, you're really awesome. You're turning into the solitary falcon's nemesis. Ah, haha. What did I do? Tang Yuan blankly wiped his tears, and instead started sweating from shock and fear now upon realizing that he might have offended the solitary falcon somehow. You did well, very well. Really, really good. Jun Moxie wantonly praised Tang Yuan since he had never expected that his biggest headache would actually leave after feeling nauseated by the fatty's excessive flattering. I've been trying to plant flowers for relief against the sun, but this accidental willow actually did the real trick, didn't it? We're going to do an exclusive auction for that fine wine you've been drinking these days. Fatty, Your first job is to use that wine of mine to make us a lot of money. Do you understand what I mean? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows as he patted the fatty's shoulders again with a sense of joy in his heart. That's not an issue. Wine as good as this one is rarely ever put up for auction, and since we don't have much of it either, I believe that setting up a reserve price of even 500 taels per jar won't be a problem. Tang Yuan stated with surety, completely aware that this price was much higher than the market price of the currently available wines. A reserved price of 500 taels per jar. Was that a joke? Jun Moxie shook his head as he mercilessly rejected the idea. Is that too high? Although it could also be set at 300 taels, but that price would be less for a wine of such high quality. Although I haven't done much research on wines, but the wine you've come up with is of much higher quality than the ones available in the market, and a price of 300 taels would be a pitiful price to fetch for this wine since this wine is much, much better than the ones I'm used to drinking. The final price of this wine should be very substantial though, and I calculate it to fetch a price of around 3,000 taels per jar. Tang Yuan smacked his lips even though he sounded a bit unsure of himself. No. A final auction price of 3,000 taels per jar. Fatty, it seems that you really haven't done much research on wines. My goal is 12,000 taels per jar. And not a penny less. Jun Moxie stuck out his finger and shook it while biting his teeth to show his seriousness. Balls. Tang Yuan suddenly jumped up, and leapt almost 3 feet above the ground. Then, his body's fat suddenly crashed down to the ground upon his landing, and flapped a few times as it hit the ground while his belly reverberated up and down twice. Jun Moxie had never seen Tang Yuan jump like this ever since he had first met him, and had hence never imagined that the fatty could be capable of jumping 3 feet in the air in this manner. This fatty is truly a peerless talent. Tang Yuan's mouth made a hissing sound as he sucked in some air, feeling a bit out of breath after jumping up, while his face was twitched in pain under the impact of the collision between the ground and his body's fat. You think that this wine is some sort of a fairyland drink? Just drink 1 cup and you live on forever? Are you joking with me, boss? This is impossible, it is simply impossible. I wasn't joking with you, and this definitely isn't a joke. Jun Moxie waved his hand, smiled and then said, that's right, 12,000 taels per jar, yes. And I said that the reserved price would be 12,000. Not the final one. Tang Yuan was left speechlessly staring at Jun Moxie, seemingly ready to faint at any moment. Don't worry, fatty, I've developed an excellent strategy. Jun Moxie smiled mysteriously, turned around and then said, I've found a good place which is located right opposite to the magnificent jewel hall. Fatty, you're going to be a very big shopkeeper soon, so you better get ready for it. There is an auspicious day 3 days ahead, so we'll open our shop for business then. That fast? The fat man was a bit startled. Third young, isn't there a brothel opposite to the magnificent jewel hall? When did you commandeer that place? Isn't that place a little too, and it's opposite to the magnificent jewel hall in particular? I don't know if your family's elders have told you, but my family's elder, especially my father in particular, has repeatedly told me that I simply cannot go about provoking the magnificent jewel hall's people. You're a little too terrified, aren't you? Did you forget what we did to that Li kid? We have plenty of tricks in our bag, you just finished the decorations. Jun Moxie continued in a contemptuous tone, you'll just be a wooden club. Just make the arrangement like I've told you, and you'll be alright. Fatty Tang was at a loss for a while, and then he suddenly patted his thigh, you got it, boss, there's actually no place better than the ones near the magnificent jewel hall. I'll show them who the daddy is. Right after making this bold remark, the fatty suddenly broke into tears again. Third young, you have to help me with one more thing. What happened? Jun Moxie asked in a vigilant tone, first tell me. My fiancée and her family wish to see me, in fact, the eldest of their family is coming to see me with her. Tang Yuan was still stroking and comforting his belly from previously falling to the ground. They've heard that I've been kicked out of my house, and she wishes to comfort me, but it is. Actually. Your fiancé is quite open-minded. I've really never heard of an arranged couple meeting in this manner before their wedding. This isn't a good thing, fatty, this woman isn't working up to the expectations of the society. Jun Moxie scratched his chin, and then smiled. What help do you want from me? I just want you to accompany me when I go. Fatty Tang's spirit seemed to have lifted already. I just want you to carry me back in case I get beaten up tomorrow. I've heard that their eldest has quite a temper. Are you joking? This is your first meet as a couple, which is equivalent to a blind date. So what are you pulling me along for? Why would you want the red-lined leaves to appear together with greener ones? Jun Moxie was looking down at his chest indicatively, and so Tang Yuan also leaned in to watch. You look at my body, and then you look my face. He said as he patted his body. Well, do you understand? Understand what? Tang Yuan blinked his eyes, completely at a loss with regard to Jun Moxie's words. What I'm saying is obvious, but you just don't understand it. You already cut a very sorry figure, and then you wish to take me, a graceful-looking handsome young man straight out of a girl's dream. Who will look at you when you're being accompanied by a man like me? Jun Moxie's mouth spat out some saliva since he finished his entire sentence in one single go, focusing entirely on admiring himself while making no effort to restrain his pride either. Why would they look at you? You're just there to help. Tang Yuan looked at him in disdain, and now that you've said it, how does the word narcissistic sound as your new nickname? Whether I'm narcissistic or not is not of importance here. The key here is that, what if your fiancé starts to fancy me tomorrow? It really wouldn't be very alarming. Put yourself in her shoes, what you would choose, a beautiful tree or dirty mud? Jun Moxie stated as he tilted his eyebrows in a meaningful manner. That could happen. Tang Yuan scratched his chin in serious consideration, and started contemplating means to eliminate any possibilities of it. Maybe you could put on some makeup again. You could paint a few pockmarks on your face, and perhaps a few scars as well. Then you won't look this handsome, right? Jun Moxie completely crumbled and then retreated in defeat. I'll go and find uncle so we can send out those business invitations for the start of our first business day. Don't come looking for me even if you have something important. I'll be very busy. Don't forget to accompany me for tomorrow's meeting. This is a very important thing. The hitman accelerated his pace when he heard the fatty shouting behind him. After departing from the young master Jun's courtyard, the solitary falcon went to find Jun Wuyi to request a more appropriate training quarters, and was soon after accommodated within Jun Wuyi's courtyard. Jun Wuyi's temperament was far more courteous than his nephew's, and even though he was at a fairly advanced stage in his own personal training, he didn't understand many of the problems the solitary falcon was facing. Therefore, he decided to allow the solitary falcon to commandeer his courtyard and moved himself out of there. As Jun Wuyi moved out his training area, the solitary falcon took control of it, and set about to his tasks once again. He'd try to mimic the tricks Jun Moxie had taught him, and he'd sit down on the ground feeling that he'd made a mistake somewhere, and would then resolve to frowning for a little while as a result before getting back to it. This was an obvious case of the turtledove taking control of a pigeon's nest. However, Jun Wuyi didn't seem to be minding it at all, and seemed very satisfied in just enjoying the autumn sunlight. On the contrary, when the young master Jun walked in. The invitations. Auspicious day for opening business. Jun Wuyi saw the thick pile of invitations, looked at them one by one, and couldn't help but sigh. Moxie, you seem to really favor the rich and despise the poor. You've only included the nobility and the rich families in this, and you've completely left out any ordinary families from your list. Third uncle, our auction house only has expensive items on sale, and so only the rich and wealthy would be capable of purchasing them, while the common people would actually be even afraid to enter such an expensive shop. Think about it, if one jar of wine was reserved at 12,000 taels, then could a common person afford to drink it? Jun Moxie flapped his eyelids. I've already included the names of every rich person in the Tianxiang city, and I will peel off every penny from their hide this time. Although money isn't everything under the sky, but it is still an entity of significance. A chill ran down Jun Wuyi's spine. His own nephew's thoughts were sounding a little too crazy to him. Uncle, don't you worry, this is only the start. I'll let them drink all the wine they want before the auction ends, and then I won't give them any more. Then, I'll wait till they have to go back to drinking that awful wine they had been drinking earlier, ha ha ha. Then we'll gain a complete monopoly over the market, and will only sell a very limited number of wine jars in each auction. So if they have to drink it, ha ha ha, they'll have to come up with some real money for it. And the prices of my wine will shoot sky high. Ha ha ha. Jun Moxie burst into laughter. Chapter 221, Tyranny. Jun Moxie's mouth gaped wide open, and he couldn't help recoiling under shock for a second. This kid is insane. At this precise moment, someone came in and reported, Third Master, Mu Shuetong has accompanied an elderly gentleman who claims to be the sixth elder of the Silver Blizzard City. He wished to seek a meeting with you, Third Master. Shall we send them in? After his previous visit, Jun Moxie had told the Jun family's servants that Mu Shuetong was like a brother to him, and that the Jun family's servants mustn't neglect him or deny him entry unless he's being accompanied by someone potentially hostile. Jun Moxie and his nephew both immediately prepared themselves to welcome Mu Shuetong at first, but when they heard that he was being accompanied by the sixth elder of the Silver Blizzard City, their faces immediately and simultaneously started to reflect a plethora of possibilities that had started to emerge in their minds. While Jun Moxie's facial muscles were twitching in thought, Jun Moxie's expression seemed a bit doubtful. Isn't this a bit too soon? It seems that they are a bit too efficient, aren't they? Third uncle, the sixth elder is a spirit Xian expert, and we won't be able to hide the recovery of your injury from him. Jun Moxie immediately thought of this. However, since it's something we wish to avoid, do you want me to try and do something about it? I don't have anything to hide. Anyway, they'll find out about this sooner or later. Jun Moxie shook his head. The impact of my recovery may not be completely negative since my beloved Yao is still waiting to hear about me. If Mu Shuetong was to go back and inform her of my recovery, then just imagine the amount of happiness it will bring to her after all these years of bitter hardship she's suffered. Jun Moxie's face reveled in a shade of gentleness, while his distant eyes seemed to be affectionately gazing at an imaginary woman who was silently staring at him from a distance. Jun Moxie sighed, but didn't say anything. Even though Jun Moxie was very perspective in nature, but he could also understand the longing of his uncle's heart, and the bitter taste of the man's reality, and so he didn't object even though he didn't approve of it. Ask them to come here. Jun Moxie controlled the tone of his voice, making his words sound reluctant. Jun Moxie pushed his wheelchair forward, and proceeded to meeting them in the courtyard. Huh, we meet again, Moxie. Your complexion and strength seem a lot better than last times. Mu Shuetong smiled warmly as he made a strange signal with his eyes, seemingly trying to indicate a warning which only Jun Moxie could understand. Jun Moxie hardened his heart as he cupped his hands in greeting, and then said, The sixth elder has arrived in person. How could this fortunate Moxie be of help? The sixth elder's floating gaze sized up Jun Moxie from top to bottom before he spoke up. Are you Jun Moxie? His majestic voice seemed to be devoid of anger. Yes, I am. Jun Moxie replied in a neither servile nor overbearing tone with the touch of a smile on his face. Good, good, you're not even 40 yet, and your strength has already reached the Sky Xian realm. Such progress is very rare from this world's standards given the youth of your years. A cold light flashed in the sixth elder's eyes. I heard that you had injured yourself in the past, but it seems that you've been recovering very quickly, isn't it? The condition of Jun Moxie's injuries really couldn't have been hidden from a spirit Xian expert's piercing eyes. Jun Moxie's guess had been absolutely correct. Mu Shuetong was genuinely startled, and looked at Jun Moxie with a surprised expression on his face, waiting to hear his reply. Oh, Moxie was able to get rid of that toxicity with your blessings, elder, but my two legs still need a lot of conditioning before I'll be able to walk again. Jun Moxie smiled faintly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. This strange injury took away 10 years of my life. I'll never be able to forget the bitterness I've tasted in these last 10 years. Oh, the heavens help the worthy, and the god protects his beloved. The sixth elder smiled profoundly. This is indeed a news worthy of celebration. Thank you. Jun Moxie replied and then asked, shall we proceed for some tea? Jun Moxie silently pushed his wheelchair behind him. Isn't this your eldest brother, Jun Moxie's only son? The sixth elder looked at Jun Moxie with an indescribable expression in his eyes. Yes. Jun Moxie replied as the hint of a deep-seated pain flashed through his eyes. He is my brother's only son lucky enough to survive till today, and the only descendant of the Jun family's bloodline. The sixth elder wasn't able to understand the meaning behind the only son lucky enough to survive, but even though Jun Wui stated his nephew's fortune in a plain and dull manner, the sixth elder could clearly sense the implied meaning of their family's extreme misfortunes. Haha, the sole heirs to a bloodline are often very seriously pampered, haha. The sixth elder laughed in a gentle and kind manner. I see that he carries a very well-cultured demeanor. The Jun family must indeed be very proud of him. Ah. Elder, may I please be given the liberty of asking the sixth elder's name? Jun Moxie had heard stories about this man, and hence wanted to know his real name. The sixth elder's eyes ducked for a moment, but then smiled and replied back calmly, this old man's family name is Xiao. Xiao Han is my nephew. Ah. Jun Moxie smiled courteously as he quickly concealed that murderous aura which had flashed through his eyes for a moment, and somehow managed to prevent anyone from seeing it. I really envy Elder Zhao's spirit Xian strength, for you are strong enough to be counted amongst the most powerful men in this world, and it's a real blessing for my family that a man of your strength is visiting us today. The sixth elder smiled warmly. He speaks very decently even at such a young age. The four men smiled as they walked inside. Mu Shuetong was walking on the side, and couldn't help wondering that the sixth elder had been working so closely with the third and ninth elder ever since he had joined the Silver Blizzard City that no one had ever referred to him as a Xiao elder in a long time, and as a result, over the years, people had almost forgotten that he hailed from the Xiao family. Even though both the sides were talking in a very dignified and harmonious manner, it was evident that something was fishy. Moreover, even though the two parties were constantly exchanging very pleasant words with beaming smiles on their faces, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly depressing. A thought suddenly arose in Mu Shuetong's mind, and left him rather surprised. Could it really be possible that the sixth elder didn't participate in all those activities at that time? If so, then the sixth elder's visit to the Jun family today could mark the beginning of a new era of devastation. For the Jun family, Jun Wuyi's courtyard, study hall, and living room were all connected, but since Jun Wuyi had no intention of disturbing the solitary falcon, who was engrossed in his practice inside his study hall, he asked his servants to make seating arrangements under a tree in his courtyard. This tea is excellent. The sixth elder inhaled the favor, gently sipped at it, and then leaned his body slightly backward as he closed his eyes and relished its aftertaste for a moment before praising its quality. Third Master Jun, I don't know of this, but have you come across our Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family's young master lately? The Xiao family's young master. Jun Wui puckered his brows as he pondered. I've never met him. My disease has only seen improvements recently, and I still can't move about freely since I've forgotten to walk over so many years of my disability, and hence I only have a very little exposure of the world outside the Jun residence, but still I have no idea why the sixth elder is asking me this. What's the Xiao family's son named? Could you tell me his age and appearance? Oh. The third Master Jun hasn't met him. The sixth elder's body was still leaning backwards, while his eyes were still faintly shut. My grandnephew accompanied the little princess out to the Tianxiang city today, but was beaten up by a bold bunch of bandits. The conditions of his injuries are quite serious. This old man really can't think of any Tianxiang city-based family apart from the Jun, which would have the courage to act so audaciously against us. The sixth elder seems to be quite sure, but what evidence is there to support that this was done by the Jun family? Given the sixth elder is one of the most experienced men in this world, I presume that the elder would have some sort of conclusive evidence to support his words. Jun Moxie interrupted in between since he felt a bit wronged by the manner in which the old man was accusing his family. It's against the norms for youngsters to rashly interrupt two elders when they are speaking unless you wish to make a mockery out of your family's name. This Jun boy needs to be taught a lesson for the future. Even though the sixth elder snapped back at Jun Moxie, his eyes were still half shut. The spirit Xian expert condensed his Xian Qi into a muffled sound wave, and directed it straight towards the young Master Jun, which drilled straight into his eardrum. A spirit Xian's condensed Xian Qi can never be taken as a joke. Even though it was nothing more than a strong vibration for the two sky Xians who were sitting in close proximity, it was powerful enough to send Jun Moxie's world tumbling upside down. He felt as if a sharp needle had pierced straight into his eardrum, which then proceeded forward from that point and continued to ruthlessly advance forward until it had shaken his entire soul. If the intensity of this sound wave had been any stronger, then it could have possibly left Jun Moxie to bleed on the spot, and although this injury wouldn't have been fatal, it was sure to leave the young Master Jun with a severe tinnitus. A tinnitus severe enough often carries the danger of causing deafness. Jun Moxie cursed within his heart, this old man is too violent and merciless. Even though the young Master Jun felt as such, one could always argue that the sixth elder could have injured the young Master Jun far more seriously in case he wanted to, and had only settled to serving a deserved punishment for the youngster's breach of conduct. The young Master Jun hadn't been a part of this world for too long, and even though he knew how things worked in theory, he had still never personally experienced the ant-like value a low Xian Qi martial expert had in the eyes of a spirit Xian master. The sixth elder on the other hand hadn't practiced too much restraint at this point since finding about Jun Wuyi's healing injuries had left him a bit unsettled since it meant more trouble for his nephew. In his eyes, such a lowly family didn't deserve to enjoy such a favorable position and treatment. Since Jun Moxie was the sole heir to the Jun family's bloodline, he figured that harming the youngster would be equivalent of harming the entire Jun family. Upon being suddenly hit by this unforeseen attack, Jun Moxie had immediately moved the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune into action, and had silently organized its force into a 7-layer defensive structure against the attack. This ruthless sound wave had penetrated through the initial layers of his defense with ease, but found itself spent by the time it reached the last layer, and was eventually unable to pass through his final line of defense. One has to say that the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune is a really unique and powerful trump card because even though the difference between the strengths of a gold Xian and spirit Xian is simply unsurmountable, the young Master Jun was somehow able to withstand the attack with its help. Since the attack didn't carry too much force with it, Jun Moxie was left groaning, while the veins surrounding his nose were visibly bloodshot. The trauma of this injury was partial real, and partly fabricated by Jun Moxie's presence of mind since he knew that if the sixth elder realized that he was able to withstand this attack, then the next one would be impossible to deflect. Chapter 222, The Great Master's Rage. Being a spirit Xian expert, the sixth elder was far stronger than any member of the Jun family, therefore if Jun Moxie exposed his real and unique abilities, then it was quite possible that the sixth elder might not hold back a second time. Hence, Jun Moxie decided against using his skills to heal his body from the inside, and deliberately allowed his nose to bleed. The sixth elder was still taken aback a bit even then, he exclaimed lightly as he finally opened his eyes and studied Jun Moxie's body for a little while, nodded his head, and then said, "That's good." The sixth elder had always carried himself with the self-respect of a spirit Xian expert, and hence didn't attack Jun Moxie a second time. Although he was quite surprised by the young Master Jun's strength, but felt that it wouldn't be very graceful on his part to attack a young gold Xian expert. Again and again. The hitman Jun sneered, wiped the blood off his face, and then mocked, "The old man's spirit Xian strength is indeed very overbearing." These words would have come across as a sincere praise had he said them upon being severely injured by this attack. However, since he was able to withstand the attack of a spirit Xian expert despite his lowly Xian Qi level, this sentence came across as an ironic mockery because he had only sustained very minor injuries. Although the sixth elder had only employed a fraction of his true strength while attacking him, but a spirit Xian expert is still a spirit Xian expert, which meant that it would have still been impossible a gold Xian expert to resist the force of his strike under normal circumstances. Having said that, it would have been impossible for the young Master Jun to withstand this strike if it hadn't been for the mysterious and unique powers which supported his body. Have mercy, sixth elder. Mu Shuetong's mind had already started contemplating countermeasures to manipulate the sixth elder into leaving the Jun residence. Hence, Mu Shuetong couldn't help pleading for mercy the moment the sixth elder launched such an electric strike towards Jun Moxie. "Sixth elder, may I dare to ask the meaning of this?" Jun Wuyi raised his eyebrows as he asked in a stern voice. Even when the oppressor was a spirit Xian expert, Jun Wuyi wasn't going to tolerate watching his nephew being bullied in front of his own eyes. Don't tell me that attacking their younger in this manner is the normal demeanor of a Silver Blizzard City's spirit Xian elder. No, but I was just stating the difference in position of the Jun family and the Silver Blizzard City. if your family causes us problems, then you will have to pay the corresponding price. Even though the sixth elder said these words in a very casual manner while looking in Jun Moxie's direction, the real meaning behind his words was obviously unusually overbearing and unreasonable. This boy actually dared to speak so rudely with this old man, hence this old man obviously felt like disciplining him once or twice in return. In case he was met with an unreasonable expert, then such words could have easily attracted his death, whereas this old man's intentions on the other hand were pure and good, since I've only done enough to muddle his head a bit, and caused him minor bleeding, instead of instantly killing him on the spot. As far as the demeanor of my family is concerned, the Jun family isn't qualified enough to receive my comment on such a question. Jun Wuyi's body trembled with anger. What do you expect us to do when you're blaming such wrongful acts on the Jun family's head? What do you have to say about that sixth elder? My family will never submit to such shame. Today your Silver Blizzard City will have to give my Jun family an answer for this. The sixth elder replied leisurely, if my Shao family's offsprings happen to be in an accident involving the Jun family ever again, then this what the Jun family's offsprings will face. That was my motive. Would you disagree with me? Well, the Jun family anyway only has one heir in their youngest generation, so it really won't be much trouble either. As for the answers you seek, haha. Do you really think that I will give you one? The tyrannies of his overbearing intentions were flowing unrestrained at this moment. The wind produced a whistling sound as a white-haired old man flew into the courtyard carrying a young girl in his arms, but immediately calmed down upon seeing the sixth elder and the others sitting together, and drinking tea. It seems that things haven't yet gotten out of hand. They still haven't provoked the tyranny of his anger yet. What makes you come here, third brother? The sixth elder asked with sense of regret in his heart, since he had just attacked Jun Moxie, even though it was only a very light attack. I won't be able to attack anyone in the Jun family now that the third brother has arrived. The master was very clear on this subject before we left the Silver Blizzard City. However, his mind was a bit confused as well. The third brother had decided to divide forces, didn't he? Then why has he suddenly decided to alter things? The third elder hadn't even had the time to respond when a rebellious voice resounded, damn it, the tea-sipping shrimp who just disrupted my practice is going to be one sorry bastard. Who was that? How dare you speak so rudely to this old man? Even your corpse won't survive after this old man is done with you. The sixth elder immediately spoke back in retaliation upon hearing that sharp comment without even worrying twice about picking a fight. However, he found himself regretting his decision very soon. Because this was one quarrel he simply couldn't afford to pick. A black silhouette suddenly flew into the air, his black hair floating upwards in the air in his background, and then dived straight towards the sixth elder's body like an eagle with his 10 sharp, claw-like fingers angled in the forward direction. The flowers in the courtyard fluttered backwards under the massive force of this movement, while every person present on the scene was left gasping for breath, since the force of this person's advance was so powerful that it had created a vacuum in the area. Moreover, the influence of this impending strike had already sent the entire area shaking. It is entirely conceivable that this one incorrect statement of the spirit Xian Strong's sixth elders might just become the cause of his immediate death, and even his corpse may not outlive the consequences of the wrath he had just brought upon himself. The arrival of this figure had filled the atmosphere with an overbearing and tyrannical momentum. And this momentum was now coming crashing down on the sixth elder's head like the dark of a night sky. The third and the sixth elder exclaimed out in shock, "Solitary falcon! What's this god of death doing here? Oh God, did I just unknowingly threaten to kill him?" However, it was too late to think about these things now, and the sixth elder was well aware that self-preservation was the only thing that mattered now. Therefore, he quickly got out of his seat, and then somersaulted backwards about 5 or 6 times while organizing his Xian Qi into consecutive defensive layers in front of his body in order to defend against this terrorizing force he was faced with. The solitary falcon paid no attention to this heavy line of defense, and forced his body through the air as he tore through those defensive Qi fields. In fact, his hands even managed to maintain their original posture as he cut through the six elders' defense like a hot knife through butter. The third elder shouted, "Please have mercy, Master Falcon," as he rushed forward to assist the retreating sixth elder. The solitary falcon ignored everything as the murderous aura in his eyes solidified into something far more real, and took form in the shape of his 10 fingers, which readied themselves to strike their target. The solitary falcon was obviously very angry, very, very angry. In fact, it could be said that his rage had crossed all boundaries. He had been studying the eagle transformation maneuvers for several decades now, and had been considering that he had reached the point of his next breakthrough a few years ago, but only to be forced into meeting with the insurmountable bottleneck of his own strength level. At this point he ended up meeting Jun Moxie, a youngster who was capable of guiding him forward. Moreover, this youngster exposed him to some maneuvers he had never seen before, and he found his mind completely immersed in researching them. The solitary falcon's life had already been linked to Jun Moxie's fate by now. However, he had never thought that someone would actually try to harm Jun Moxie in his presence. I will never be able to grow stronger if this boy dies or even injures himself into disability, In fact, even if the mysterious master was to rid me of the blame of not being able to protect this boy, and decided to teach more me anyway, I still would never be able to face him again. The solitary falcon had obviously noticed a change at the time when the sixth elder came in to meet with Jun Wui, but he had decided to ignore all of it since he was struggling to explore the maneuvers he had just learnt. In fact, it could be said that the solitary falcon was so engrossed with his research that he probably would have just ignored the sixth elder of the Silver Blizzard City even if the man had arrived to see him instead of Jun Wui. Although things went well for a while, but then Jun Moxie suddenly found himself under attack. Moreover, it was already too late for the solitary falcon to act at this point. The solitary falcon almost hollowed under the shock and fear for a split second. Fortunately for him, the young Master Jun's extraordinary strength was enough to hold off the attack, else the solitary falcon would have probably died of a heart attack. Since your actions were intended at stopping me from becoming a peerless martial arts master, the path you've taken is a path which leads you directly in front of my enmity and hatred. Even though Jun Moxie had been racking his brains to keep the solitary falcon inside the Jun residence, the young Master Jun had never anticipated that the solitary falcon would act so strongly in his favor from the first day itself. The solitary falcon's indomitable fingers had taken an awe-inspiringly murderous shape. The solitary falcon's body continued to cut past the sixth elder's defensive layers like a hot knife through butter. The solitary falcon had already cut past the defenses by the time the sixth elder somersaulted backwards a seventh time, and then the solitary falcon suddenly accelerated his pace again, and crashed into the sixth elder's chest like a flying meteor. The third elder had only just arrived to assist the sixth elder at this time, and found himself ramming into the solitary falcon's body with a thud. Bang! The solitary falcon's body was taken aback a bit, while the third elder was sent flying backwards. Meanwhile, the Xian Qi strength of this great master had overwhelmed the sixth elder completely, and had hit his chest after breaking past all his defensive barriers. A few pop, pop sounds were heard, and it was rather obvious that the strike had broken a good number of the sixth elder's ribs, while the blood spraying out from his mouth dyed his white-colored chest clothing red. It was evident from the bleeding that the sixth elder's internal organs had sustained heavy injuries. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising in case he had actually injured even 5 or 6 of his internal organs. The sixth elder's body rolled backwards like a ball and he bounced over the blossoming flowers twice before finally coming to a halt upon hitting a tree. He struggled to his feet with a bitter expression on his face, taking support from the tree as his mouth constantly vomited more blood. Why? The sixth elder opened his mouth to speak but only found himself vomiting more blood. He waved aside Mu Shui Tong with his hand as the man approached closer to assist him in standing back onto his feet, and bit his teeth as his body endured this terrible pain. The third elder, Mu Shui Tong, and the Silver Blizzard City's little princess also wanted to ask this one question out loud, but were too stunned to voice their thoughts at this moment. None of them could figure out why the solitary falcon would retaliate with such a grave strike even if the sixth elder had offended him with his words, since taking the sixth elder's life in this manner would only forge an unresolvable hatred between him and the Silver Blizzard City. Was it really worth it? This old man has always done as his heart desires. I can wipe away thousands of shrimps like you with just a wave of my hand. You should be proud to have lived this long without understanding this basic fact. And who do you think you are to ask me why I did this? The solitary falcon's long hair was still floating in his background, while his eyes were still exuding an electric and arrogant aura. His black-colored robes were still swaying in the winds, clearly indicative of the fact that this great master's anger hadn't yet subsided. Chapter 223, Do You Agree? The solitary falcon had thrown the sixth elder's words back at him, but with a very high degree of satire in them. The words he had said earlier started to echo in the sixth elder's ears, but still felt as they were a blessing compared to the humiliation he was faced with. The sixth elder's face turned red with humiliation and it seemed as if he'd drop dead any moment. How dare a little shrimp like you run amok in this old man's territory? You dare to disrupt my practice, you unworthy little fry. And then you actually ask me why I attacked you. Didn't you just say that you'd kill me? How could have I missed out on giving you a chance to do just that? This is such a big joke. Mr. Xiao, do you really think that you and your Silver Blizzard City are invincible? Well, in my opinion your Xiao family and the entire Silver Blizzard City are a complete waste with Han Feng Shui being the only exception. The solitary falcon took 2 steps forward as he folded both his arms behind his back. He looked at the grieving expression on the sixth elder's face and asked, What? This is what I think, would you care to differ? I'm asking you, and I've already said what I wanted to, would you agree with me? The sixth elder fiercely stared back at the solitary falcon, but his lips remained tightly shut and he didn't say anything in return. His eyes, however, clearly illustrated the desires of his heart. Mr. Xiao, if your reply makes me unhappy, then I will immediately head off to the magnificent Jewel Hall and behead all the Silver Blizzard City people who are inside the Tianxiang City at this time. And that includes your 2 brothers, and your 2 Xiao family's members, and even this little girl. Ha ha. Very good, it really doesn't look like you've brought anything worthwhile to the Tianxiang City, so it really shouldn't be much of a trouble for me. Hey shrimp, you tell me, do you think I wouldn't dare to do something like this? The solitary falcon laughed fiercely, Stop playing deaf and dumb, and quickly get up to your feet right now. This old man is going to ask you once again, do you agree with me? The solitary falcon's eyes were clearly expressing the cruelty of his intentions. Master Falcon, let's not make too much of this matter. Our city's master has always been honorable towards all, and we might have to work with each other in the future someday, so let's not spoil our relations over this. The third elder shouted out loudly. Bah! You stay out of this. That old Feng's honor is the only reason I haven't killed this shrimp already, but I'm not letting him off this easy after he insults by saying things like even your body won't remain after I'm done with you. Old Han has honor, but this shrimp's mouth doesn't. If he hadn't seen me, then wouldn't he have done his will to the Juns? But since you're playing around in my territory, I'll naturally want to play along with you. How dare you have the courage to tell me otherwise? I'm going to do what I want, got it? And I'll do as I want until Mr. Xiao answers me. The solitary falcon waved his hand, so now even your life depends on his mouth. This old man has asked you a question, and I will not be asking a third time. The solitary falcon asked sternly and slowly, now answer me. It looked as if the sixth elder would die of grief any moment. Such humiliation had already turned his entire body numb, in fact, his heart had already given up on life at this point, but he was still being forced to endure more of it. The solitary falcon had made his intentions very clear, the life all the entire high class of the Silver Blizzard City who were presently inside the Tianxiang City depended on his reply now. The sixth elder was convinced that a madman such as the solitary falcon could actually do something like this. In case my reply offends the solitary falcon, then he might actually bury everyone's bones right here and right now. And even if the solitary falcon actually kills us all, the Silver Blizzard City may still not be able to catch a hold of this monster. This humiliation was already too much for him to bear. Although he still hadn't understood why the solitary falcon was so offended by him, but what did I do to make him so mad? However, he obviously knew that this wasn't the time to think about it either. I. The sixth elder's lips moved a few times, and then he eventually closed his eyes shut and teardrops slowly squeezed out from the corner of his eyes. Agree. The sixth elder's eyes rolled back under his closed eyelids as he said this last word. Very good. Now that this shrimp has understood this basic fact, I don't think I'll be interested in bothering with him much. The solitary falcon smiled in a brutal manner, and then slowly turned his eyes towards the third elder, Mu Shuetong, and the little princess. Who else doesn't accept this? I'm not in agreement with this whole, bully the weak attitude. If you want to kill me for it, then I'd be happy to have the 8th Great Master's mastery as my last memory. Mu Shuetong stepped forward, glaring at the solitary falcon with big and round eyes which seemed completely devoid of all fears. I also refuse to accept this. The little princess, Han Yen Meng, also stepped out, boldly glaring at the solitary falcon with a look of extreme dissatisfaction in her eyes. Haha, some of the Silver Blizzard City's people really aren't afraid of death. That's very good. The solitary falcon smiled. I've just opened his eyes today, but the two of you are too young to understand it, and instead feel aggrieved by my behavior. Do you really think that someone my age would take interest in bullying people from a younger generation? I'm not like some others who like to bully those younger than themselves. Don't worry, I consider this Sky Xian boy and this little girl to be under Han Feng Shui's tutelage, but I'll tell you that you shouldn't dare to act so courageously in situations where you're too young to understand the reality. The solitary falcon finished his sentence and then completely ignored the two of them altogether. Then, his eyes readjusted at the 6th elder once again, and a cold smile enveloped his face. The 6th elder almost fainted with anger upon hearing the solitary falcon's words, since they implied that he considered even a spirit Xian expert of the 6th elder's caliber a mere amateur. Owing to the fact that his words almost made a spirit Xian expert faint with anger, one could say that the solitary falcon's ability to mock people, and enrage them as a result, was only second to the young Master Jun. Master Falcon, you've attacked my brother for no reason today. There was no justice in your murderous actions. You will have to give the Silver Blizzard City an answer for this. The third elder spoke up angrily after finally having recovered from the shock. The solitary falcon laughed mockingly. You say that I tried to murder your brother without any reason. So, if you are right, then how's he still alive? Are you saying that I don't have the skill to kill him? The third elder couldn't help finding himself at a loss for words as he started realizing that the solitary falcon's aggression might have been provoked by some words or actions of his younger brothers. He obviously knew that offending a man of the solitary falcon's strength only had one end, death. Seeing that the third elder had no words to reply with, the solitary falcon calmed himself down and then continued to elevate his position in this argument. And then there's that part about the explanations. What did this shrimp say when Jun Wui asked him for an explanation? And then you actually want me to explain my actions to you? Why shall I explain anything to you? And how shall I explain myself to you? Jun Moxie smiled from the sidelines. The so-called explanation the 6th elder gave us wasn't very clear, but was still quite thought-provoking to my ears. I believe that I must ponder over his words for at least 2-3 days before I'll be able to understand their meaning. However, it seemed to me that when someone is not as strong as you, you don't feel the need to give them any explanations, and therefore when someone is stronger than you, they must not be required to explain their actions to you either. Basically, strength is an all-purpose explanation for everything. It seems to me that this is the guiding principle of the Silver Blizzard City. So now our strength is higher than yours, but you still want us to explain things to you? What makes you think that the Silver Blizzard City should get all the advantages? This is strange. The little princess, Han Yen Meng, heard the loud and clear words Jun Moxie had just uttered, and couldn't help looking at him. Her expression seemed to conveying that she found Jun Moxie to be familiar, and was carefully looking at his body from top to bottom with her eyes opened wide. I've obviously never seen this person before, but then why does he seem familiar? The third elder also suddenly turned around and looked at Jun Moxie, hummed twice, and then turned his face once again towards the solitary falcon. Master Falcon, please extinguish your thunderous rage. And how about we step aside for a few words? The solitary falcon snorted, but didn't answer. His feet didn't even move as he drifted afloat like a cloud and made his way to a corner. The third elder first asked Mu Shuetong to look after the 6th elder, and then whispered something else in his ears as well as he passed him by. He whispered his words so softly that even if someone had gathered the courage to eavesdrop, the said person still wouldn't have been able to hear anything at all. Hey girl, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Have you started liking me? Jun Moxie's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the young girl had been staring at him for some time now, and quickly realized that he really couldn't afford allowing this girl to recognize him. If she recognizes me, then the justice won't be on our side anymore. Han Yan-meng's nose wrinkled as her face revealed a disdainful expression. She shifted her gaze away from him without giving him any answers. The last time she had seen Jun Moxie, the hitman's body had just drilled out of the ground with dirt all across his face. Moreover, even if his face had been clean enough for her to recognize him now, she wouldn't have been able to, since she had been too embarrassed to look at his body, or face, because he was completely naked at that time. Then, by the time he had covered his body with a piece of cloth, his face had already been stained by so much blood that it was almost impossible to make out anything. As a result, the little princess still hadn't been able to tell that the violent and naked man she had earlier ran into was the same youngster who was now standing in front of her. Is she Yao's sister? Jun Moxie looked at Han Yan-meng as he asked Mu Shuetong with a hint of excitement in his voice. Yes, she is youngest princess of our city, her name is Han Yan-meng. Mu Shueting smiled and then asked, Wu Yi, is your injury getting better just like the sixth elder said? Yes, he was right. Jun Moxie looked at Han Yan-meng again, sighed lightly, and then replied, yes, that's right, brother Mu, but I think that my legs still won't be able to move about freely for quite some time. Jun Moxie naturally understood that Mu Shuetong's intentions were quite sincere, but still couldn't tell him the truth at this time. I can certainly trust you, brother, but I can't say the truth out loud in front of so many outsiders. However, I must try and find an opportunity to tell brother Mu about this later on in person, but not at this moment, else the biggest secret of the Jun family will become public knowledge. Han Yanyao's heart would finally be able to find some comfort as long as Mu Shuetong was able to deliver this news to her. However, this was still the exact opposite of what Jun Moxie had originally planned on. Good. Very good. Mu Shuetong excitedly patted Jun Moxie's hand. I will immediately send a message to tell the eldest princess about this. I can imagine how much joy this news will bring her. Chapter 224, Starting an enmity is met with the regrets of a vengeful compensation. Thank you, brother Mu. Jun Moxie replied in a soft tone. You are Jun Moxie, my brother-in-law. You look very sensible and mature. I've listened to my sister talk about you every day, hee. Han Yan-meng titled her head as she tried to size up Jun Moxie, and then asked, my sister spends her entire day thinking about you, so how come you don't go there to see her? In case you don't have her address in the Silver Blizzard City, then I can just tell you right now. Jun Moxie's face twitched with pain as the memories of his past came rushing back to him. I want to go there. Over this past decade, there hasn't been one day when I didn't wish to see her again. Oh. Han Yan-meng nodded as if she had understood his meaning, but hadn't in reality, which is why she asked, you can't go there because of your legs? There's a very good doctor in the Silver Blizzard City, and I can introduce you to him. Little princess, it's not that Wu Yi doesn't wish to go there, it's just that he can't go there unless he becomes tyrannically strong. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to come anywhere near the Silver Blizzard City, let alone enter it. Mu Shuetong sighed and then explained. Why? The little princess asked with her big eyes opened wide. Even I can come and go whenever I want, and his skills are obviously much superior to mine. Idiot. Jun Moxie grunted as he made no efforts to hide his opinion. This little girl is simply too much work, isn't she? She just called my uncle her brother. That's just too cheap and disgusting. Your nephew is so impolite. Shouldn't he be calling me aunt? Han Yan-meng stuck out her tongue as she looked at Jun Moxie, and then turned towards Jun Moxie and complained, I will go back and tell my sister about this. She will teach him a lesson once she comes to the Jun family. Someone really needs to teach him some manners. Your sister is coming to the Jun family? Jun Moxie was stunned for a moment after hearing this sentence, and suddenly found his heart brimming with joy. However, even though his heart was jolting excitement all of a sudden, the traces of its previously rancid flavor still refused to subside. It was almost as if someone has dipped a cherry in acid. Ah, she would obviously like to marry you, and then she would naturally have to come to the Jun family. The only reason my sister has been practicing so hard all this time is because she wants to marry you. Han Yen Meng spread out her hands as her face exposed an, obviously, expression. Oh. Jun Wuyi's eyes numbed with moisture, while his excited heart left him unable to speak anything in return. 10 years of separation, and he had finally found out her real thoughts. She still thinks about me, still misses me, but I. Will you tell me everything about your sister? Little sister. Jun Wuyi's body leaned forward while his eyes reveled in his eagerness and his tone clearly expressed the urgency of his heart. Of course, that's not a problem, but... Han Yen Meng proudly jumped up as her eyes and fingers pointed towards Jun Moxie, but first you tell him to call me aunt. He is your nephew, and you are my future brother-in-law, so that makes me his aunt. He should be calling me aunt, right? Like hell. Jun Wuyi hadn't even had the time to respond when he heard this curse, and then turned around to find that Jun Moxie had already whooshed out of sight. Well, that little thing was burning my body. I had already suspected that she would be quite difficult to handle, but I never thought that she'd burn me out so quickly. This girl is simply mind-boggling. I was old enough to be your father in my previous life, and you want me to call you aunt? She's such an annoying girl, I really feel like teaching her a lesson. Jun Moxie decided against returning to his courtyard after fleeing the scene in anger, and instead decided to leave the Jun family's residence altogether. The solitary falcon was residing at the Jun residence at the moment, which meant that his family would be safe. Therefore, the hitman had decided on doing something entirely different in order to change his currently gloomy mood. Jun Moxie was a man of strong character, was quite hardworking and extremely stubborn, and always took things his way, but still kept his promises no matter what. These were some of his most remarkable features. However, his personality was governed by another very major attribute: he simply couldn't hold back his grievances. The sixth elder's previously bullish nature had angered Jun Moxie, and hence he had decided to take it out on the Shao family's people. Overbearing people with tyrannical strength can often be bullish in nature, but you simply do not bully me. And in case you do, I will get back at you for it, and 100 times over at that. Although the solitary falcon had already taught the sixth elder a big lesson, but Jun Moxie, being an evil monarch in his previous life, had always had differing opinions from others. Even though the punishment the solitary falcon had imparted was more than enough in the eyes of most people, in Jun Moxie's eyes, it still wasn't enough. In fact, it was far from being enough. Starting an enmity is met with the regrets of a vengeful compensation. How could an evil monarch just sit back idly after being offended by someone? Although he was in a different world now, and even though his strength was weaker in comparison, and even if his culprit was one of the most powerful men in this world, the evil monarch was still the evil monarch. The solitary falcon's actions aren't the same as my own. You attacked me, and so I must personally pay you back for it. Having my anger find its outlet by the hands of another man isn't the evil monarch's style. As a result, Jun Moxie had decided to take revenge. Moreover, he had made perfect use of this opportunity and had left the Jun family since no one would suspect him to leave at this time. The third elder and the solitary falcon had moved into one corner, and even though the two men seemed very calm and composed, but the bellies of both these men were filled with doubts. The solitary falcon's main confusion was, the Jun family can be regarded as a very powerful and influential family, but their might is limited to the Tianxiang Empire. In terms of the entire continent, they would, at best, be regarded as a large family, and obviously wouldn't be able to compare to such powerful superorganizations. But then why would such a family deliberately try to provoke an organization as powerful as the Silver Blizzard City? He obviously understood that the sixth elder's words were natural for a man of his position, and could understand that by the virtue of being member of the Shao family, the man would obviously wish to impose himself in a higher position with respect to the Jun family. However, he simply couldn't understand why the Jun family would try to provoke a spirit Xian expert into doing such a thing. Especially when this particular spirit Xian expert had an organization as powerful as the Silver Blizzard City standing in his support. These thoughts had left the solitary falcon completely puzzled. The third elder also had a bellyful of doubts. The solitary falcon is the 8th greatest master, so why would he be sitting in the Jun family's residence? Moreover, Why would he try to protect the Jun family even at the cost of offending the Silver Blizzard City? The solitary falcon isn't any easy character to win over. The reason behind the solitary falcon and the Jun family's association is simply too difficult to comprehend. And then there's a lot more that I simply can't understand. If the Jun family and the solitary falcon continue to work together, then the Jun family will automatically be defended against all kinds of harm. In fact, Yan Hanyao and Jun Wuyi would be able to forge their path to a happy married life from their current situation of fire and water, even if they have to cross an ocean of blood and corpses to get there. May I dare to ask why the great master is here? The third elder's attitude was so respectful that one simply couldn't tell that he was talking to a man he now considered a personal enemy, since this man had just insulted a high-class member of the Silver Blizzard City. Have I even asked you anything yet? Why are you here? How are the Silver Blizzard City and the Jun family related? Why would your brother disregard his status and downgrade to seeking out a quarrel with such a young boy? The solitary falcon snorted as he asked. You don't know the cause and effect of this situation. The third elder suddenly stared back. He was left standing dumbstruck in his spot. He doesn't know why we're here. Know what? Why else would I be asking you? The solitary falcon had already started feeling a bit hollowed inside, and could faintly sense that he had brazenly stuck out his foot and landed himself into some sort of trouble. After recovering from the initial surprise, the third elder carefully recounted all the facts which had led to this grudge between the Jun family and the Silver Blizzard City in detail. However, he obviously left out the internal conflicts of the Silver Blizzard City out of his story. The solitary falcon listened to the story dumbfounded. He stood dazed for a long time, and then angrily stomped about in circles a few times. Damn it, no wonder that kid tried everything possible to get me to stay here with the Jun family, and even racked his brains to ensure that I promised to protect the Jun family for a year's time. This family looked so cultured at first, but it seems that they have ambushed me. I can be regarded as a thief in this pirate ship. That goddamn treacherous little devil. He cleverly dragged me into the waters, and now I don't have much of a choice. After all said and done, the solitary falcon was still one of the 8 great masters, and even though ordinary people were afraid of the Silver Blizzard City because they were backed by Han Feng Shui, the solitary falcon wasn't one of such people. However, although the solitary falcon's heart harbored no fear of them, but he was still quite angry with Jun Moxie. That little devil tricked me into doing his will. But then if I think about it, had I been in knowledge of this situation, then even I don't know how I would have reacted to his offer. Even though I'm not afraid of the Silver Blizzard or Han Feng Shui, but I probably still wouldn't have wanted to provoke such troubles. As it stood, in case the solitary falcon was to go back on his word, then the world would assume that he was afraid of Han Feng Shui. Finding himself riding a tiger he simply couldn't get off of now, he was left with no other option but to comfort himself. I've never found Han Feng Shui and his Silver Blizzard City very pleasing, and this is happening just when I needed opponents to practice against. The Silver Blizzard City has plenty of them. I'll have to give that little devil this much credit. Moreover, he didn't just idly sit back and watch this happening to his family, and this situation will also help me to greater achievements in the future. However, when you think about it, the Silver Blizzard City has a myriad of powerful experts, and must easily have at least a dozen Spirit Xian experts in addition to the continent's third most powerful individual in their ranks. Even the solitary falcon couldn't help finding himself lacking in confidence when faced with such a powerful force. If the Silver Blizzard City wasn't involved in this, and this was only about the Shui Hun Manor, then I could have easily dealt with it because the strength of the Jun family's enemies would have been very limited. He looked down upon himself as this thought crossed his mind. Bah, the Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Hun Manor have never gotten along well, so why would they combine their strengths in order to deal with just the Jun family? Is there anyone worthy enough of making these two hostile forces combine their strengths? They would never join their forces, and if you take things step by step, then that little devil's mysterious master could easily deal with any trouble Han Feng Shui or Li Ju Tian can cause. These guys just don't know about that right now. But what if I had such strength? Don't say any more on this subject. The solitary falcon thought about the strength and knowledge of the young master Jun's master, and then flapped his eyelids with excitement as he angrily stated in an authentic tone, I'm here with the Jun family, so you'll have to deal with me in case you wish to come back looking for more trouble. Even though the third elder was a bit doubtful of it, he still couldn't help pondering over this threat. Quickly changing the subject, he carefully asked, Master Falcon, are you aware that a peerless master resides in secrecy inside the Tianxiang city? Chapter 225, Master Falcon's Gloom. Who is this unparalleled master? The solitary falcon's eyes narrowed. The Silver Blizzard City's people know who the mysterious master is? I thought I had an exclusive patent on him. I don't know what identity this master disguises himself under within the Tianxiang city. I only know that this master's cultivation is so high that it's beyond anything the world has ever seen. The third elder's eyes were still clearly showing the traces of a lingering fear. For reasons unknown, this mysterious master created a Xian field a few days ago. It was so powerful that we were able to sense it miles away. And today we were able to locate another marvel of this master's. The solitary falcon pretended to understand these words only vaguely since he didn't wish to disclose any knowledge to the third elder, but couldn't prevent his eyes from reflecting a slight hint of respect for the mysterious master. What marvels? Tell me, I want to know. The solitary falcon had already understood that the third elder was actually referring to the young master Jun's master, and couldn't help secretly laughing up his sleeve. You don't know this yet, but you've just offended that master's disciple today. Do you think that this will be good for you? The third elder on the other hand, was carefully watching the solitary falcon's face with a conscious mind. It seems that the solitary falcon is aware of this person's existence, and it appears that this person's strength is far superior to the falcon since this falcon will only ever admire someone far stronger than himself. Left with no other option, the third elder continued, the maple forest in the south of the city has long been an elegant landscape, but for reasons unknown, this landscape was burnt away by this unrivaled master in a fit of rage. This forest covered miles and miles of landscape in radius earlier, but all of it disappeared in silence earlier today. That ground is now barren, so much so that one can't even find any grass there anymore. The solitary falcon puffed out some cold air. Did you just come here after inspecting the southern maple forest? Is this the place to come after witnessing such a shocking and shattering sight? May I dare to inquire the relation between this unrivaled master and Master Falcon? The third elder asked cautiously. The third elder had already determined that the solitary falcon and this unrivaled master were linked somehow, but didn't know the nature of their association. In fact, this was all actually secondary since the most important thing which the third elder wanted to know was whether the Jun family had anything to do with this mysterious and unrivaled master. Naturally, the third elder was terrified of this possibility. That would be really bad for us. I don't know him. I don't know him. The solitary falcon repeatedly shook his head in denial. I have never ever heard of him before. Not even in the slightest. You come here all the way from your silvery city and start looking for trouble in that old man's town, and you actually thought that he won't even revert back in kindness. I think there's a lot more for you to see in the future. It's best that you just go back to the Silver Blizzard City and send back Old Han to deal with this man. In fact, I think that this man's one single strike would be enough to leave Old Han bleeding inside his armor. It's funny how even the Old Han seems like a joke now. The solitary falcon hollowed in gloom as this thought crossed his mind. Are you sure? The third elder's whitened eyebrows shot up since he had been looking to get some information from the solitary falcon, and hadn't anticipated that the man would simply block him off. What? You don't believe me? The solitary falcon glared back. The third elder started feeling even more dejected. This man, you just put us through so much humiliation by beating up my sixth brother, and now you actually want me to believe all these lies coming out of your mouth. Go make a fool out of someone else. Master Falcon, the third elder cupped his hands in greeting. I won't comment on today's affairs since my strength isn't as good as yours. However, Master Falcon has subjected the Silver Blizzard City to a great deal of humiliation today, and you'll have to answer for this once we come back with our great elders, and so it's better if you leave before then. Are you talking about the Shao duo? Do you really think that they can cause this old man any sort of trouble by themselves? If you really want me to give you an answer for this, then you must ask Old Han to personally come and confront me. Shao Xingyun and Shao Buyu, the two walls of the Silver Blizzard City, the two who soar above the mountains and the clouds. This old man would love to see those two old bastards, and I certainly want to see what they are capable of soaring above. The third elder's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, Master Falcon won't be disappointed to meet them. The third elder finished his sentence, motioned Mu Shui Tong to pick up the sixth elder's body, and then proceeded to the exit along with Han Yen Meng. Suddenly, he turned around upon reaching the door, and then looked back at the solitary falcon as he slowly said, There is one more thing that I didn't wish to say, but I doubt that Master Falcon's tyrannical pride would pay any heed to it. According to our sources, the Shui Han Manor's master took fancy to a woman the last time he was in the Tianxiang city, and has been wanting to take that woman as his concubine ever since, and that woman happens to be the Jun family's daughter-in-law, Guan Qing Han. She is living with the Jun family at present. Since Master Falcon intends on staying here, he must start making his preparation early because I'm afraid that the Shui Han Manor isn't as cultured as my Silver Blizzard City. The third elder smiled as he finished this sentence, and then left without ever turning back again. Han Yen Meng flashed a clever smile in Jun Wuyi's direction as she waved to him before leaving. Third brother Jun, if I ever get a chance to come here again then I will tell you some more stories. Also, tell your nephew that he must call me Little Aunt the next time he sees me. Otherwise, I will tell my sister that you and your nephew partnered up in bullying me. Jun Wuyi smiled as he continued to wave back at her until they had exited out of the gate. Meanwhile, the solitary falcon was just standing in his spot with a dumbstruck expression on his face. In fact, he was completely taken aback. This is not just a pirate ship. I've directly fallen miles into an endless abyss. Now it's not even possible for me to pull my feet out even if I want to. The Shui Han Manor from the south and the Silver Blizzard City from the north. These two are considered the two most powerful forces in this world, and this tiny Jun family has actually managed to provoke them both at the same time. For a handful of strokes, I've managed to put myself into far too much trouble. Damn this day. The solitary falcon stood dazed in his roots for a long while, and then suddenly roared out in anger, That devil of a Jun. You little bastard. Come out and face this old man. The solitary falcon flew across the Jun residence a few times but didn't find any traces of Jun Moxie. Left with no other option, he angrily returned back to Jun Wuyi's courtyard murmuring, That little bastard, this old man is going to peel all that smartness off your skin once I catch a hold of you. You. Jun Wuyi obviously excused himself silently, and decided to carry on with his own swordplay practice rather than hiding in his bedroom, leaving the solitary falcon alone in the company of his own sulky breathing. Feeling depressed enough to kill someone. In fact, he was feeling so gloomy that he actually wanted to kill someone in order to vent out his griefs. As it happens, had the third elder proposed this threat early on, then the solitary falcon would have simply neglected it by considering it a fake threat. After all, the Shui Han Manor and the Silver Blizzard City are the two most powerful forces in the world, and both harbored a mutual sense of enmity towards the other. In fact, these two forces were unlikely to join hands even if they were opposed by someone like Yun Beichen. However, the third elder hinted at the thought of this collaboration only after he described the mysterious master as unrivaled in the world and beyond anything the world has ever seen. Although his intention had been to extract information out of the solitary falcon, but he ended up reminding the solitary falcon of this mysterious master's strength. Even if they were to join hands, what could Han Feng Shui and Li Ju Tian do against this mysterious master, especially since he is actually capable of making a vast expanse of forest disappear so silently? The solitary falcon hadn't yet touched the young master Jun until now out of sheer respect for his master, but he didn't really care that much about it. His backing is simply too strong. They could make these two forces fade away in the wind and rain if the mysterious master decided to act in person. However, the solitary falcon simply wasn't able to locate his culprit, Jun Moxie, nor could he figure out where the youngster had slipped off to. At this time, dusk had already begun to set outside the Jun residence. The Silver Blizzard City's high class were walking on the road, and no one seemed to be speaking much. In fact, even the little princess, who was usually a very lively presence, was awfully quiet at the moment, which only added to the depressing atmosphere of their company. While being carried on Mu Xuetong's back, the condition of the sixth elder's injuries had already started seeing some improvements since the man had been constantly circulating his Xian Qi within his body. This man was indeed a spirit Xian expert at the end of the day, which meant that no serious injuries or illnesses would ever be able to pose much of a threat to his life as long as his Xian Qi was supporting his body. He had already wrapped his Xian Qi firmly around his body, and was now working on reviving it to normal health. The recovery of his broken chest bones was only a matter of time and effort now. However, the humiliation the sixth elder had just suffered today was something he had never experienced before in his lifetime. One could tell from his face that the mere thought of the Jun family would remind him of the moment he was forced to say the words, "I accept," which would only bring back that grim feeling of, better of being dead, once again. Although the sixth elder hadn't said anything so far, one could clearly tell the desires of his heart from the manner in which he was biting his teeth, leaving his jaws to drip blood onto Mu Xuetong's back and clothes. Even his eyes were as red as the blood dripping out of his mouth. Sixth brother, the third elder tried to speak up, but eventually sighed and swallowed his words back. He had known the sixth elder for over 3 decades now and hence knew the man well enough to understand his thought process. The third elder was finally unable to help himself, sighed, and then spoke up in a heavy tone. But that man was the solitary falcon. I know, third brother. I know what you're trying to say. That there is no shame for a man of my skill to be defeated at the hands of the solitary falcon. Is that it? In fact, if I had resisted him, I'm afraid I would have brought a greater disaster upon myself. The sixth elder's voice sounded low, while his face reveled in a mournful smile, but, the dead do not have to suffer such shame. The fact that a legendary spirit Xian expert had actually started to choke under his emotions was a clear indication of the indignation this shame had stimulated in the man's psyche. Sixth elder, you have my respect. You only bore this shame in order to protect our lives. I'm very young when compared to you, but even I know how easy it would have been to say, no, and how difficult it was to say, I accept. Mu Xuetong's emotions were automatically pouring out of his mouth at the moment. These words were obviously very effective since the pain on the sixth elder's face subsided to a great extent after seeing the respectful expression on everyone's faces. However, the topic suddenly turned a full circle as Mu Xuetong continued. In fact, when it comes to shame and humiliation, even the sixth elder's actions in beginning weren't very wise from the Jun family's perspective. I guess this was just the fruit those actions bore. If you hadn't been that aggressive in the beginning, then maybe. Mu Xuetong was only speaking his thoughts. Mu Xuetong had long been dissatisfied with the sixth elder's bullish and overbearing attitude, but had always forcefully subdued his opinion since the man occupied a much higher position and status in the society in comparison with his own. However, he seemed to have already lost control over that restraining ability at this moment, which was clearly reflecting in the tone of his voice. Chapter 226, The Unrivaled Master. Xuetong. The third elder shouted anxiously. Although he too believed in the rationality of Mu Xuetong's words, but felt that it wouldn't be best to provoke the sixth elder at this time since the man was already blaming himself for today's misfortunes. Put me down. This old man isn't dead yet, I can walk on my own. The sixth elder shouted furiously, this old man doesn't need to learn conduct from a young man like yourself. You need to watch your words. You can't talk to this old man in this manner even if you're an expert in your own merit. Measure your weight and qualifications before commenting on this old man's way of going about things again. Mu Xuetong's face went pale with anger as he voiced his thoughts again. You really have a lot of courage, You didn't seem this tough when you were faced with the solitary falcon earlier, but now you're taking it out on me? And do you really think that I'm enjoying carrying you on my back? Even though Mu Xuetong was a bit hesitant, the sixth elder had already struggled off his back and onto the ground. However, the pain from his injured and broken chest bones only aggravated further, leaving his forehead dripping cold sweat. Indeed, you really are tough. Had you been this prideful in front of the solitary falcon earlier, then you might have actually earned my respect instead of being in this position. The third elder hadn't even had the time to act as a mediator when a cold and sharp voice sounded rather unexpectedly. blatantly mocking them with its words. An enormous chi field came into existence out of nothing almost simultaneously as a masked black-robed man descended from the heavens in the same manner as a deity would. However, the unusually strange manner in which this person had suddenly appeared in front of everyone, coupled with his cold eyes which seemed to be flickering with an even colder radiance, made him seem more like a monster in contrast. "It's him!" Little Princess Han Yen Meng screamed as her trembling body ducked behind the third elders, while the manner in which she clutched onto the third elder's robe clearly expressed the fears she couldn't state in words. The sudden appearance of this black-robed man had apparently terrified her to the core. "He's the man who beat up Brother Xiao before hitting me as well." The third elder's heart sank. His biggest fear had arrived in flesh. The real trouble had finally arrived. And this horrifying nightmare was far more terrifying than any threat the solitary falcon posed to them. The Silver Blizzard City's nobility clearly felt the overwhelming pressure of this insurmountable strength, and were left trembling as a result. Of the four of them, the little princess was only afraid of this person due to ferocity of this person's nature since the abuse he had dealt on Xiao Feng. Wu had left a very deep impression in her psyche. Moreover, upon recalling the attitude this person had exhibited at the time, and finding it similar to his present one only made her fear this ignorant and fearless man even more. In contrast, the fears of the other three people in her company were far more real in comparison. Being more knowledgeable than her, they had already understood that this person was extremely furious at the moment, which was being clearly demonstrated by his exploding momentum as well as the malice in his eyes. They could clearly understand that such a person wouldn't ever allow his momentum to reach a point where it could devour the heavens and earth unless the said person was trying to demonstrate the destruction he was capable of causing. In fact, this aura was exactly the same as the one they had felt at the time they were entering into the Tianxiang city. Moreover, this aura was just as vast, boundless, transcending above the heavens, and deeper than the oceans as the one they had felt earlier, a fact which only added to their fears. Overbearing. Unparalleled. Irresistible. This person is certainly the same one who released that massive chi field a few days ago, and definitely the one who destroyed the southern maple forest today. Even though he had just appeared moments ago, the third elder and the others had already identified as much. They were completely unaware that this massive chi field wasn't being controlled by Jun Moxie, and was merely due to the Hongjun pagoda which resided in his body. However, even the wisest of men wouldn't be able to tell the difference since the Hongjun pagoda resided inside the young Master Jun's body, making the Hongjun pagoda's chi field appear the same as Jun Moxie's. However, even though the young Master Jun had the capability of starting the Hongjun pagoda at his will, he still didn't have the ability to control it since his cultivation level was still extremely low. As a result, the aura emitted from the Hongjun pagoda would always feel the same to a bystander, irrespective of Jun Moxie's mind frame, whether it be angry or happy. However, the surging momentum this mysterious master was exhibiting was enough for the third elder and others to determine that this man was extremely enraged at the moment. Moreover, the earth-shattering momentum being exhibited by this mysterious master was far higher than any of the 8 great masters were capable of displaying. The three of them were left even more horrified than before when they mentally compared this person's strength to that of their city's master, Han Feng Shui, and discovered that even the publicly accepted third strongest person alive in this world would be nothing more than a mere ant in front of this man, and would at best simply be a strong beginner, and nothing more. The three experts immediately lost the courage to resist this man as this realization dawned upon them, while the sixth elder's face turned ashen with fear. I'm afraid that such a high cultivation level is already beyond the reach of humans. Am I just a lamb waiting to get slaughtered by a sharp knife? The black-masked man coldly stared at the 4 people who stood in front of him as he slowly moved closer to them, one step at a time, while his footsteps made slight sounds as he moved. But, the lacking silence of these footsteps left the third elder and the others even more surprised than before. Given his cultivation level, this person ought to be strong enough to cross the waters, the mountains, and soar above the clouds in silence, but instead his footsteps are making slight sounds as he moves. This means that his anger must have already reached insuppressible limits. It seems that the 4 of us are unlikely to get out of this alive. Do you all belong to the Silver Blizzard City? The man in the black mask asked with his hands folded behind his back and head held up high, almost as if he was floating with the winds while his voice sounded extremely bright, clear and devoid of any kind of fireworks. Who, may I ask the sir's introduction? The third elder stood up perfectly straight as he respectfully asked this question while cupping his hands. Giving respect to another man never brings any harm, anyway. One really couldn't blame the third elder for being overly respectful at this time, since any sort of courtesy would be deemed as necessitated when faced with a man of such strength. Oh, the masked black-robed man issued a long "oh" sound which was completely devoid of any traces of anger or joy, and rather made it seem as if he's just waken up from a long dream. Think of it this way, this old man has had relations with the old Silver City's masters for several generations, dating back to a time when that Han Feng Shui's services used to be at the fingertips of the old city's master. Anyhow, that time has long passed, but still, I had never thought that the Silver Blizzard City would fall to this point. Is it just bad luck? Or do the riches and wealth really don't survive more than 3 generations? He shook his head almost as if he was feeling extremely sorry, and then sighed as he said, sad, very sad. Since the old master and our old city are friends of old, then we aren't really foreigners to each other. Ah. Even though the third elder replied politely, his mind had already taken a different direction. What did he mean by the city's previous masters? He knew our second generation of masters. Or was it the first? My God, this man's age may have already surpassed more than 2 lifetimes. A small punishment needed to be delivered since the younglings broke into my territory and disrupted my practice, and as for you elders, instead of teaching mannerism to your descendants, you allow them to act as audaciously as their heart desires, and then you go about wantonly implicating others. For the situation. Is this what the Silver Blizzard City has been passing down its generations? The black-masked man's voice gradually became stern. The hearts of the third elder and the others started drumming with fear, while little princess was left muddle-headed in the face of this crisis. She was finding it extremely strange that a violent man who was previously running amok naked, was now portraying himself as a highly respected member of the society and was actually being received by his elders as such. Is it really that same person? His entire body was covered in mud at that time, but I can still sense that violent streak in him. But, if it is the same person, then why is there such a big contrast now? Is it just because he's wearing clothes now? The black-masked man didn't say anything for a while, but it seemed that he was only getting angrier and angrier. Finally, he hummed and said, I've heard that you are tracking me down. And that you wish to extract your revenge from me. So I decided to come here voluntarily in order to give you that opportunity. Haha, please forgive us sir, for our younglings were unaware of the factors surrounding this situation. We understand this matter quite well and will teach them as well, but by the virtue of being their elders, we still can't completely ignore this matter. Moreover, our old city's master had entrusted this task upon us before we left the city. I request the master to ignore this matter in case they've offended you. The third elder smiled as he explained the situation without denying anything. Parents shouldn't even be allowed to ask questions if their children were bullied outside their house. Even if the parents are fully aware of the situation, they must still be allowed to discuss the matter. The third elder could be described as a true master of words. Even though he had been very respectful with his reply, he hadn't left any weak spots in his argument for the man in the black mask to exploit. Is that so? If that's the case, then I will not pay any mind to this. However, you also went to the Jun family in order to investigate my identity. And since you've insulted the Jun family in the process, wouldn't I be the one to be blamed for all of it? On top of that, a dignified spirit Xian expert actually attacked a young child. The man in the black mask started becoming even more furious, and soon shifted his gaze towards the sixth elder. An experienced spirit Xian expert actually hurt a little child. Is this a good way to demonstrate power? I'm afraid I find such people excessively pathetic and evil-spirited. Sir, I'm afraid that your words are very subjective in nature, since the Jun family and the Silver Blizzard City both have old resentments of their own which are rooted very deep within our paternity. Since this matter is difficult to explain in words, I request that the master mustn't interfere, since it may cause damage to his name. The sixth elder still hadn't been able to recover from that choking sensation after suffering that humiliation at the hands of the solitary falcon, and was still feeling rather ashamed of himself. Then, soon after leaving the Jun residence, he unfortunately ended up running into a peerless master, who too had simply showed up in order to question his actions as well. The sixth elder was almost on the verge of collapsing again. The sixth elder was left thinking that all the bad things under this heaven were his to encounter today. What good will I have to do in order to get out of this? One humiliation after another, this old man has had enough already. I really can't take it anymore. I'm not going to endure everything that comes out of your mouth, not even if you're strong enough to kill me at your whims and fancies. You think I was wrong? Well, I feel the same way about you. Are you trying to say that I'm being nosy? The black-masked man's face suddenly became very serious, and then his body simply disappeared into thin air with a sudden flash, leaving no traces of existence behind. A man, who was standing in front of their eyes just a moment ago, had simply disappeared now. It wasn't enough to say that they had never thought it possible, for this was something they hadn't even heard of, not even in a distant myth. The third elder was the first to react since his cultivation level was the highest within his company. However, left with no other option at this time, he resorted to shouting with all his strength, "Mercy, sir." Chapter 227, Special Picture. The third elder felt extremely wronged by the sixth elder's actions since it wasn't even possible for them to defend themselves when faced with the overbearing strength of this mysterious master, to a point where it wasn't even possible for them to extract any kind of revenge later in the future. Pop! Pop! Two rather unexpected sounds were heard as this black-masked man once again resumed his earlier position. It seemed as if there had been no change in the situation, apart from the 5 fingerprint marks on both cheeks of the sixth elder. For a man of the sixth elder's status, and spirit Xian strength, the ravages of such an insult were far more terrifying than any physical injuries. No one saw how this mysterious unrivaled master moved, nor were they able to see the technique he used when slapping the sixth elder in the face. Everything seemed to have happened out of thin air, just as the emergence of this mysterious man previously had. The 4 of them could only use one word to describe this entire incident: miraculous. Even though the sixth elder wasn't injured seriously, he couldn't help finding this incident very inconvenient since he was a spirit Xian expert at the end of the day. Left with no other option, he silently stared back at that bizarre man in the black mask with his dark eyes opened big and wide. At the time when the solitary falcon had attacked him, he had at least had the time to react even though he wasn't able to dodge it. However, the sixth elder wasn't even able to move in response to these 2 slaps. What else is this man going to do? However, the black-masked man's bodily gestures made it seem as if he was already done. This old man only did this with the intention of letting you know that you mustn't trouble me again by venting out your anger on others. I will not forgive you younglings if you go to other people's houses and profane my name again. The black-masked man seemed indifferent as he continued, I've only tried to teach you a small lesson since you're already quite seriously injured. Those 2 slaps from this old man were intended with a deep and profound meaning behind them. There are many people in this world whom even a spirit Xian expert cannot afford to provoke. This knowledge will prevent you from losing your life one day. I'm only squandering my words on you because I have had an old acquaintance with the Silver City. Listening to the other side stating something like, I'm only doing this for your own good, as an explanation, made the sixth elder mad with anger. Blood suddenly sprayed out his mouth as the anger inside his body boiled, intensifying the condition of his previous injuries, leaving him gasping for his last breaths. That slaps in his face weren't meant to be lethal in nature, but humiliating. It was obviously not a big deal for a normal man to receive such treatment from a far more powerful figure than himself. However, the sixth elder was left feeling extremely angered by this. Not just because he had been insulted, but also because all of it seemed far too familiar. Previously, he had said something very similar after attacking Jun Moxie at the Jun residence post teaching him a lesson. Now, something very similar had happened to him the other way round. Even the gods couldn't prevent themselves from losing their mind in the face of such irony. This one sentence suddenly gave rise to a plethora of thoughts in Mu Shuetong's head. This master was clearly sent here by Jun Moxie and the Jun family so they could vent out their anger, else he wouldn't be saying these words. Suddenly, he was no longer worried about their well-being anymore. After all, having the strength of a Sky Xian expert, he was well aware that killing an ordinary person, even by accident, was rather easy for him, and could hence understand how easy it would be for a man of such strength. However, in case this mysterious master is a friend of the Jun family, Wu Yi could derive a lot benefits with this man's help. However, the sixth elder was having an awfully dreadful day today. First, his mockery at Jun Wu Yi was returned to him in the shape of some serious injuries by the solitary falcon, and then the lesson he had taught to Jun Moxie with the help of his tyrannical strength were repaid to him by this mysterious master in the shape of 2 slaps in the face. Moreover, the sixth elder was forced to choose against retaliation even after facing the 2 biggest insults of his life. Anyone could tell that keeping his temper in check at this point obviously wasn't an easy task. Sixth brother. The third elder exclaimed as he hastily rushed towards the sixth elder, summoning the extent of his spirit Xian Chi. He immediately pushed something the sixth elder was wearing on his chest, and suddenly a serene, white ray of light emerged from the sixth elder's chest, and enveloped his torso inside it. The third elder sighed as he saw this and stood up straight once again. He had realized that the sixth elder's blood and chi were beginning to burst out due to his angered frame of mind, making his situation very, very critical. If it hadn't been for this timely rescue action the sixth elder would have probably died before being taken back to the magnificent jewel hall. Therefore, he immediately took matter into his own hands, and did the forbidden. It would have been an unprecedented incident had a spirit Xian expert succumbed to death due to his own anger. He cannot die. The black-masked man's eyes flashed a "is that so?" look as he looked at the serene, white, mist-like dense light surrounding the sixth elder's body, before coldly stating, "This is the so-called fruit of retribution by the law of the heaven. We must always prepare ourselves for insults from others when we go about insulting someone. There's no point in discussing this here since you're no match for me, but your experts from the Silver City are always welcome to seek me out for more trouble in case you disagree with my actions. No one shall be allowed to roam about doing their whims like they were a born blessing to the world. Everyone should have their dues repaid. I don't know of the events of the future since that can only be decided by the great elders of the Silver City." The third elder slowly stood up as a sense of resentment filled his eyes, "but still, I'd ask you to give me your name so I can give a proper explanation of these events to the Silver City." Explanation. Do you really believe that you would be able to get away from this place if I hadn't shed off my anger? The man in the black mask laughed, and then his body suddenly and slowly started to fade away from his current position, and then re-emerged in front of the sixth elder's body, seemingly grabbing something and taking it away, and then disappeared into thin air like mist. But a voice rang out from this illusionary figure before it completely faded away, "Go back and ask Han Feng Shui how much pleasure he derives from breaking up a pair of lovers, and ruining his granddaughter's happiness." Ha ha. The sound of laughter gradually dispersed without a trace along with the body of that mysterious man as the curtains of night suddenly descended upon the sky. It almost seemed as if this masked man had taken away the last rays of brightness from this world along with him. "Sir, please leave the Shao family's soul-replenishing jade behind." The third elder shouted out, but heard nothing more than echo in reply since that black-masked man had already melted between the heaven and the earth. The item which that black-masked man had grabbed from around the sixth elder's neck was a jade pendant. Moreover, this treasure was so valuable that only 2 others in the entire Silver City were in possession of this item. On top of that, when it came to the Shao family, this item was far more precious than their own lives. An ancestor of the Shao family had once found a warm and strange piece of jade in the snow-capped mountains. When worn on the body, this jade fragment would protect any wounds on the bearer's body from harm, even if it was bearer's heart that was shattered, meaning that the person could still be brought back to life. No one knew the origination or the mystery behind this piece of jade. This piece of jade was then cut into 3 parts, and only the most talented members of the Shao family were deemed eligible for wearing it. The sixth elder was given a piece to wear. The second one was given to the Shao family's youngest heir, Shao Fengwu, and the last one was presently with the little princess, Han Yen Meng, since the lives of these 2 youngsters simply couldn't be put at risk. However, no one had ever imagined that this jade amulet would actually end up getting snatched right before it would get an opportunity to perform its designated function. Moreover, who would have thought that such a powerful, noble, an unrivaled person would actually resort to stealing the valuables of others like a common criminal would. This is pathetic. I've never seen such a capable man talking about himself with such grandiose, and then go on to act in such a despicable manner without shame. This man is simply too despicable. The third elder fiercely spat out his saliva, such a qualified expert stealing. However, he was completely unaware that this unrivaled mysterious master would have never stolen this jade amulet, had he been aware of the sentiments attached with it. No matter how angry he was, Jun Moxie would have never braved such dangers in case he had known that his actions would be shrouded in the threats of retaliation from the other side. Because, this so-called unrivaled mysterious master would have been immediately exposed in case any of these three individuals had tried to obstruct him, which would have obviously forced him to flee far, far away with his tail tucked between his legs. The third elder, however, suddenly found himself at a complete loss. Anyhow, he was still a part of the Silver Blizzard City, a member of their high class at that, but moreover, an elder, and although he wasn't fully aware of the events that had happened in the past, but he'd always stand unwaveringly by the Silver Blizzard City's side no matter what. However, now it seemed that the solitary falcon had clearly exhibited that he would stand beside the Jun family, and even though the solitary falcon was a difficult opponent, he wasn't unrivaled. But moreover, today they suddenly ran into such a mysteriously strong person, who too, clearly seemed to be in support of the Jun family. Moreover, the strength of this mysterious individual was simply too horrifying enough to make the third elder desperate. There was no need to say anything else, just the manner in which he had attacked the sixth elder was enough to creep anyone out, for it was simply beyond the wildest of myths. The Jun family was very weak earlier, but mustn't be neglected now that they have two such strong supporters. Moreover, the intricate relationship between the Jun family and the Silver City is going to be a headache. I firmly believe that the Shao family would never the Jun family to rise again. They were simply putting up with the Jun family until now because they felt that the Jun family is simply too weak, and hence an unworthy match for them. On top of that, two strong factions from the Silver City stand face to face with opposing views on the subject, and because of this, the harmony of the Silver Blizzard City's internal factions has been disrupted for the first time after hundreds of years of seamless collaboration, which has obviously been adding fuel to the intensity of this fiery situation. Now that the Jun family has suddenly improved their position, the Shao family will spare no effort to wipe them out. In fact, even the final decision of the great elders may not be hindered by any opposition they might have to face from the city's master. As it is, it would be quite troublesome if the great elders acted rashly and provoked the solitary falcon, but I'm afraid that they might end up provoking a force they simply can't match in case they were to poke this mysterious and unrivaled master. Moreover, it seems from this mysterious master's behavior that he is willing to do his will by hook or crook. Such people have always been very difficult to deal with, and if such a shameless man was equipped with such skills and strength, he could possibly become a headache beyond measure. The third elder sighed deeply, weighed down by his anxieties. Chapter 228, Ginyang Gang's Transformation. On the other hand, Mu Shuetong and the little princess's thoughts varied rather significantly. They were both quite happy for Han Yenyao and Jun Wuyi. Those two lovers were separated almost 10 years ago, were forced to endure all sorts of bitter hardships for a decade, but now that they're receiving support from two such strong individuals, they'll finally be able to pick up the pieces and start anew. This is such a happy moment. The first thing the third elder did after returning back to the magnificent jewel hall was to write a long and detailed letter explaining the events which had occurred over these last few days. His letter was mostly focused on his personal opinions about the solitary falcon's involvement, along with that of the mysterious and unrivaled master. He tied the paper to a messenger eagle after he was done writing the 12-page-long report, mainly comprising of his views and opinions, and then stood alone atop the magnificent jewel hall's roof, quietly watching the dark and ashen sky. He couldn't help sigh since he could foresee a storm coming their way. I don't know how many people will be sent to their deaths after getting enveloped in this storm. Especially now that the Shao family's soul-replenishing jade has been taken away. This is one item they simply cannot bear to lose. And now they will go to any lengths in order to recapture it. However, this jade amulet has now fallen into the hands of that mysterious man in the black mask. So, how will they take it back? Even if the combined strength of all the experts in the Silver City was capable of recapturing it, not many would survive that final battle. We'd end up burning jade and the common stone alike. 2 more messenger eagles, each carrying a letter, were set off into the sky with the Silver City as their intended destination. These letters contained messages from Mu Shui Tong and the little princess, Han Yen Meng, respectively, with both individuals addressing their letters to the same person. Han Yen Yao. That poor woman has wasted away her youth, just so she could become the Jun family's daughter-in-law someday. I cannot even imagine how much joy this news of her beloveds will bring to her heart. What? The rampages of Xiao Han's footsteps were covered by his angry roars. Jun Wuyi's injuries have healed. How's this possible? How did he recover? Nonsense. I will not allow this to happen. The third elder closed his eyes. All this has happened because of you, Xiao Han. What else do you intend on doing now? As the darkness of night began to envelop the sky, the Ginyang Gang's main heads charged through the Tianxiang city, quickly making their way towards the gang's headquarters. The Ginyang Gang's heads, known as the Ginyang Illuminati, could only be summoned at the order of the gang's leader. The purpose of such a summon wasn't just to help the gang's leader, but actually meant the gang was faced with a situation as critical as that of life and death. This was the first time that such a summon had been issued. In fact, this summon wasn't even issued when the helm of the gang was faced with a force as unpredictable as that of the solitary falcons. That being said, Jin Fenglai had refrained from issuing this order at that time simply because the strength of that old man was far too horrifying for his heads to deal with, so much so, that bringing them into the fold wouldn't have changed the outcome one bit, and hence he had found it more suitable to simply find his elder brother, Brother Hai. This situation, however, was completely different. A blue-robed man stood at the top of the stage with his hands folded behind his back. His body language was as serene in depth as that of the oceans, but his strength as high as the mountains, as he stood there personifying the patience of an endless ocean, seemingly in wait for the Ginyang Illuminati to convene. Jin Fenglai, the leader of the Ginyang Gang, was sitting on one side with a very solemn and serious expression on his face. He could sense that his elder brother, and benefactor's, attitude had drastically changed since his return. He's full of aggression. It seems as if a desire is overtaking him. This very different compared to his previous, indifferent to the customs of the world attitude. Perhaps that is why Brother Hai has asked for the Ginyang Gang's control. And what's even weirder, is that he's actually summoned a convention of the Ginyang Illuminati. Jin Fenglai stood up with a gloomy expression on his face upon seeing that about 42 of his heads had entered the main hall, one after the other, and waved his palms at the crowd, which suddenly quieted down, and affixed their gazes towards him in anticipation for him to speak. Today, the central authority has issued this summons so that all brothers could convene and witness the announcement of this major event. Jin Fenglai's cold and sharp eyes slowly swept the faces of each and every person present. From today onwards, we, the Ginyang Gang, will not only welcome our new gang leader, Brother Hai, but will also take our first step in unifying the underworld factions of the capital city. We all know Brother Hai, Hai Chenfeng, and hence I don't feel the need to introduce him. Brother Hai and I have never differentiated between our possessions, to the point where his status in the Ginyang Gang has always transcended my own, but from today onwards, Brother Hai will take over the command, and take the position of the gang's leader. He will be the commanding authority from now on. A sudden silence followed his announcement. Jin Fenglai quietly waited for a while after making the announcement, but then slowly made an opening since no one had spoken up. Is there any brother who differs in opinion? Hai Chenfeng's hands were still folded behind his back as this announcement was made while his eyes had been constantly scanning the people in front. These people are supposed to be the Ginyang Gang's core, and now they've all turned to stone. I have some opinions. A big and burly man stepped out of the crowd. I don't understand why the big brother is making such a decision. Brother Hai's martial abilities are unique and peerless, and naturally, we've all come to admire him for them, but would a guest of the gang be able to fill a position as demanding as the gang's leader? What are we having this transfer of control for? I don't know how to put this in words, but Brother Hai has always been detached from the roots of the gang. However, his status in the gang has always been a very esteemed one since he's always helped the leader from the outside, but why do you want him to take over the control? All the major parties of the capital city are gathering their experts, and it could be said that there is a storm coming for us all. The big families seem to be making a move, and even we've been approached for the possibility of an alliance by the Mu Rong family, the Li family, and the Song family. How far do you believe you'll be able to take us through this storm? Even though the Ginyang Gang brazenly calls itself untouchable, we are nothing in front of these major families, since they are capable of destroying the entire Ginyang Gang before the dawn of tomorrow's sun. What shall I do when faced with such a future? Jin Feng Lai sighed. We are untouchable, yet some people still provoke us. Brother Hai will take on this heavy responsibility of leading us to what we don't have at present. We need not ally with any of the major families, we need not become their hunting dogs, and yet, we may continue to survive. I may have upheld the banners of the Ginyang Gang, however Brother Hai was the true leader all along, even though he was just a guest in name. But, since his description has been both unjust and undeserved, I've decided to retreat and hand the control over to him. Do you understand now? That burly man's lips moved in silence for a while, but he eventually retreated back to his spot without uttering a single word. I have some views. A thin man squeezed his way out of the crowd, pushing the other aside. The gang's strength in the capital city has always been dependent on our collective forces, and not the power of a few people alone. If the Ginyang Gang doesn't depend on the powerful once again, then we won't be able to survive for long despite our current strength. In fact, we cannot even guarantee our survival for a day or two. Therefore, why don't we just each choose a powerful family, and as long as we're able to come to terms with them, ally with them while keeping our main interests as unified as possible so we don't become completely dependent on them either. And this way, we'll all have a strong patron, and we'll also be able to assist each other in the time of need. Brothers, please tell me which idea is better. Why must we stubbornly defend our little base in vain against such heavy blows? So, which one is the most powerful, and appropriate in your opinion? Hai Chen-feng's hands remained crossed behind his back as his voice floated across the hall. The Mu Rong and the Li family would suit us best in my humble opinion. Only, I cannot say the same about struggling for survival, since that would be a very unwise move. The thin man stated loudly. The blue figure suddenly turned around and charged forward, his movement, seemingly resembling a sudden surge in the oceanic currents. Bang! That thin man's chest was struck by Hai Chen-feng's palm, and his body flew afar while the 5 main internal organs of chest immediately gave away. His body hadn't even landed on the ground when it suddenly found itself torn apart, mid-air. He was already dead, even his corpse had miserably failed to remain intact. A man born between the heaven and the earth, who actually relies on others for his survival, is as good as dead. Hai Chen-feng suddenly turned around and looked at the crowd. If you live in fear, you don't deserve to be a part of my Ginyang Gang. If you secretly accept assistance from others, you do not deserve to stand here. Now tell me, who else has an opinion? We shall be willing to live and die together, so we can create a favorable atmosphere for all brothers of the Ginyang Gang. That's the way forward. Hai Chen-feng's cold and detached eyes scanned the crowd with the precision of an eagle's. From now on, I am the new leader of the Ginyang Gang. Everyone has 1 day's time to consider it before getting back to me. If you stay, you do as I say. The Ginyang Gang will embark on a new journey tomorrow. And no one will be allowed to go against it. Anyone who violates the rules, dies. Hai Chen-feng had finally revealed his aggression, and his strength. The moment that thin man had objected to Hai Chen-feng's orders, he had automatically gone against his order even if he hadn't accepted any assistance from the other families yet. Bloody means have always been essential to impose a change in the power structure. That man only had his own misfortunes to blame for his fate. Everyone dispersed as the curtains of night descended upon the Tianxiang city. They were all left trembling in fear after witnessing the appalling manner in which that thin man's body had disintegrated, and couldn't help increasing the pace of their departure as a result. Hai Chen-feng had finally taken over the reins of the Ginyang Gang. The next step would obviously be to expand its reach. Hai Chen-feng had finally taken his first step, the first step required in order to complete Jun Moxie's demand, unify the capital's underground forces. However, this was just the beginning of things. The lanterns had already been lit by the time Jun Moxie returned to the Jun residence. The young Master Jun was in high spirits all along the way back, since he had not only managed to succeed in retaliating against the sixth elder, but had also gotten hold of a mystical jade pendant. However, the true abilities of this jade pendant were yet to be explored by Jun Moxie. However, the Hongjun Pagoda had been very active ever since this jade pendant had appeared, which led Jun Moxie to believe that this was no ordinary piece of jade. He could indistinctly sense that this jade piece was not even jade in reality, but something completely unknown altogether. Jun Moxie had already tossed this jade pendant into the Hongjun Pagoda after getting his hands on it. Upon reaching the Jun residence, Jun Moxie was informed that he had been summoned into Jun Wuyi's courtyard by the solitary falcon, who lay waiting for his arrival in Jun Wuyi's study. "What's this old boy up to now? This doesn't look good. No one in the house seems to be willing to poke him at the moment. Who is their right mind would have recruited such a guy, huh? You devil of a boy. Finally, you're back, ah. You've put me in a great deal of trouble, ah." The solitary falcon sprang out, grabbed Jun Moxie, and carried him straight into the study. Chapter 229, You Used Me as Cannon Fodder. The solitary falcon sputter almost sprayed out on Jun Moxie's face. "Damn it, boy, you cheated this old man into staying at the Jun residence with your scheming tongue. Even when there was such a huge trap hidden inside. First there was the Silver Blizzard City, and now there's the Shuehun Manor. You little bastard, do you really think my old and weary bones can withstand so much? Why didn't you inform me of this earlier?" "Inform you earlier?" The young Master Jun blinked as he explained himself. "You would have left for the prairie a long time ago had I told you about this earlier. Would you have actually stayed here, huh? Do you think I'm that stupid?" The solitary falcon seemed extremely gloomy. "Yes, you're definitely not stupid, boy, in fact, you're extremely shrewd, but I'm not a fool either." The solitary falcon would have been duty-bound to leave after weighing the situation had he not seen Jun Moxie's eagle form technique and had instead found out about all these troubles that day. However, he was simply unwilling to retreat now, even though he was faced with two such powerful enemies, since he had witnessed a maneuver which he could only describe as the world's best technique. How can I treat such an opportunity as a joke? Not to mention that this kid is being backed by a peerless master. Although he's clearly telling the truth, my heart is still not comfortable with this yet. My heart can't be at peace as long as he keeps exploiting this situation. Because he's just too crafty. And although the benefits are amazing, and the blatant manner in which this little devil is saying this, is really making me very angry. "I see, kid, when does your master get here?" The solitary falcon asked. This old man wishes to discuss the Shuehun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City's topic with him. In case the solitary falcon was assured of that mysterious master's support, then he tossed the Silver Blizzard City and Shuehun Manor's threat aside. "My master?" Jun Moxie started blinking again. "Because that old man is busy wandering around the world, his whereabouts are always uncertain. He's dragon whose head and tail are simply impossible to get a sight off, so how do I know when he'll come around? But, he always finds me once I'm done mastering his previously assigned tasks. Do you think I can fight this battle alone?" The solitary falcon suddenly stared back at him, shivering with fear from head to toe. "How come you're alone?" Jun Moxie's eyes opened wide with confusion. The solitary falcon's voice seemed completely hollowed. "Who else is there? It's not that your grandfather and uncle are weak, but their strength isn't enough to intervene in a dispute of this magnitude. So if your master isn't here, then who else is?" "What are you trying to say? Are you saying that I'm not here?" Jun Moxie pointed his finger at his own chest, seemingly unwilling to part with his responsibilities. "I'll fight alongside you. Kid, you count for a fart's worth." The solitary falcon fumed back. "Even a fart makes a bit of noise, but you're not even capable of making that. You die the moment someone blows one in your face." The Silver Blizzard City and Shuehun Manor, each has tens of spirit Xian experts in their ranks. And this old man's two fists can only deal with two at a time, which means that I can only block off 4 or 5 of such experts at any given moment. What about the rest of them, huh? How will you defend your Jun family against the rest, huh? Well, just do your best. Jun Moxie stated in a serious tone as he lowered his gaze to his own chin. Damn you kid. The solitary falcon couldn't control his temper anymore, and started cursing out as a result. What are my efforts worth if you have no strength? You really are a bastard like no other. The solitary falcon was almost ready to turn around and leave. Don't worry, the boat will go straight ahead with currents once it reaches the pier head, and there will be a way forward once we've reached the mountain. Jun Moxie tried to reassure the man, so what's making you so anxious? And what if it doesn't go straight ahead? What then, huh? The solitary falcon opened his eyes so wide, that it seemed as if he'd simply swallow him down. I've never met such a useless person before. Then, it will get crushed, ah. The young Master Jun's words didn't help in the least in bringing the solitary falcon's temper down. You're shamelessly saying that it will get crushed. The solitary falcon stared back. There's no point in arguing with him. He's like that lazy dog who just doesn't realize that swallowing a hedgehog would be very painful for his stomach. I'm certain that it won't get crushed. What about you? Jun Moxie batted his eyelids like a half-dead person. Let's not forget that you're one of the 8 great masters, so even if the sky was falling, you'd still be capable of easily raising it back up. And I believe that as long as you have the courage to take a hit, you could easily deliver a crushing defeat to them. Even if you fail, you're at least capable of burning both jade and common stone, and you could easily damage them right down to their bones. Then I can easily take advantage of that situation, can't I? The solitary falcon suddenly found himself in a bind. He suddenly realized something. Trusting this kid was a huge mistake. This kid has actually been planning on using me as cannon fodder all along so he could fish in troubled waters later on. How can such a despicable person actually exist in this world? He's just too. He has really opened my eyes today. Kid, do you even know the Silver Blizzard City? The solitary falcon stood up with the intention of leaving. Sticking around this kid will only make my life more difficult. However, he still felt like beating him about before leaving. Do you have any idea about the Xuehun Manor? Do you even know what they are capable of? I don't know why you're going about talking so big. Kid, you don't this, but you're destined to die sooner or later. The solitary falcon obviously wanted to leave immediately, now that he was finished, but knew that Jun Wui was resting outside in the courtyard, after having finished his training for the day, and wouldn't let him leave this easily, no matter how much he insisted on it. However, he was certainly very dissatisfied with this young master. Jun Moxie wasn't very pleased to see the aggressive look on the solitary falcon's face, and hence, hadn't been talking to him in a proper manner. But now, after listening to the solitary falcon's tone, he realized that the man had already learnt most of the inside story. However, as opposed to expectations, the young Master Jun couldn't help but feel excited since he realized that he could use this to his advantage, if he was to share a bit more information with the man. Maybe I don't understand that, but are the Silver Blizzard City and Xuehun Manor so powerful that even one of the 8 great masters is afraid to stand up to their arrogance? The young Master Jun had turned his attitude around with perfection as he continued with an earnest and honest expression on his face. If that's the case, then I won't pay any attention to your departure, or to anyone similar. However, if you see it my way, why would I need to fear anyone when the solitary falcon is sitting inside my house? Haha, that's why I'm so confident. The solitary falcon was just about to step out when he suddenly realized, I see why this kid seemed too confident all along. He was just using me as an illusion. His words do make a lot of sense. What would a man need to fear if one of the 8 great masters was watching over him? No wonder. He was just using my fame. However, the solitary falcon was still a bit upset. He has been using my name this entire time, and that's been giving him all this confidence. It's no wonder that he's been jumping up and down without a care in the world, so much so that he's boldly dared to face off with the Silver Blizzard City and Xuehun Manor. However, it will be very difficult if he maintains this mentality in the long term. The solitary falcon's mind was overcome with thoughts, and then he suddenly realized that the Jun family had been at a lot of ease, simply because he was watching over them. If the Silver Blizzard City and Xuehun Manor were to come for them, would they still be able to hurt the Jun family? No way, they won't come, simply because my reputation is just too loud. Boy, I might be one of the 8 great masters, but my ability to add more manpower into my fold has always been poor. The solitary falcon's tone had eased very significantly, but his eyes seemed to resembling that of a lamb overrun with confusion. Although he was still upset, but his tone made absolutely no attempts to conceal his prideful nature, which was an obvious indication that Jun Moxie's words had affected him rather considerably. That's exactly what I thought about, Jun Moxie continued in a sincere and honest tone. You see, although the Silver Blizzard City and Shui Hun Manor are both watched over by one of the 8 great masters each, but I doubt that these 2 men would fall from their status and personally take action against the Jun family. And do you actually believe that we wouldn't be able to deal with the others, as long as these 2 men stayed out of it? Especially with you present here? The solitary falcon opened his eyes wide as he nodded and smiled, before he said, that makes sense. If you leave out Li Ju Tian and Han Feng Shui out of it, then their other people are merely, free-range chickens in my eyes. Even their spirit Xian experts are no exception, for even they are too vulnerable. Jun Moxie had been running his mouth in the hope of brining this man back to reality, but had actually done the exact opposite of the intended. Really, is this the time for you to get all arrogant? Don't be so full of yourself, this is a matter of life and death, quickly wake up to reality. Exactly, so what do we need to be afraid of? Even if they all came here together, they would still find themselves under a world of pressure as long as you are here with us. You are Jun family's backbone, and an unbreakable one at that. As long as you were to retaliate, it would be like dropping a stone on eggs. You would be like a giant hammer swatting away mere mosquitoes effortlessly. No, that's not the case. Even though the solitary falcon was arrogant by nature, he wasn't arrogant enough to put his individual strength against that of the Silver Blizzard City and Shui Hun Manor. The remainder of their strength still cannot be underestimated. It will still be very difficult for me to handle them all by myself. You're afraid that it will be difficult for you? You simply can't match them. The young Master Jun somehow managed to hold his vomit back as he smiled naively. I think you can. Just like today, didn't they immediately calm down once you took things into your own hands? Couldn't you easily handle several spirit Xian experts easily, if you wanted to? The solitary falcon crossed his hands behind his back as he started to walk back and forth about the room, slowly. But even though he was quite elated, he still maintained a serious and solemn expression on his face. Don't say such nonsense, you should never underestimate an enemy. What kind of a bird are you? I was holding you down, and not the other way around. The young Master Jun was completely dumbfounded. I just gave you an example of a couple of situations where you simply couldn't manage it on your own, and yet you're still not down from your pedestal. You're so full of yourself. Great Master, you may indeed be a legend of your generation, but you're still a human. You bleed when hit, right? In fact, there's something that I don't understand. The Sky Xian realm is above the Earth Xian realm, and the Spirit Xian is above that, which is also the highest level. But then why are you so much stronger than a normal Spirit Xian expert, such as the Silver Blizzard City's 6th Elder? Isn't he a Spirit Xian expert, same as you? I'm really confused here, don't tell me there's something more here. What's this all about? Chapter 230, The 12 Levels of Spirit Xian, each level scaling to the sky. Jun Moxie had lost his patience after watching the solitary falcon obsessing endlessly with himself, and hence, blatantly asked the one question he most wanted the answer to. It seems that this guy just doesn't understand what a hint really is. Mildly hinting at things is a complete waste of energy since he's simply blind to them. It's just better to be straightforward around him. Who told you that about the Spirit Xian realm? That it's the highest realm? The solitary falcon batted his eyelids twice as he stared at Jun Moxie with a sour taste in his mouth. He was busy imagining defeating 2 of the most powerful factions in the world, single-handedly, like a valiant hero. But was suddenly interrupted by Jun Moxie's question, like a soldier by a truce. That is just wrong. How is Spirit Xian the highest realm? This is a big joke. Oh, then, is there a realm higher than Spirit Xian? Allow me to learn something from your vast experience and knowledge. Though Jun Moxie was intentionally playing dumb, he really didn't know anything on this topic in reality either. are you telling me that great masters aren't spirit Xian experts? But then what are they? You fool. The solitary falcon's anger rose in resentment since the young master Jun was failing to meet his expectations. A spirit Xian expert is a spirit Xian expert, and a great master is a great master. Get it? The strength of a spirit Xian is too mediocre, and hence your assertion is plainly baseless and muddled. Oh. Jun Moxie's eyes opened wide in surprise. Xian Qi is the world's most amazing thing. The solitary falcon's face turned as solemn as a pilgrim's. Jun Moxie's heart secretly quacked a few contemptuous laughs. Xian Qi is the world's most amazing thing. My art of unlocking the heaven's fortune's aura is 1,000 times more powerful. What would you call that, huh? Xian Qi can delay aging, enhance physical strength, make people live longer, move mountains and drain seas, call the winds and summon the rains. With it, you can do anything you want. The solitary falcon's eyes were fanatical, but people still use it just as a means of killing others. Move mountains and drain the seas. Do anything you want. Jun Moxie stood up, this time however, in genuine surprise. The young master Jun's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets, while his chin had almost hit the ground. Maybe this old man exaggerated things a bit, the solitary falcon proudly added, but your master is the most obvious example. He obliterated an entire maple forest with just one wave of his hand. TCH, I believe that this miraculous feat was still just a little peek into his true abilities. Oh, Jun Moxie sat down in discouragement, like a ball which had just been deflated. The inference he had made from this, had left him paralyzed. A person with a Xian Qi realm below the 9th level is just an ant. Even though this sentence is correct, it is still not completely true. The solitary falcon continued, the 9th level is so low that it can't even compare to ants. The correct statement should be, a person with cultivation below the spirit Xian realm is an ant. That would mean that only a handful of people are worthy of being called humans. Jun Moxie muffled in an authentic manner. The rest would just be ants. There are 12 levels above the spirit Xian realm. The normal people are just at the beginning of things, they are nothing more than a joke for someone at such high levels. The solitary falcon's body language was clearly exuding his pride and arrogance, and the 12 levels of spirit Xian. Each scales to the sky. The 12 levels of spirit Xian, each scales to the sky. Jun Moxie silently repeated the sentence, and then asked, what does this mean? Just the way spirit Xian realm is above sky Xian, these 12 levels are above spirit Xian. Advancing each level from the 1st to the 12th is just as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the gap between each of these levels can only be compared to the disparity between the land and the sky. Therefore, each of these 12 levels scales to the sky. The solitary falcon hummed, and then said, the 12th level is the real practice of Xian Qi in my eyes, and only person who has entered into the 12th level can be regarded as a real man. The difference between the 12th level and a mere spirit Xian is so great that a spirit Xian isn't even worthy of realizing it. In fact, he wouldn't even be qualified to have any knowledge of it. So you've already crossed a few levels? Jun Moxie asked out of curiosity. This old man, and old Feng Wan Yun are currently at the 5th level, which is the minimum requirement to be considered a great master. The solitary falcon went mute for a while after finishing his sentence. 5th level. I don't know if I'll ever be able to reach the 6th level, alas. The 5th level, because anyone under the 5th level is unworthy of being traditionally called a great master, since such martial artists don't truly have the desire to become great. A spirit Xian expert isn't necessarily a great master, but a great master is bound to be a spirit Xian. The rise to the 5th level is the first of the large gaps. In fact, one needs to put a huge amount of effort to break into the 5th level, and only then are they able to comprehend the true abilities of the 5th realm, and this new understanding helps them in vaguely borrowing the power from their surroundings for their own usage. That's what makes them great masters. And anyone under the 5th realm simply cannot fathom the power this level allows a person to derive from his surroundings. As a result, even a peak 4th level spirit Xian expert is still just a spirit Xian expert, and not a great master. So, Yunbi Chen and the Li Ju Tian are presumably at the 12th level of the Spirit Xian realm? The knowledge of this new world had left Jun Moxie feeling as if his eyes had been opened all of a sudden. No, that's not the case. The solitary falcon shook his head, but didn't give any justifications. Even though Jun Moxie asked, he remained silent. Following a long silence, he finally spoke up in a faint tone, Yunbi Chen has only reached the peak of the 8th level. The theory about these 12 levels have been derived from a distant legend which states that there comes a huge barrier in between these levels after every 4, such as, from 4th to 5th, from 8th to 9th. For example, the difference between the 4th and the 5th levels is so massive, that one goes from being called a Spirit Xian expert to a great master. Since he had already decided to tell the young master Jun about this, the solitary falcon saw no harm in explaining things in proper detail to further Jun Moxie's knowledge and understanding. If that's so, then what is above the 8th level of the Spirit Xian realm? And since Yunbi Chen is also only at the 8th level, the person who breaks into the 9th level first, will become the first one in the world to do so. The young master Jun had only mentioned this point since he was calculating the speed of his entry to the Spirit Xian realm. I should be able to reach the Spirit Xian realm in about 3 to 5 years' time at this rate, and hence he was naturally intrigued by the level even the 8 great masters hadn't reached yet. The 8th level of the Spirit Xian realm is a new world altogether, and even I'm not qualified enough to have any knowledge of it. Only Yunbi Chen, Li Ju Tian and those people from the Tian Fa forest are qualified and eligible to speak on it, that is, of course, if we don't take your master into account. Your master's realm is far higher than any of my generations. In fact, his cultivation is so high that even if Yunbi Chen could confidentially claim to catch up with him someday, a man like myself can only dream of writing about it. The solitary falcon sighed, stood up, walked over to the bedside, pulled out a jar of wine from under the bed, opened its seal, and drained a mouthful of it down his throat, in the hope that its embrace would help in soothing the desolation of his anxieties. This partitioning of the cultivation levels is very baffling. Jun Moxie suddenly took a deep breath. The differentiation in this world's strength levels is so strange and harsh. In case you haven't reached the stage yet, you're not even qualified enough to learn about it. The facts still aren't clear though. In fact, even though the 12 levels are quite well differentiated, but if one were to follow this context, then all levels would appear the same on the surface, but the internal discrepancies between the levels would still be very strict. So basically, the lower levels would never be able to understand the higher ones, and even if the situation changes with respect to the levels, this basic fact would still apply universally. Everything that I had previously heard from my grandfather and uncle were nothing more than worldly rumors. Perhaps that's more than what the others know, but it still means that a Sky Xian expert will never be able to withstand the strength of someone that strong. And from what the solitary falcon just said, there's always a new world to be opened. So, will Yunbi Chen and Li Ju Tian be able to attain these transformations? Although they are in the same realm as the solitary falcon, but they are still a few levels above him, so it really won't be surprising if he doesn't even have any knowledge of it yet. But, where does the peak of this world's cultivation end? For a long time, Jun Moxie was so lost in his thoughts that he completely forgot to regret over his precious, 12,000 taels a jar, wine. So, the Silver Blizzard City, and the Shuehun Manor, you're not aware of what they could be capable of? Jun Moxie raised his head, his eyes gleaming. The only thing this old man can say is, the Jun family is both bold, and extremely lucky. The solitary falcon sighed in remorse. The mention of this matter depressed the solitary falcon's heart once again, and he couldn't help staring at Jun Moxie as a result. This is really bizarre. Your Jun family is just a worldly family, and yet you've survived for this long in front of the Silver Blizzard City. This is nothing short of a miracle. The solitary falcon shook his head again. Let's just leave the Shuehun Manor for the time being and talk about the Silver Blizzard City only. You simply shouldn't have provoked them just now. If I didn't know that you were being backed by a man of your master's strength, I would have simply patted you on your buttock, and left instead of accompanying you on this madness, since this is practically like selling your life to the doorsteps of death. Oh, even though your offer is very attractive, I still value my life more. Even though the solitary falcon was being quite generous on the surface, only he knew the effort it was taking to hold back his vomit upon realizing that he had stepped into a hornet's nest. Is the Silver Blizzard City really that powerful? So powerful that we just don't stand any chances of victory? Jun Moxie frowned. I'm still confused after witnessing the Silver Blizzard City's third elder's strength, although he's a spirit Xian expert, but he simply isn't strong enough to compete against the solitary falcon. I just don't understand why he's talking about this matter in such a serious tone rather than boasting his own status. The young Master Jun's malicious mind simply couldn't fathom this calculation. The third, sixth, and ninth elder of the Silver Blizzard City are naturally of no concern, but now the problem is that you've provoked the Silver Blizzard City's Shao family. This is almost equal to going head-on against the Silver Blizzard City. Do you understand this differentiation? The solitary falcon looked pitifully at Jun Moxie, and sighed as he thought, the ignorant really are fearless. Isn't the Silver Blizzard City's master surnamed Han, and if that's the case, then why are you saying that we're up against the Silver Blizzard City? Jun Moxie still couldn't understand it. Could you explain this clearly? Chapter 231, Silver Blizzard City's History. The explanation to that has a lot to do with the Silver Blizzard City's history. It is said that over 300 years ago, there used to be a large alliance between gangs, known as the Supreme Alliance, which controlled more than half of this world's underworld factions. Their fame, might and strength were unmatched, and it is said that even spirit Xian experts would detour from their paths upon seeing the Supreme Alliance's emblem obstructing their way, afraid of the troubles they would provoke otherwise. The solitary falcon continued narrating, slowly, as fate had it. One day, the Supreme Alliance's young master, Yuling Feng happened to meet a woman whose eyes were so beautiful, and style so magnificent that people used to call her the Jade Phoenix of the Nine Firmaments. Her name was Kong Yen Luo, and she was regarded as the world's most beautiful woman. Yuling Feng was quite excited by the prospect of wooing her, and hence, he tried any and all means to win her heart over, same as countless other experts, but none of it bore any fruit. Seeing that Kong Yen Luo had repeatedly rejected his feeling, Yuling Feng was so pained that he ordered the extermination of the entire Luo family, along with Kong Yen Luo of course. However, just when Kong Yen Luo's fragrance was about to perish, 3 men suddenly showed up, rescued her, and then fled with her. She fell in love with the eldest of her 3 saviors, and they tied their fates in a bond of marriage soon after. It didn't take long for this news to reach Yuling Feng's ears. One day, he encircled the 3 men with the intention of killing them in order to extract his revenge, but was killed by those 3 men in the fight that ensued. Jun Moxie couldn't help himself. Doesn't Solitary Falcon's tale sound very similar to the situation between Guanqing Han and the Shui Han manor? The eldest of the 3 men was named Han Xiaoyao, the second brother was called Xiao Xingchen, and the third one was named Chu Duanxiang. These 3 men were amongst the best warriors of that era's younger generation, and naturally, very talented as martial artists. After killing Yuling Feng, the 3 brothers obviously made an enemy out of the Supreme Alliance's master, Yu Zhanyun, who ordered everyone under his command, spare no effort in tracking and killing those 4. The 3 men were well aware of their respective strengths, and knew they would be of no match to the Supreme Alliance in battle. The 4 of them decided to leave, and disappeared without leaving any tracks behind. However, no one knew that these 4 had found refuge in a faraway snow-cladded land. Moreover, the 4 of them had secretly started creating their own forces atop those snow-capped mountains. These 3 men went on to become the 3 founding ancestors of the Silver Blizzard City, establishing its 3 founding families, the Han family, the Shao family, and the Chu family. A decade later, the 4 of them left the mountains once again after having accumulated a reasonable amount of force since they had decided to stir trouble for the Supreme Alliance. However, the Supreme Alliance was already in a lot of trouble at this time since the public was infuriated by their conduct. Thus, when the 3 of them launched their assault on the Supreme Alliance, they received a large and unexpected response from the rest of the world, with several of the world's finest experts joining hands with them. In less than 3 years, the world's most powerful alliance was not only brought down, but completely removed from the setting. However, Yu Zhanyun and Han Xiaoyao came face to face at a critical juncture during the final battle. Once the two men were worn out, Yu Zhanyan issued one last desperate attack Han Xiaoyao simply wouldn't be able to withstand. Seeing this happen, Xiao Xingchen blocked off Yu Zhanyan's killer strike from reaching Han Xiaoyao, using his own body as a shield, but took Yu Zhanyan with him as he parted from this world. At that time, Xiao Xingchen's cultivation had already surpassed Han Xiaoyao's, and was progressing further by leaps and bounds since he aspired to become the strongest in the world. He had a beautiful wife and son waiting for him at his house, and one could truly say that he was living the best years of his life, but had still chosen to die for the sake of protecting his sworn brother. They say his face reveled in a spirit of brotherhood and heroism at the time of his death. Han Xiaoyao was so aggrieved by the death of his younger brother that he publicly took out his sword and cut his own 2 fingers, causing his blood to drip to the ground. His thunderous voice shook the entire world as he swore a blood oath: as long as the Silver Blizzard City remains, the Shao family's descendants will never perish. And his descendants still uphold his vow to this day. The solitary falcon seemed a bit moved when he was narrating that incident of sacrifice and brotherhood, which was evident from the passionate note his voice had taken. Jun Moxie heaved a long sigh. He had finally understood the meaning behind the solitary falcon's words. The Jun family is very lucky to have survived for this long, very, very lucky. Even though the Shao family isn't in control of the Silver Blizzard City, but their opinion is very critical when it comes to making the important decisions in the Silver Blizzard City. And no one can do anything about this. Moreover, the city's masters have been holding the Shao family's descendant very dear ever since, which has spoilt their attitude for the worse. Do you understand it now? If your Jun family is up against the Shao family, then it also faces the Silver Blizzard City. In fact, it's one and the same thing. After spitting out the entire story in one go, the solitary falcon opened his mouth big, and drank a few mouthfuls of wine before he sighed, and said, "One really can't blame Han Xiaoyao. I too would do anything in order to ensure a life of comforts for such a brother. For such a brother's love, I, solitary falcon, would pay no mind to life and death. But because of this, it would become very difficult to protect your family from the Shaos. Even I stand helpless in this regard. I have no idea how your uncle's woman has been managing it for so long." The solitary falcon heaved a long sigh, before continuing with a sense of desolation in his tone, "But I'm certain that no matter how she did it, the steps would have been extremely difficult. That girl's life must have become very, very bitter." The solitary falcon leaned to his side after finishing his tale, and started gazing at the dark of the night sky. His eyes were reflecting a strange, unknown, and complex emotion as they stared at the sky above, seemingly concealing the pains of a very distant memory. "So that's what's going on." The young master Jun sighed. In both his incarnations, this was the first time the hitman's mind actually felt overburdened, since this was first time he was up against a problem he couldn't find a solution to. The Jun family's previous situation had completely changed since several of its cornerstones had been destroyed, bringing the family to a point of decline. The only survivor, Jun Wuyi, had lost both his legs to disability, aware that there would never be any hope of recovery. Although Grandpa Jun's heart was filled with anger over the loss of his sons, but he was still helpless. After all, one can't twist a thigh with a mere arm, and hence, he was forced to silence his anger as well. However, even though the Shao family held a very powerful position within the Silver Blizzard City structure, they had still stopped midway in their goal of destroying the Jun family. But why wouldn't they have cut the weed at its roots? There could only have been one reason behind the Shao family's decision to abandon their task halfway. And this reason was most certainly a woman one could only take pity on. Han Yenyao. God knows what kind of a price she would have paid to keep the Jun family from its doom. And how much effort it must have taken. Only God knows what kind of a life that poor woman must be leading atop those snowy mountains. What kind of a miserable existence has she been enduring? The Jun family's life has surely been very uncomfortable and miserable, but would it even remotely compare to that woman's? Although the Jun and the Shao family's mutual animosity won't allow them to coexist, but poor Han Yanyao's credit cannot never be discredited, since she's fighting against her own family for the sake of the Jun family, whilst still maintaining her family's grace. I need to ensure that third uncle and Han Yenyao are reunited as soon as possible so that these lovers can finally get married. The hitman Jun had suddenly started feeling anxious. He had finally understood the plight Jun Woo-yi had been suffering this past decade, the pain and helplessness his calm face had been concealing. However, the hitman Jun could barely bear to imagine Han Yanyao's plight, so how could Jun Woo-yi endure watching something like this happening to the love of his life? This would have obviously thrown his conscience deeper into the abyss of depression. If it hadn't been for the burden of this entire family's future, if it hadn't been for the cause of his two brothers, if it hadn't been for an aged father, then uncle would have already slit his throat with his own sword. In such circumstances, even a bare existence must have been at least 1,000,000 times more difficult than death. And also 1,000,000 times more painful. Moreover, the only confidant of his sacrifice still sits in wait far away, suffering in silence for just one ray of hope. How could someone endure this? The hitman couldn't even imagine the pain Jun Woo-yi had been shouldering this past decade, dragging a disabled body through the routines of life under such miserable circumstances, just for the sake of a father and the future generations, to live just for others. He is a hero. In fact, death would have been very easy, even a knife would have sufficed, but to live like this, would be similar to enduring 1,000 cuts to one's soul, every day, and every night. Falcon, you just told me that you're presently at the 5th level of Spirit Xian, and breaking into the 6th level wouldn't as difficult as the breakthrough from the 4th to 5th, but even though you wish to make that breakthrough, you can't because it's been very difficult for you to enhance your cultivation, and you haven't been able to overcome these difficulties as of yet, right? Jun Moxie bit his teeth, while his firm eyes clearly demonstrated his heart's resolve. In fact, the solitary falcon had never heard him talk in such a solemn and slow tone before. The solitary falcon could instinctively feel the power and unwavering determination of Jun Moxie's words, and couldn't prevent himself from being startled as he looked up at Jun Moxie, while his eyes suddenly started exuding a sharp and fierce aura. Why are you saying this? You, what does this mean, boy? What are you trying to say? Previously this would have been treated as mockery between these two men, however, at this time, the two of them were quite serious since they had clearly understood each other's intentions. In fact, the entirety of their surrounding had also suddenly tensed up in accordance with this impeding, and unusually serious discussion. It was almost as if someone had uncovered a bough in the dark of night, with the arrow already touching the cord. My master was always obsessed with refining dawn, and as chance has it, a few years ago, he managed to develop a method to refine a very special dan. Jun Moxie's focused gaze met with the solitary falcon's eyes, and didn't leave them. This dan requires various precious and rare herbs, jewels, and other items as raw material. Moreover, this dan's refining process is even more difficult. However, once it's ready, it will possess the ability to enhance a person's level, regardless of their strength, and without any side effects. Do you understand what that means? The solitary falcon's hawk-like eyes motionlessly stared at him for a long time. Jun Moxie, too, didn't speak anything after, and simply continued to watch the solitary falcon in a calm and composed manner. The solitary falcon was undoubtedly in need for this dan. And, his requirement was urgent. A desperation breeds in the heart of a person who has reached the extent of his ability, and still has people ahead he wishes to, but can't chase down. Why else would a dignified man like the solitary falcon drop from his status and ask a kid to teach him martial arts? This itself was a proof conclusive of the fact that the solitary falcon had already reached his limits, but was still desperate to forge ahead. The solitary falcon wouldn't shy away from going to any extent or expending any kind of effort in order to procure such a dan, if one such existed. The solitary falcon was also aware that Jun Moxie wouldn't just present such a dan to him, like a gift without costs. Thus, the next topic on the discussion table would obviously be the conditions. They both understood that well. Chapter 232, Operation begins. The solitary falcon was aware that he'd have to pay a huge price in order to obtain this dan. In fact, the solitary falcon was aware what this price would be. Thus, even though Jun Moxie still hadn't finished, it somehow seemed that there was no need for him to. Both men were well aware of what the condition would be. Even though the two pair of eyes were gazing into each other, seemingly in understanding, but the slight and quiet smile on their faces concealed the contest these two men were secretly having. A silent battle to see who's more impatient, to see who'd lose. And it stayed as such for a long, long time. Suddenly, the solitary falcon shook his head, laughed, sighed and said, "All I can say is that you can put forth any condition, because this offer is so tempting that I wouldn't wish to refuse. In fact, I can't refuse, and then there's you, attaining and maintaining this sort of temperament at such a young age is nothing short of miraculous. I, solitary falcon, have traveled the entire world, but if you ask me, I've never seen anything comparable to the tiny monster you are. However, I'm glad that I met you today. But, this time, you've miscalculated." Oh. The hitman's expression didn't waver in the slightest as he maintained his composure while slightly lifting his eyes. "No one in this world is capable of resisting the temptations of this marvelous medicine you speak of. As far as I'm concerned, I'm simply incapable of even denying that I can resist the temptation of advancing to the 6th level of the spirit Xian realm from my current 5th. The solitary falcon smiled, however, even though it's extremely difficult to resist, but this solitary falcon will never allow anyone to look down upon himself. I would never agree to these terms, even if your master personally set them. Because I am the solitary falcon. The falcon of the savannah." A flame smoldered inside his eyes as he sneered, "I will only ever do the will of those gods who reside in the skies, never become the slave of mere men. And there shall be no exceptions." "Well said." Jun Moxie gently applauded his words with a slight smile. "Perhaps Master Falcon misunderstands me. I've never asked for Master Falcon to become the slave of mere humans. But then, how could I be mistaken if I haven't stated my conditions yet? Young Master Jun, it seems that I've underestimated you even now. However, you cannot deny that this sentence of yours was the complete reverse of your thoughts, can you?" The solitary falcon was somewhat taunting now. "You're that kind of person who's willing to achieve his goals by fair means or foul. Moreover, you'd stubbornly seek to maximize your profits in case you see any. This, I'm confident, I couldn't have misunderstood." Jun Moxie was silent for a long time. Had he really underestimated one of the most capable men in the entire world? He had been manipulating everyone to his will ever since his reincarnation into this world. However, for the first time in this life, he found his confidence lacking, leaving him dumbstruck and speechless. The young Master Jun bitterly smiled as he said, "Master Falcon is right, I am such a person. You made no mistake in judging that about me, but, you do not agree with the words I haven't said, however. I can still help you in enhancing your cultivation as long as you promise to do just one thing for me. And if you promise, I will immediately try to inform my master to collect the raw material required for refining this dan." "What's the condition?" "I'm listening." The solitary falcon didn't seem even the slightest bit excited, but appeared somewhat alert instead. The solitary falcon had been in touch with this youngster long enough to understand that taking advantage of his treacherous mind was harder than reaching the sky. Even though the benefits he provides are extraordinary, but he never acts without incentive and hence the price he usually asks for, are far above the market worth of his products. And thus, the solitary falcon couldn't help being on guard. However, unknowingly this turned his face gray in anticipation. "I only ask that in case the Shao family comes seeking to end this dispute and the Jun family goes to war with the Silver Blizzard City, you lend me a helping hand if I decide to rescue my third aunt." Jun Moxie's eyes shone brightly. "It will be a rescue operation, but you'll be the killer on call." The solitary falcon paced back and forth about the room for a while as he pondered over it, and then finally clenched his teeth with determination. "Good. Just this one thing. It's a deal." Jun Moxie smiled. "However, at least a year after. If this happens before 1 year's time, then the deal won't be valid." The solitary falcon smiled proudly. "I won't help if you ask me to do this within a year after the Dan helps me make the breakthrough because I won't have enough strength to execute this task. However, a year after, I will certainly be able to." Jun Moxie's face revealed a heartfelt smile for the first time. So be it. This one trait of the solitary falcon's character was the reason he had been able to keep up with Jun Moxie for so long. He'd never take advantage of anyone. However, no matter what, he'd never agree to be at a disadvantage. The solitary falcon walked away, with 2 jars of wine. Jun Moxie retrieved that strange piece of jade from the Hongjun pagoda and carefully observed it for a while, but put it back since he was unable to understand its particulars. However, Jun Moxie could distinctly feel the Hongjun pagoda's odor becoming cleaner, fresher, and livelier as he returned that jade pendant to the pagoda, and could also sense the pagoda's aura becoming stronger and denser with the passage of time as the energies of these two strange artifacts continued to mix. Jun Moxie tugged his knees as he sat down, and started gazing at the moon outside the window as he immersed himself in his schemes. I need to find those 3 spirit herbs as soon as possible in order to enhance grandfather's cultivation level. Also, I need to figure out a safety route for saving his life in case something goes wrong. That's first. Second, this Dan's refining is also beginning to turn into a pressing matter now. Whether it is Solitary Falcon or Uncle, their strengths need to be enhanced as soon as possible. Plus, I can't neglect those people from the Tian Fa forest either. Third, I must urge Hai Chenfeng to start the unification of Tianxiang City's underworld factions as soon as possible. We must be sure to get a grasp over the knowledge of all activities inside the capital city. One task after another, none easier than the previous, had left the hitman frowning as he blankly continued to stare at the bright moon. As the oil lamp gradually started to set, the young Master Jun's silhouette got even lonelier in the dark of this night. Suddenly, a distinctive white figure appeared on the courtyard's wall. Though looking from afar, one could clearly see Jun Moxie's puckered eyebrows, a sight sufficient to deduce that this handsome youngster had been exhausting his thought and ingenuity, day and night for the sake of his family's future. This beautiful figure tenderly watched for a long time and then eventually sighed as she left, leaving behind only a hint of her fragrance. In the other partition of the courtyard, Jun Wui sat leaning against the window, his eyes shut, and face hard with creases, his distressed eyebrows and unconsciously clenched teeth clearly exposed every tiny blood vein on his face, vividly illustrating the desolation of his heart. Hai Chenfeng's entire body seemed to resemble the waves of the blue seas as he gently drifted through the crowd comprising the dozen or so of the Ginyang Gang's finest members. The operation begins. The management wants to see the results before tomorrow's first light. The gentle moonlight bathed the weapons they held as the crowd silently raised them in the air, virtually infecting the steel with a faint, yet dark layer of a lustrous condensation of blood. A few people swiftly climbed over the walls from within the Li family's residence, divided into groups of 2, and immediately disappeared into the dark of the night. Tonight was destined to be another bloody one for the Tianxiang city. One of the 6 major underworld factions, the Spirit Dragon Gang, had brought a disaster upon itself. Though the capital's 6 major underground factions had always been ranked in order of their might, but the disparity between the strengths of their primary forces wasn't much. Although the first-ranked Ginyang Gang was obviously stronger than the bottom-ranking Northern City Gang, however, not by much, or at least, wasn't strong enough to overwhelm and subject them to its whims. Moreover, these 6 gangs also had an unwritten understanding between them, which had allowed them to coexist in a peaceful manner since any conflict between these gangs could never result in one gang subduing the other. In case such an incident ever occurred, the remaining gangs would all team up against the aggressor. Today, however, the Spirit Dragon Gang received a message in reply from the Ginyang Gang. The situation of these 6 gangs was getting more and more detrimental to their sake since they were beginning to get surrounded by an increasing number of powerful families, which were constantly nibbling away the existing might of these gangs. In fact, the Northern City Gang had recently been exterminated in its entirety by Old Man Tang. Alarmed, anxious, and panic-stricken, the gangs were failing to carry out even the most basic of their operations. And thus, the Spirit Dragon Gang took the lead in raising the proposal for an alliance between the major gangs, hoping that they could all sail the storm in the same boat. Naturally, they wanted the most powerful gang, the Ginyang Gang, as their main partner in this alliance. However, unfortunately, at the time they raised this proposal, the Solitary Falcon ran amok the Ginyang Gang, beating Jin Fenglai black and blue in the process, forcing the alliance initiative on a temporary hold. Today, however, the entire Spirit Dragon Gang was overjoyed upon receiving an unexpected reply from the Ginyang Gang. But, the replying letter was shredded soon after the Spirit Dragon Gang's leader Long Dehai was done reading its message. This letter demands that we surrender to their superiority, and bid allegiance to them. This is simply too bold. Has he ever heard of a gang surrendering to another in these past 10 years since we first established ourselves? Jin Fenglai, did you even consider that the 6 major gangs have always been on equal footing? Why would you dare to propose this? Seething with anger, Long Dahai immediately summoned the heads of his gang to discuss countermeasures. In fact, his personnel were so incited by this incident that a vast majority of them were even willing to fight the Ginyang Gang to death, while many others were clamoring to use this opportunity for taking control of the Ginyang Gang. However, the Spirit Dragon Gang's leader was staidly taking his time for making the decision as he considered his options. In this awfully noisy moment, the entrance door suddenly exploded with a boom, sending the wooden shavings flying in all directions. Several people were left wincing in pain as these wooden shavings cut their faces, drenching them in blood. Everyone furiously looked towards the entrance. A distinct blue light was radiating in the densely foggy night. The wooden shavings settled down, one man stood at the entrance. This, seemingly, blue-colored man, stood clad in blue-colored robes with his hands behind his back as his eyes calmly mapped the room in the radiance of his azure light. Even this man's eyes were as blue as the oceans. A Sky Xian expert. The Spirit Dragon Gang's members couldn't help crying out in alarm upon seeing a Sky Xian expert. A Sky Xian expert had arrived. The entire Spirit Dragon Gang was left shivering. May I dare to ask, sirs? Long Dahai's mustache trembled as he hastily stood up, and asked in a respectful manner. The Ginyang Gang shall rule the city's underworld. You have 2 choices, pledge allegiance, or die. The blue-robed man's ice-cold eyes seemed a bit strange, like they were bathing in an inexplicable aura, as he slowly scanned the crowd again while making his statement. In fact, even his words seemed to be reeking in an acute aura of death. Chapter 233, Subduing the Spirit Dragon Gang. The blood of the Spirit Dragon Gang members turned cold because of Hai Chenfeng's sharp Sky Xian aura. They felt like they were standing naked on the summit of a snow-clad mountain, in the midst of the winter season, and were beset by extreme cold. It was as if icy knives had penetrated their flesh and were piercing down their very souls. So much so, that it would sap any man's willpower, and even the strongest of souls could not hope to contend with such terrifying strength. Long Dahai's face turned pale as he stood facing Hai Chenfeng. It was as if the opposite party was a formidable mountain while he himself was just a small stone at its foot, which wasn't even qualified enough to fathom a means to look up at it. He took 5 or 6 steps backwards so that he could breathe a bit easier, but as he did, his back hit a wall with a loud bang. Only to realize that he had retreated from the middle of the hall, and all the way to the innermost wall. What kind of pressure is this? Who are you, sire? Why is a person of such high skill siding with Ginyang against our Spirit Dragon Gang? What is the need for your interference, sire? Long Dahai gathered courage and asked in a stern manner. Where is Ginyang Gang's leader? Where is Jin Fenglai hiding? Since he is attempting to gain control over my gang, why does he hide? Show yourself. Although his loud voice appeared majestic, and was intended to improve his position and make him look imposing, however, the slight tremble in it, made it seem like he was begging the man in front. The Ginyang Gang's boss is standing in front of you. When did I ever hide? Hai Chenfeng focused his stare as he raised his eyes and looked directly across the hall at Long Dahai's face, shrouding him in a murderous aura. Suddenly, Long Dahai's heart found itself shuddering. Just looking at Hai Chenfeng's eyes was painful for the earth Xian strong Long Dahai. And even though there was a distance of about a dozen paces between him and Hai Chenfeng, the feeling of imminent death was very clear in his mind. And even though several members from the Spirit Dragon Gang were present in close proximity, he felt that in that huge space there was no one now who could give him a sense of security. He would have to face that tyrannical and sinister expert all on his own. A feeling of incomparable despair arose inside Long Dahai's heart. He felt his knees becoming weak with pain as he started to sweat profusely, feeling a sudden urge to kneel and submit. Hai Chenfeng, who was looking at the other party like an eagle, suddenly waved his arm and gave his blue cape a whirl. At that signal, a sound similar to the stampede of thousands of horses, charging all full gallop some distance away, was heard. Kill! There was a loud rumbling sound and suddenly hundreds of men burst in carrying their glimmering swords in front of them, while on the walls several archers appeared with their arrows notched in their bows, surrounding the spirit dragon gang. The tip of the arrows shone like the teeth of a smiling angel of death, illuminating the hall. Hai Chen-feng had stealthily eliminated the spies guarding the premises earlier on, without anyone getting to know about it. Swear allegiance now or die. If you do not comply, we will kill you all. I will count to 3 and if Long Dahai does not respond by then, you all will die no matter what you personally feel about this matter. Hai Chen-feng's eyes were cold as he said this and raised his right hand as a blue light appeared from the base of his raised finger. 1. Everyone from the spirit dragon gang started moving in panic. All together, they turned their eyes to look at Long Dahai, pleading him to rescue them. Boss, their voices sounded like they were begging him. 2. Hai Chen-feng's cold expression didn't change even the slightest at doing this slovenly job as he sang the next number while raising his second finger, as if to the tune of some music. Long Dahai's face turned deathly pale as his lips trembled open, his eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Archers, prepare. Hai Chen-feng, already looking furious, raised his arm as he gave the order in a tsunami-like voice. Arg! The archers answered in unison as they pulled the arrows on their bows, making them resemble a full moon. The moment Hai Chen-feng would say 3, numerous arrows would rain down on their targets. Like angels of death, sent from the heavens, to bring upon imminent death. Now, resistance would only lead to death and the only way they could survive would be to slow down. Long Dahai bellowed suddenly, though a trace similar to that of weeping lingered in his voice. I am willing to swear allegiance. He seemed to spit out these words as he slumped into a soft ball. The sweat-covered faces of his people showed utmost relief on hearing his words as they dropped their weapons one by one. It was like they had received a pardon from the death penalty. Good. Hai Chen-feng said approvingly. Since you have surrendered, we will be family from now on, and you will abide by its law. You are now in charge of the spirit dragon gang's operations. Yes, and comply with the boss's orders sincerely. A tall and sturdy silhouette came out of the shadows taking long strides. He had thick eyebrows, his mustache was like a dragon's, his extravagant nose and wide mouth resembled that of a lion. This man was no other than Jin Feng-lai. Jin Feng-lai, you, Long Dahai pointed at him unbelievingly, at a complete loss for words. Ha ha. Is it really that shocking that I have abdicated my position? Jin Feng-lai laughed in a carefree manner. Truth be told, Jin Feng-lai did not really mind the fact that Hai Chen-feng had taken over his position as the gang's leader. That position was not as important as his friendship with Hai Chen-feng and also, he figured that the Ginyang Gang would not risk any harm from Hai Chen-feng's leadership. It would only benefit from it. Such impressive might and xian qi. Conquering an entire gang just by using a few words, it is indeed very admirable of this xian expert. You are really extraordinary, sir. A solitary voice seemed to flutter in for a fleeting moment. It had an eccentric and sour tinge. Who is this? Hai Chen-feng asked, his gaze sweeping around the hall. His figure, covered in blue light, quickly flew up and proudly stationed itself on the rooftop. It's me. One of the men said with a sardonic smile as several archers cried out in alarm, falling down, while 2 black-clothed men replaced them on the wall, ferociously staring at Hai Chen-feng. The capital city is too big a pie for one gang to swallow whole on its own. Even if you try, you'll end up vomiting everything out. Hai Chen-feng's aura rose sharply, spreading the gorgeous blue light even further. Good that your distinguished self has made yourself heard, but the fact that the weak are eliminated by the strong is the basic rule of the game. Suddenly, his figure, bathed in blue light, flew to the sky and then shot towards the 2 men, covering the distance to them in a blink of an eye, and attacked them, which they were just barely able to avoid. The 2 men clothed in black laughed mockingly. A Sky Xian expert is quite hard to come by, right? In answer to that attack, the 2 men, also covered in blue light, shot up towards him and shouted in unison as they clashed together with their adversary, their clash culminating in fireworks. The 3 people floated backwards a little, stopped mid-air at the same time, and then maneuvered towards each other in order to attack again. Hai Chen-feng's face was reveling in a tranquil smile as his palms incessantly attacked his opponents, his deep blue xian qi appearing similar to a half-moon. Such attacks were like giant hatchets capable of cleaving mountains, and though these strong attacks left the two men struggling, they still weren't powerful enough to force them to retreat by even a bit. Suddenly, one of them retreated while hissing sharply, while the other man resorted to frantic counterattacks. In the meanwhile, the man who had retreated was now standing on the wall, covered in blue xian qi. Soon, his palms, along with the rest of his body turned black, and he pointed one finger at Hai Chen-feng, who was still in the middle of a battle. Hai Chen-feng had been confident of coming out victorious even when faced with the both of them at once, so naturally he was sure of being able to better just the one he was faced against now. However, making quick work of a Sky Xian opponent wasn't possible for him as long as his own safety was a prerequisite. Thus, the fight was bound to continue a little while longer since he didn't wish to injure himself. Hai Chen-feng had, for the time being, attained a comprehensive advantage over his opponents and could easily win against them at any time he wished to. Then suddenly, a burst of cold air filled the atmosphere, staining the area with a pungent smell, which after assailing the nostrils, made everyone tremble fearfully. Then, retreating a bit after smelling the stench, Hai Chen-feng asked in a stern manner, "Is that the merciless cold-blooded finger of Masterly Wu Bei's school?" "Ha, how lucky we are that your arrogant self has recognized the merciless cold-blooded finger." The men clothed in black smiled. "And since you are aware of it, why don't you hurry up and go down on your knees to ask for forgiveness?" The men clad in black were the disciples of one of the 8 great masters, and they themselves were Sky Xian experts, and hence, obviously weren't weak. Also, the bold way in which they were acting showed their masters' backing in this endeavor of theirs. Hai Chen-feng didn't wish to offend Wu Bei. However, if he were to retreat now, he would certainly lose control over both the Ginyang and the Spirit Dragon gangs. On the other hand, the two men in black had begun to count their chickens before they had even begun to hatch because they were sure of victory. It is very unfortunate that such wishful thinking does not come true in this world. "Come out with your nonsense." Hai Chen-feng cursed in anger because of the arrogance of the words spoken to him. He moved his hand behind his back and unsheathed a long double-edged sword, which came out with a ringing sound as he once again rushed towards his enemies like a crashing wave. It seemed like the sky-blue waves of his aura were mixed with the silvery and snowy spray of his sword as he attacked them. The Blue Snowstorm Sword. "So you are the Blue Master's disciple?" laughed the men clad in black. "This is good, now we can finally see which of our schools is superior, and which is inferior." Hai Chen-feng got even angrier upon hearing this. He was confident of defeating the two men on his own and had originally planned to leave them lying around. However, they had used a formidable move, and he did not want them to recklessly attack and risk their lives as they were his brother disciples. Therefore, he had drawn his sword in order to deter them, though, opposed to his expectations, they continued to act arrogantly even after that. He was unaware that Li Jianhong had promised to help Li Yuran in unifying the capital's underworld, and that these two men were his fellow disciples. They had made their first move tonight, though it turned out that they were a step behind. However, they couldn't back away now, even if they had to face Hai Chen-feng as a result. If they were unable to gain control over these gangs, they would not be able to face their elder brother, and perhaps even the little master, ever again. So even if they were aware of the relationship between the parties involved, they couldn't give up. Chapter 234, Silver Blizzard City. Although the two men had judged that Hai Chen-feng was stronger than them, but they had also guessed that he neither intended nor dared to act rashly, and was in fact trying to avoid severely injuring them. As a result, he was being cautious and wasn't attacking them blindly. The two men simply couldn't believe their luck. At the same time, Hai Chen-feng too had realized that the two black-clothed men weren't even remotely grateful for the mercy he was showing them, therefore, he couldn't help getting angrier each time he was attacked. Then suddenly, his sword gleamed brightly, and his body shot towards his opponents like a comet, as he shouted, "This place is not appropriate for fighting. Do the cold-blooded master's disciples have the courage to follow me to a more suitable place?" The two men laughed. "Good, then the one who loses will desist from trying to conquer the capital's underworld." The three figures, covered in blue light, then disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Long Dai Hai and Jin Feng Lai were both Earth Xian experts, and wouldn't be considered weak. However, they couldn't help but be dazzled at the spectacle of these three experts engaged in a battle above them. Seeing the three depart, Jin Feng Lai energetically patted Long Dahai's shoulders. "Let's go and discuss the arrangements to be made for our gang." Jin Feng Lai was a veteran of the underworld, and although he could not discern which among the parties was weaker, he had known Hai Chen Feng for a long time, and after hearing the dialogue between him and the two men, was confident that his friend had the upper hand, and hence felt no need to worry. It was only then that Long Dahai opened his eyes, which he had shut earlier due to fear, and after understanding his counterpart, with a grunt, walked inside with him. In the extreme north of the land, lay the Silver Blizzard City. There were snow-capped mountains in all directions as far as the eye could see. In the middle of the vast and misty uninhabitable peaks was a magnificent, mysterious and unpredictable city of pure ice, seemingly overlooking the entire world from the secrecy of the clouded snow-covered peaks. It was not yet daybreak, and the sky was still dark when the bell to convene rang out. The loud echoes of the bell disrupted the seemingly perpetual tranquility of the place, and the many pure white birds which were sitting in the area suddenly shot up like rockets, scared away by the sudden drum beats. Their cries filled the sky as they circled above for a very long time without coming down. The base of the main building was made of pure ice, and inside the hall, on a wall of snow-white bricks, was a portrait of people in white clothes. The posture of each of them was different, however, each of them revealed the same look on their face, one of pride and cold power. Their eyes were godlike and full of murderous aura, and it seemed like they had power over life and death, and could seize anything they wanted. In fact, they seemed so powerful that they considered everyone else below them. They were the Silver Blizzard City's ancestors. The hall was quite big, so much so that even if hundreds of people were to dine in it, still no one would feel that the place was overcrowded. A white-clothed old man, with white hair and beard, stood in front of the incense table with his hands behind his back, silently looking at the portrait of the ancestors, and on his face was an expression as tranquil as calm water and as cold as ice. And even though his hair was white, he had a straight back and a proud chest. He stood erect like a shaft of a formidable blade, all the while emitting a cold sword-like aura. No one could doubt that this old man was hiding immense power within him. In fact, it seemed that his strength could shake the earth, surpassing all his peers. Then, the swishing sound of many clothes overcame the silence in the hall as many white-clad people entered it rapidly from all directions, and assembled in a manner which indicated that each already had a predetermined position to stand on. And even in that huge crowd no one bumped into each other, and only a word or two could be heard being spoken. In a short while, everyone settled down in their respective positions and all eyes turned towards the old man standing in the center. And though they were all a bit surprised at being called like this, no one uttered a single word thereafter. Blue lights emanated from their bodies. There were nearly 100 people there, and all of them were at least Sky Xian experts. Just then, sound of approaching footsteps was heard as 7 old men entered in a line, walking unhurriedly on the floor made of the 10,000 years old mysterious ice. Each and every step of these 7 elderly men was very calm when they walked in, and they stationed themselves behind the old man who still stood quietly in the center. An individual clad in white was standing at the door in graceful poise, his eyes twinkled and a power radiated all around him as he appeared at the door and stood proudly. It seemed that all the land under the heavens, including everyone in the hall, existed solely to be his dominion. At his side, his partner, a beautiful middle-aged woman, was nestled against him like a frail willow. Their looks were unrivaled. The man looked like a confident hero who stood above everyone else, and the woman had a grace and style unlike anyone in her generation. The bystanders were admiring the couple, looking at them with envy for their perfect match. Everyone inside the hall turned to the couple the moment they entered, and bowed. "Welcome, city's master and mistress, it is a pleasure to see you." "You needn't be so polite." The two replied with a hint of a smile on their faces as they unhurriedly proceeded to the middle of the hall, and sat down on the only 2 chairs in this huge space, which was capable of seating hundreds of people. Only these 2 were qualified enough to sit on chairs inside this hall. These 2 were the lords of the city, the heavenly sword of ice, Han Zhanmeng, and his wife, the far-soaring frost, Xue Shuangqing. The old man then waved his hand and said, "You have been invited here because of a matter that is extremely important for this city's future, everyone below the spirit Xian realm may go outside and stand guard, allow no one to come closer than 50 meters of this place. If anyone tries, kill them without exception. Yes, we will sincerely obey the elder's command. They answered in a chorus, and after cupping their hands, slowly left the hall. Less than 10 of the initially addressed were left, and suddenly the hall seemed quite empty with less than 20 people present at the moment. Does this matter concern Tianxiang City? Han Zhanmeng smiled at the elder, otherwise, Elder Shao Xingyun would not have taken such precautions. It is just as the master has guessed, there is news from Tianxiang City. See master, the third elder has sent a message, and one of our snow eagles has flown through the night to deliver to us this astonishing news. The elder replied as he opened a roll of parchment and handed it over. Han Zhanmeng shook his head lightly and chuckled as he took the snow-white parchment, while Shuang Qing leaned in close to him to read as well, both curious to see what this astonishing news really was. But as the two people sitting read the message, their calm expressions slowly turned serious, and soon their smiles also vanished. The beautiful woman's flowery face lost its color and became pale, though there was a hint of happiness present there as well. Still, her smile faded and was replaced by a worried expression, and she could not help but grasp her husband's hands, as if to warn him about something. This is unexpected news, everyone, have a look and give your opinion. Han Zhanmeng finished reading and closed his eyes as he felt Shuang Qing grabbing his arm, seemingly cautioning him of something as he waved the letter for everyone to read. Solitary Falcon is watching over the Jun family, and has severely injured the sixth elder. The mysterious master severely injured Feng Wu, and the latter also snatched away the sixth elder's soul-replenishing jade, and no one could resist him. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in bewilderment, crowing around, each trying to get a better look. So many events have taken place in these past few days. Elder Shao Xingyun smiled coldly. Also, that arrogant kid from the Jun family, who thinks too much of himself, has somehow been cured of his disability. This is really a rare occurrence. Han Zhanmeng sat silently for a moment before looking at the great elder, and asked, the elder has called everyone here today, thus, I'm presuming he has a plan. This person could formulate many plans, but the final decision has always been up to the city's master, and he decides how to act on such plans. The elder bowed respectfully and retreated half a step. Great elder is a very important member of the city, what does he suggest? Han Zhanmeng did not beat around the bush and directly came to the point. Despite his status in the society, the solitary falcon has taken it upon himself to seriously injure and insult the sixth elder for no reason. This act must be punished severely. If this news got out, then what would happen to the prestige of our city? We cannot take this matter lightly. The great elder said in an unhurried manner. The great elder had, shockingly, suggested punishing one of the 8 great masters. However, all those present nodded in agreement because in the eyes of the elders of the Silver Blizzard City, even the 8 great masters, including the Falcon of the Savannah, were not very important. This clearly showed how terrifyingly powerful the Silver Blizzard City was. This is a given. Do you have another plan in mind? Han Zhanmeng nodded lightly, with a blank expression on his face. Yes, the soul-replenishing jade is an extremely important heirloom of my Shao family. Its efficacy is extraordinary and can be considered to transcend the mortal realms, therefore, it must certainly not fall into the hands of an outsider. The retrieval of this jade is absolutely necessary, and there can be no compromise on this. It is of supreme importance that we get it back. The great elder's eyes flashed and it was clear that he was very angry at the loss of the soul-replenishing jade. We must take our time to consider this point, because if what the third elder says is true then we cannot be sure of this mysterious person's strength. And if such is the case, then even if all of us go together to confront him, we may still not necessarily be able to retrieve the soul replenishing jade. Thus, we must be careful not to jeopardize so many lives for such a mission. Han Zhanfeng lightly knocked on the chair's armrest, his eyelids half closed as he said this. The master's concern in this regard is justified. We must certainly not give caution to the wind while deploying our people, and we should also avoid conflict with this mysterious man as far as possible. However, the third elder is not yet a first-rate spirit Xian expert, and his assumptions may not be necessarily correct. even if compared to the solitary falcon, the difference in their strength would be similar to that of heaven and earth. Therefore, his speculations may be far more exaggerated than the truth. Also, he claims that not only is the mysterious master stronger than the city's old master, but also, Yunbei Chen. How can this be possible? This shows that the information in this letter may not be entirely correct. The great elder knit his white eyebrows as he slowly spoke these words. He then continued, in any case, we should send someone to verify this news. If this person really is that strong and unpredictable, we will inquire more about him. However, if it turns out that he is not a threat, we must immediately recapture the soul-replenishing jade from him. Great Elder is truly wise, and his suggestion is the best option in this matter. Han Zhanmeng said while looking at the elder appreciatively. Still, it seems that you have a third plan in mind. Yes, I do. The great elder raised his white eyebrows. This Jun family is just a worldly family, and yet it has repeatedly provoked our Silver Blizzard City. This cannot be tolerated anymore. I suggest that we completely wipe out that entire family as a warning to the rest of the world against making light of our Silver Blizzard City's power. Saying this, the great elder extended his right hand, and made a decisive and destructive downward gesture. Chapter 235, The Seven Swords of the Silver City. On hearing the plans for the Jun family, Xue Shuangqing immediately became tense, and clenched her husband's arm tightly, unable to bear it anymore. This cannot be done. Han Zhanmeng's eyebrows suddenly arched like two sharp swords which had been unsheathed quickly. I don't have any problem with the great elder's first two plans, but I will not agree to the extermination of the entire Jun family. Moreover, wasn't the suffering we had to endure 10 years ago, the first time this plan was put into play, enough? Han Zhanmeng looked coldly at the elder, and continued solemnly, 10 years ago, many of the Shao family's spirit Xian experts secretly went off to deal with the Jun family and involved themselves in the war of two other nations without even taking permission, and because of this, the Jun family came to the verge of ruin. And even though I put a stop to all of it, the Jun still suffered 3 successive attacks. As a result, the only surviving member of their second generation was crippled, while only a debauchee was left in their third. It doesn't matter what you say, this is too much. No matter what, the Jun family is good and faithful, and the grudge between your families is your personal matter, so why are involving the rest of us? Also, I could not understand the great elder's words from the very beginning. What did you mean when you said that the Jun family has repeatedly provoked my Silver Blizzard City, and questioned its power? The only one which seems to have been provoked is the Shao family. This matter will not be mentioned again. And if anyone else decides to go forth in order to deal with the Juns without permission, the same will be punished according to the city's laws. No mercy will be shown to them. But, now the Jun family has got 2 powerful individuals supporting it, and sooner or later, they are going to create big problems for the Silver Blizzard City. Anyway, even if we don't take the initiative to deal with the Jun family ourselves, they will certainly try to harm the Silver Blizzard City in order to avenge what they've suffered in the past, owing to our animosity. Whether it was right or wrong, we killed 4 important members of the Jun family, and though it was a mistake, crippled one of them, nothing can change this fact. An animosity which is carried forward from generation to generation cannot be dissolved this easily. Will my Shao family have to stretch its neck and bear the Jun family's resentment for the Silver Blizzard City's future, all alone? The great elder's face clearly showed his indignation. The actions taken by the Shao family, in the past, are the root cause of this problem. Does the great elder really wish to add to the list of mistakes which have already been made, and commit more wrongs thereafter? The great elder is willing to bleed us all, forever, simply because of the mutual feelings harbored by 2 young ones. You are completely mistaken. They are good men, and they will not be killed needlessly because of this. Such madness will not be allowed in my Silver Blizzard City. This matter has been in dispute for 10 years. And in 10 years, it has only seen stalemates. I have no interest in discussing it again. Han Zhanmeng gazed coldly as he looked up. Great Elder, if the Jun family truly, and seriously, attacks the Silver Blizzard City in order to extract their revenge, then you do whatever you feel like, and I will not meddle therein. However, unless the Jun family attacks us first, we will not do anything. The Jun family taking on the Silver Blizzard City? That is a big joke. It is just another family, without any significant capability. Will it not be akin to courting their own death? Even in 100 years, the Jun will not have enough strength to pose a threat to the Silver Blizzard City. A tall and thin elder snorted. He was named Xiao Buyu, and was in fact, the second elder of the city. If the Jun family is really that weak, then why is the Xiao family so worried? Han Zhanmeng stared coldly. The thing is that, your eldest daughter Yao isn't young anymore, and is still unmarried, and if this continues. Looking at Han Zhanmeng's stubborn resistance to his proposal, the great elder decided to change the direction of his argument instead of insisting upon the same thing. This matter requires further consideration. Han Zhanmeng's face appeared as if he was having a headache. Great elder, have you forgotten what happened 10 years ago? Do you really want Yao to go mad? Do you really wish to force her into torment herself to death again? You've always loved her like she was your own granddaughter. Are you really so heartless that you'll do this to her? On hearing this, the great elder sighed sadly, but didn't speak anymore. 10 years ago, when Han Yenyao had returned to the Silver Blizzard City, she went mad, and destroyed her meridians in front of Han Zhanmeng upon finding out the treatment the Juns had received at the hands of the Xiao family. She had sworn that she would live and die with the Jun family. The image of her blood staining the entire floor was still very vivid in everyone's mind. This was why Han Zhanmeng was so vehemently opposed to Great Elder's plan to eliminate the Jun family. No one had forgotten the hardships that were faced to save Han Yenyao from the clutches of her death. At that time, the Great Elder had presumed that given her weak physical condition, she wouldn't be able to harm her meridians any further, and thus, he had decided to go ahead with his plan to deal with the Jun family again. However, on learning this, that stubborn girl pierced herself with 2 swords, right up to the shaft, and stood covered in blood from head to toe in front of the elders, and demanded that they immediately withdraw their orders. As a result, the Great Elder was rendered helpless and was forced to cancel his secret plan to destroy the Jun family. However, Han Yenyao's recklessness had already put her life at a great risk, and because of that, the old master of the city had gone into a fit of rage, and even Han Zhanmeng and his wife were furious with the Xiao family. It was then that the first signs of dispute between these two families of the Silver Blizzard City had started to appear. Naturally, only a very few important people within the Silver Blizzard City had any knowledge of this incident, while outsiders were completely unaware of what had happened. Tracking the conversation back, wouldn't teaching a lesson to the solitary falcon be a huge blow to the Jun family? The Jun family will not be able to rise again after that, and therefore, there will be no need to exterminate them anymore. Saying this, Han Zhanmeng sighed and his gaze swept the hall as he looked outside at a solitary snow-capped peak in the distance, and then wondered in his heart, Yao, your father can do only this much for you right now. The rest, you can just hope. In that case, I would like to make some arrangements. Although the Great Elder did not agree with Han Zhanmeng, he had no option but to relent. This time, the capable second brother will lead the fifth and the eighth elder. And to make our efforts foolproof, I would like to request that the old master of the city shall allow them to take the 7 swords with them as well. After all, if the mysterious person actually turns out to be that formidable, then wouldn't the 7 swords provide extra assurance? Good. It is decided then. As for the remaining matters, I give the Great Elder full authority to make arrangements. Hearing this, Han Zhanmeng rubbed his forehead, got up, and started to move out of the hall with his wife. But just as he had reached the gate, he turned his head and warned, in any case, no one is to involve themselves with the Jun family, and if anyone disobeys this order, I will make sure to send a report to my father. And I can promise, that man, will be expelled from the Silver Blizzard City. Without any exceptions. After saying this, the two leisurely walked away. This left the Great Elder standing there expressionless for a moment. And though he continued standing calmly rooted to his spot, a trace of anger could be seen flashing in his eyes. Then, he suddenly turned toward Xiao Buyu, you will make preparations to descend the mountains this afternoon. Act immediately and without fail. Elder brother, so, what about the Jun family issue? Xiao Buyu asked, wrinkling his silvery eyebrows. There will be many opportunities for you to make use of in order to complete that task. Xiao Xingyun took a deep breath and replied in an expressionless tone. And after you get down, do what you think is necessary. Yes. Outside the hall, Xue Shuangqing patted her stomach, letting go of some of her worries, though some concerns still lingering in her mind. Thank you, dear husband. If you had not insisted, then perhaps the Jun family would have been annihilated. And if such a thing were to happen to them, I fear that Yao. Even though I have stopped things from progressing any further for now, Yao's still got a lot of problems. We can only help her one step at a time. Han Zhanmeng sighed deeply and looked up to the heavens as he quietly said, our daughter has suffered a lot of pain in the last decade. And as her father, how can I let her last source of hope be extinguished? No matter what, no one will ever harm my daughter. Nor my family. Han Zhanmeng said in a low voice. And as he waved his arm from his sleeves, a huge ice rock suddenly shattered into tiny pieces, which scattered into the air like snowflakes. Xue Shuangqing nestled against her husband, and suddenly felt a sense of security warming her heart. She felt that as long as her husband's broad and sturdy shoulders held the burdens, no harm would come to either of her two precious daughters, and thus, she could not help but smile satisfyingly. Inside a cave of a solitary peak not far from the hall stood a lone and frail woman, dressed in white clothes and a mask. She opened a letter with her lily-white hands and read it very quickly, but the moment she finished reading the letter, her fingers started to tremble while her eyes started to brim with tears. Is he really? His injury has really healed, thank God. The woman dressed in white cried tears of joy as her slender body bent forward while her shoulders trembled like dead leaves in the wind. Her heart had become very cold during the past 1 decade, however, this letter had finally broken through that ice, and her now precarious mental state was clearly reflecting the weakness and the helplessness she had been feeling all these years. With tears in her eyes, the woman in white sobbed softly for a while, but then, she suddenly stood up and walked over to the mouth of the cave. She knelt down with her hands cupped in devotion and looked up to the heavens as she prayed in a soft voice, thank God, for he has completely recovered. Thank God for he is no longer in pain, give him happiness. This woman will trade 10, or even 20 years of her life for his safety and happiness. Even if we can't be together. I am still your Yao, forever. She gently prayed on the ground, and as her plea quietly faded in the blowing wind, a strong gale arose from the heavens above, and kept getting stronger and stronger, without relenting. The waves of snowflakes started becoming bigger and denser, and started to fall down upon the mountains with much more ferocity than before. And though this lone woman on that snowy peak was completely covered in snow soon, she remained motionless, kneeling in prayer as her unceasing tears fell on the floor and froze. However, not long after this, 10 shadowy figures shot skyward and flew out of the Silver City. They descended down the mountains, hidden by wind and snow. Inside the Jun family residence, Fatty's ghost-like howls woke up the young master of the house very early in the morning. He was dragged from his bed by Fatty. And when he opened his eyes, he saw that the Fatty was covered in black clothes from head to toe, and surprisingly, seemed to be in good spirits. Moreover, the Fatty also appeared somewhat thinner than before. Now he looked like a man, at least a little bit. And not just that, his face was scrubbed clean and his hair was unexpectedly neat, while his body was giving off a faint hint of a honey locust's fragrance. After looking at his face, one could see that he had applied a lot of cosmetic powder. This Fatty had actually covered his face with cosmetic powder, and that too, with a very thick layer. Bulwark. Jun Moxie burst out retching. Fatty, that much powder on your face looks scary because of your body type, you know that right? Are you trying to play the role of a ghost with such a thick layer of cosmetic powder on your face? And why did you wake me up so early in the morning? He looked out the window to see the early glimmer of dawn. Third young master, brother, Tang Yuan was being uncharacteristically bashful. Did you not promise that you'll accompany me to meet the Sun family's young miss? Miss Sun, oh, that Miss Sun. Jun Moxie realized suddenly, and stood up. Isn't she your fiancée? The one you had once lost while gambling? Bullsh *T. Fatty retorted in a somewhat fiery manner. Is it possible that you wouldn't mention that matter before her? Haven't I always stayed away from such despicable things since then? He said as sized himself up, looking quite satisfied. I look thinner, pretty good right? Yes, really slim. In fact, you almost look like a person. Jun Moxie whipped out from the corner of his mouth. You really are looking very slim. In fact, I am truly confused. Tang Yuan opened his big mouth and let out a loud and narcissistic laugh. Then, he swirled around twice, thinking he looked very elegant. However, this swirling movement ruined whatever arrangements he had done in order to look slimmer. As a result, his belly drooped down again, which then flew out like a flexible elastic bag, followed his axial rotation, and then changed its direction once again as he stopped, only to drop down. To slap his thighs and knees. I'm meeting Miss Sun for the first time, I must make a good impression on her. A look of longing and happiness flashed in Tang Yuan's eyes while his pupils almost resembled the shape of a heart. Chapter 236, Fatty's Blind Date. Jun Moxie couldn't bear to witness the spectacle and groaned. However, he was quite curious and wondered, what kind of woman would bear with this nearly 250 kg of fat? They ate breakfast with their eyes narrowed. Then they opened them big and wide as they stared in wait for the appointed time to arrive. They called out a big bodyguard when it was almost time and left to meet the beautiful woman. Third young master, what if your words comes true, and the Sun family's granddaughter doesn't like me because I am fat and heavy? Tang Yuan's mind was full of worries. He passed gas onto the horse he was riding as a result of the mental pressure. The horse flared his nostrils up in complaint, the foam forming at the corners of its mouth was proof of its distress. Jun Moxie hummed in response, while his eyes were patrolling the street, he had an absent-minded look on his face. Fatty Tang, on the other hand, had completely failed to notice the distracted look on the young Master Jun's face. He anxiously looked down at his own fat, and let out a sigh as a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He violently turned his body, faced his friend, and asked in excitement, Third young master, you said that if I lost weight, will it work if you supervise me? Just as he wiggled, the horse under his butt neighed in pain, while the four of its hooves were left trembling. The laboriously panting horse angrily turned its head and gave a mortified look to show its resentment, then it reduced its speed further. It seemed that Fatty Tang had twisted the horse's lower back in the process of turning his waist. I will start assisting you in losing weight as soon as your injury is fully healed, Jun Moxie replied with a smile on his face, then touching his chin, he continued, we can make you as thin as bean sprouts. Well. Then it will certainly please you to know, that I would look very handsome if I weren't so fat. Tang Yuan pinched his fingers as he made a gesture towards Jun Moxie while looking at him in a flirtatious manner. Hiya. Jun Moxie suddenly cracked a whip at his horse's back, and dashed ahead. He then turned his head and spat in disgust. Fatty Tang's coquettish expression was like a murderous weapon, it was just too much. She is meeting you here. Now isn't that surprising? Jun Moxie opened his eyes wide as he looked at the restaurant ahead. Your fiancé has decided to meet you in this restaurant? I am really surprised, or was it you who proposed to meet here? It wasn't me, I didn't think of meeting her in a restaurant, though I believe it's a very good idea. Tang Yuan looked at Jun Moxie in a bewildered manner, and then asked, what do you find so strange about it? What's strange? A man meeting another in a restaurant can be considered quite natural. But a woman meeting her fiancé, it's quite out of the ordinary. Jun Moxie clicked his tongue twice as he said, Fatty, it seems that your future wife is very different from the women of this era. Oh. I guess she should have picked a brothel instead. Tang Yuan flipped his eyelids as his nostrils flared, clearly showing that he scoffed at his companion's opinion. Jun Moxie wasn't even able to find the time to reply. Suddenly, from the restaurant, a white shadow quickly flew towards him and, in a moment, was standing on his shoulder. The speed of this white shadow was no less than a high-ranking expert's. He didn't get any time to react in the face of such a sudden attack, and was forced to allow the white creature to settle onto his shoulder. The tiny animal made a whining noise before sliding to the pit of the Jun Moxie's stomach. Then, with a grunt it embraced Jun Moxie's chest, floundered a bit, and attached itself to his clothes. It then extended its tiny head to Jun Moxie's now exposed collarbone and nestled against it, remaining motionless thereafter, just like placing oneself in the most intimate and secure embrace. Jun Moxie had sensed this white creature long ago owing to his keen sensing abilities. "Whoa! What are you doing here, you tiny thing?" he asked softly as he clutched the creature's ear that was clinging to his chest. Naturally, this tiny animal was none other than Dugu Xiaoyi's iron-winged panther. It seemed quite obvious that the creature had gained a lot of weight over the very short period Jun Moxie hadn't seen him in. Moreover, there was a small protrusion around a couple of its ribs. Iron-winged panthers were only capable of growing wings when their strength reached close to adulthood. Even then, they could only grow wings made of flesh. This young cub, however, had already begun to grow vestigial wings. Even though it was barely a month old, its potential was truly limitless. The little creature looked up with its watery eyes on hearing his dear young master. Then, whining twice, it stuck out its small pink tongue, and started licking his dear young master's chest and neck. It then turned once, and again started to search for Jun Moxie's neck with its tiny claws. The little cub's face lit up with happiness upon finding its desired target. Looking at it, one would think that it would cling to Jun Moxie for the next 500 years. However, that little thing could also somehow comprehend that Jun Moxie was on guard, and might throw it away. "This little thing is very dear to that girl. If it's here, that means..." Jun Moxie shook his head, for he didn't need to ponder any further. If this little thing was here, then it meant that Dugu Xiaoyi was most likely to be around as well. Thinking about that unruly little girl gave Jun Moxie a headache. The young master Jun hadn't yet gotten the opportunity to meet several of the Tianxiang city's residents, such as Tianxiang Empire's emperor. However, the emperor was someone he may not necessarily like to meet. On the other hand, there was another list, comprising of people the young master Jun simply didn't wish to meet. Dugu Xiaoyi was one of the names on this particular list. However, he had already arrived at the door and couldn't retreat at this point. Therefore, lacking a better option, the young master Jun called Fatty Tang over, and braced himself as both men dismounted from their horses and walked inside. They were completely unaware that the mountain path they were about to take would turn out to be a tiger trail. Apparently, the other party had taken great pains in reserving the entire hall for this meeting between their family's granddaughter and the young master Tang. Moreover, there was only one table for the guests, and it was placed right in the center. Two guests were already seated around it at the moment. One of the two, the petite figure wearing a light green vest, was obviously Dugu Xiaoyi. This was apparent from the way her braided hair waved to and fro as she spoke. However, who was that man sitting with her? The person sitting beside Dugu Xiaoyi had a stocky build, wide shoulders, thick arms and slightly thinning hair. Just looking at him, one could tell that he was a formidable personage. Apparently, the Dugu family was still uneasy about this meeting, and had sent one of Dugu Xiaoyi's elder brothers to act as a bodyguard, just to be on the safer side. But which out of the heroes and legends bravely rushing forward was this one? His mannerism was much better than the other Dugu brothers. Jun Moxie's sharp eyes were unable to determine which one of the 7 heroes and legends bravely rushing forward this man was. Could it be that the Dugu family has an 8th son? Tang Yuan and the young master Jun had just entered through the door. However, on seeing those two, felt that there was something fishy going on as they walked towards them. Jun Moxie patted his forehead. He was here for Tang Yuan's blind date, not his own. But where was the Sun family's granddaughter? No other woman was present there besides Dugu Xiaoyi. He couldn't tell why, but suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of dread arose within his heart. With his mind abuzz, the young master Jun thought of something improbable, but dismissed it immediately. He then suddenly pulled Fatty by his sleeves and asked in a subdued tone, "Fatty, your fiancée, the young miss from the Sun family, you've never seen her before, right?" Tang Yuan's palms were sweating with nervousness since he had been planning to leave a good impression on his fiancée. Feeling weak upon getting pulled like this, he replied to Jun Moxie in a soft voice once he had turned his fat head, and had sized himself up again, "No, but my fiancée is graceful and ladylike. We have just entered this place, how can we be sure if no one else is here, right?" Tang Yuan finished explaining, and moved closer to Jun Moxie's ear as he continued, however, I guess what I've heard from people is correct because I once overheard my grandfather talking about the Sun family's granddaughter as well. He would have definitely made a good judgment with his strong foresight. What did your grandfather say? Jun Moxie was awfully curious. My grandfather said, the Sun family's granddaughter has a very fat ass, and I will be sure of having a son. The two of you can be considered a perfect match. Saying this, Tang Yuan laughed in an obscene manner, while his two eyebrows pulsated repeatedly in excitement. Third young master, you may not know this, but I am very fond of women with big butts like my fiancées. However, my dream woman, he. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and turned to walk inside. He had already had enough of that obscene fatty. The fatty's fiancée, however, had his sympathy. Still, what sort of a girl would make a perfect match for this fatty? The Sun family hadn't cancelled the engagement despite fatty's disgusting behavior over the years. All this seemed very unusual to him. The young master Jun was pondering over this strange matter, when a sudden and loud voice left him shocked. Jun. Brother Moxie. You actually came. Dugu Xiaoyi took the initiative, and welcomed him with excitement. I had figured that you will accompany Fatty here. So I also came along with my elder sister Sunday my guess was right. You really came. Jun Moxie shivered from head to toe. Dugu Xiaoyi had just called him, Brother Moxie, for the first time. A chill went through his body as he thought about it. Why is this little girl being so polite? Young Miss Dugu. It was fated that I have the pleasure of meeting you here. But our real purpose in coming here is to meet your sister, the Sun family's granddaughter. So where is she? Jun Moxie replied quickly, aiming to find more about her plans in order to be certain. You're still calling me young Miss Dugu? Dugu Xiaoyi looked at him bitterly, and pouted. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie's hand went up to his chest, and he pulled out Little White from underneath his clothes. The cub was still clutching him tightly, refusing to leave him. Dugu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, continued to purse her lips. Did you not? Tang Yuan had been drooling over his fiancée ever after hearing about her. He stretched his neck to look for the beautiful woman, but couldn't spot any females apart from Dugu Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, that stocky-looking person was now pouring himself a drink. Just then, a thought hit Jun Moxie. Is that the Sun family's granddaughter? The young master Jun thought to himself, Grandpa Tang was right. These two would make a perfect pair. They are truly a match made in heaven. Chapter 237, Strangely Heroic Woman. Fatty was still a bit suspicious as this well-built rose and strolled towards them. Though this person wasn't very tall, but anyone could tell that their figure was exceptionally sturdy. The person smiled widely as he cupped his fists calmly, and candidly spoke, you must be Jun family's third young master. And the person with you is my future husband, Tang Yuan. This young woman is Sun Xiaomei. Tang Yuan was briefly dumbfounded. His eyes nearly popped out from their sockets, while his jaw almost dropped to the ground. This man was actually a woman. Her thick eyebrows atop big eyes wouldn't exactly look ugly from normal standards, if they hadn't been placed on that big forehead of hers. Surprisingly, this woman had even tied her hair in a manly topknot. 1. She hadn't applied a whiff of cosmetic products, and was less of any jewelry. She stood cupping her hands in a posture that seemed as steady as stagnant water. Even her voice was ear-splitting, and resounding, like that of a powerful expert. Her ass really isn't small, she is exactly Fatty's type. Your grandfather had spoken the truth. The two of you really do make a perfect match, a natural pair. Young Master Jun didn't know what to say. Therefore, left with no other option, he just prevented himself from laughing out loud, and awkwardly cupped his hands. He then congratulated Fatty in a low voice. Oh hey! Tang Yuan looked like he had been struck by lightning. His small eyes were now as big as a buffalo's. His big mouth was stretched to the root of his ears, while saliva of despair had already started to drip from it. Suddenly a sound started emanating from his throat, caw, 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 like someone was chalking a chicken. Then, his eyes rolled upwards as if he had hanged himself from a jade pillar. But his expression soon changed to that of dizziness. It almost seemed as if that jade pillar had refused to bear his weight, and he had ended up hitting his head against the ground with a bang. Tang Yuan had fantasized a lot about his fiancée, Sun Xiaomei, the Sun family's granddaughter. He had always thought that she would be the best candidate for his fiancée's role. However, the difference between the fantasies of his dream lover and the reality was far more that the pitiful Tang Yuan could bear. This shock was like a cruel blow which would leave one to vomit, lose consciousness, and then eventually fall to the ground. Apparently, this young woman has given quite a scare to my honored fiancé. The Sun family's granddaughter mocked herself. Though there was a hint of sorrow in her eyes, she managed to conceal quickly. Then, she said in a straightforward manner after sizing up Tang Yuan, "My future husband is quite fat. He needs to lose weight." Cupping her fist in her hands, she made a gesture by extending them forward as she continued, "Third young Master Jun, kindly take a seat." Young Master Jun had figured out the truth much before Fatty Tang. However, his first impression of Sun Xiaomei wasn't really good. It was important to note that Fatty, though intolerable, was still the heir to an important family of the city. Thus, his wife's morality and conduct shouldn't be anything like Sun Xiaomei's. It wasn't to look down upon the notion of women, but women were considered to be a man's vassals in this era's setting. Most men would find her unsightly appearance to be a defect. However, her each and every shortcoming would fall short in front of her amazingly bold attitude. Jun Moxie had started to form a favorable opinion of the Sun Xiaomei even though he had just met her, a fact which was evident from the sincere shade of admiration in his eyes. For him, there was nothing to fuss over about this woman, apart from her height and build. In short, she could be described as a woman who was a match for men. By just a word or two, one could sense that her temperament and efficiency in dealing with things surpassed that of the majority of men. She would surely have been a man with a heroic personality if she hadn't been born as a woman. If Fatty were to break his engagement simply because of her appearance, it would be tantamount to missing out on an opportunity. However, that flaw in her physical appearance had foreordained her life to that of tragedy. After all, majority of men judged women by their appearance alone. A woman's inner grace alone wouldn't hold much importance for a vast majority of men. Though it wouldn't be pleasant to hear, but the fact was, Jun Moxie only admired her because he was unrelated to this whole matter. If Minister Sun were to say to him, "I'll give my daughter's hand to you if you really think so highly of her. Will you take good care of her?" The young Master Jun would have immediately disappeared. He would have escaped the city for a lifetime, never ever looking back at the Sun family's granddaughter again, let alone recognize this gem of a person. Elder brother Moxie, sister Sun's appearance doesn't stand out, but she is good-natured, kind-hearted and very intelligent. I have been a close friend of hers, and she is a very remarkable person. She is straightforward and does not take trivial matters to heart. I am very fond of her. Dugu Xiao said in a musical voice as she petted and stroked Little White. You're absolutely right. Jun Moxie exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. Jun Moxie could sense that this girl knew how to discern nonsensical falsehoods even though she conducted herself in a naive and pure manner. So much so, that she could be deemed quite objective even though she came across as immature. Very few women were capable of differing from the conventions by so straightforward in this era's background. Therefore, although Sun Xiaomei was born with some physical flaws, her personality was nevertheless quite commendable. Sun Xiaomei smiled as she sat down. She lifted the teapot to pour Jun Moxie a cup as she raised her eyebrows and addressed him, "Young Master Jun, although we have met for the first time, I find that the rumors about you are not in agreement with reality." "Yes?" Jun Moxie asked with a mischievous smile as he raised the teacup, "What do you find to be in disagreement?" Sun Xiaomei didn't reply immediately, but instead smiled in a carefree manner. Her masculine smile somehow fit well with her rough face. "To tell you the truth, this young woman is not here to meet Tang Yuan." Sun Xiaomei smiled. The marriage between Tang Yuan and this young woman had been arranged by our respective parents. I have already accepted my misfortunes as a decree of fate since I'm an ugly woman. And I bear no intention to rebel. However, I have a record of all matters concerning Tang Yuan over these past 5 years, what he did, what he said, where he went, everything under the sky. I know it like the back of my hand. The young master Jun suddenly started feeling cold. Jun Moxie observed a moment of silence for Fatty Tang. The hitman could already foresee a very tragic life for that fatty. Not only is Tang Yuan not a good person, he is not even a proper gentleman. Sun Xiaomei smiled as she looked at the fallen Tang Yuan. To put it bluntly, he is a proper scoundrel from head to tail, a really, really, vile character. Well said. Jun Moxie laughed heartily as he clapped his hands. I'd say you've hit the bull's eye. However, this nasty guy is still very genuine by nature. Sun Xiaomei smiled glibly. He never conceals his likes and dislikes. Plus, he's as openly vocal and upfront about the things he hates. I like such genuine people. He has a bad reputation and is considered to be unworthy by everyone since he has a very bad record for the son of a nobleman. He is as fat as a pig, and as dumb as a donkey. You as his close friend must be familiar with all of this, so I needn't comment on all this. I would just like to stress on one point. I have observed his intrinsic traits, and I believe that Tang Yuan is a man still, not a mere farm animal. Therefore, I don't have anything to be dissatisfied about. Moreover, my own situation isn't so great either. Keeping that in mind, being able to find such a life companion is more than I could have asked for. Sun Xiaomei smiled lightly. It's apparent that we are a match made in heaven. Ku. Jun Moxie coughed several times since he was unable to think of a fitting response. He hadn't met such a woman since he had arrived in this world. She was very open about her appearance, and also about her marriage. In fact, she made no attempts to avoid either of the topics. Any other woman in her place would have been too shy, and would have stopped talking a while back. Sun Xiaomei, however, had actually gone on an incessant harangue. This in itself was enough to describe her as a heroic woman. Third young master Jun, you needn't cough. You understand worldly matters, so consider this. Besides me, who in this world can tolerate Tang Yuan? Sun Xiaomei smiled. He is so heavy. This time, Jun Moxie was completely shocked. His eyes opened as wide as his mouth as he speechlessly stared at her. This young woman is truly a tigress. Who else would dare to speak like this? Dugu Xiaoyi muffled her laughter with her hand, but her delicate shoulders still jittered incessantly. She was aware of her close friend's temperament. Therefore, she could naturally understand that her companion was being coy. I've been aware of third young master's reputation for a long time. I had guessed that you would aid Tang Yuan by preventing any humiliating circumstances from arising, especially the ones that may involve the Tang and Sun family's name. And for that, this young woman would like to thank you. Sun Xiaomei is blessed to meet you in person today. Sun Xiaomei lowered her head as she poured more tea. She then continued in an unhurried manner, you are wise and far-sighted. Therefore, you may already know that this young woman is here for 2 reasons. First, I had to see for myself just how fat my fiancé is, and the second, which was my priority, to see if the rumors about your distinguished self were really true. Assuming I had understood Fatty Tang correctly, I had guessed that he would pull you along. And he did just that. Why did you wish to see me? Jun Moxie asked in a bewildered tone. What are you up to, ah? You arranged your blind date with Fatty, just to see me. This is really strange, but I doubt that she'd try to kill me over that wife gambling incident. Apart from thanking you, I had to see something for myself. I have 2 close friends, and they are so close to me that they are like my younger sisters. Sun Xiaomei gave a meaningful look to Dugu Xiaoyi as she continued, one of them deplores you. Her hatred for you is so high that it cannot be topped. While the other one has strong feelings for you, and roots for you passionately. When she speaks of you, it feels like her life would become unworthy of living without your existence. I came here out of curiosity. I wanted to see what kind of charm the number 1 debauchee of this city exudes. For you evoke such strong, yet opposite reactions from my 2 sisters. Dugu Xiaoyi twisted her waist and leaned to one side as she heard this. Her face on the other hand, turned red as she protested, Sister Xiao Mei. TL's note. 1. Manly top knot, also known as the old hero top knot, is a hairstyle. Chapter 238, The Troublesome Iron-Winged Panther. Jun Moxie laughed out loud, and crossed his legs. He swayed for a while, and said, "May I know which of your sisters is so deeply attached to me?" Ha ha. I'm one of the most bitterly detested individuals of the Tianxiang city. In fact, I fear that 8 of 10 people would agree with this statement. But someone being deeply attached to me, this is the first time I've heard something like this. I'm quite interested in knowing people with such discerning eyesight. Dugu Xiaoyi nervously looked at Sun Xiaomei upon hearing this. Her eyes seemed to be praying for her friend's silence. I talk of a person who used to be far away, beyond the horizon. Sun Xiaomei smiled mysteriously as she ignored Dugu Xiaoyi's impleading glance, but has appeared right under your nose now. Young Master Jun, you have even exchanged a token of affection with her. And yet you're confused. Exchanged a token of affection? Jun Moxie was aghast with shock. Then, he immediately recalled when Dugu Xiaoyi had given him her jade pendant. Could it be that, oh God? The young Master Jun turned sharply to look at the shy and timid Dugu Xiaoyi. Her small head was facing downwards, and was withdrawn into her collar. It seemed that she wouldn't lift it up again, come what may. Jun Moxie sighed deeply. What doubt would remain after taking all this into account? He hadn't expected that this silly little girl would try to approach a marriage in such a dubious manner. The thought of this depressed him a little. However, he also felt a little proud of himself for reasons unknown. The original Jun Moxie was regarded a scum and a bully by everyone. Therefore, it was only natural that no one would form a favorable impression of him. On the other hand, the hitman had only arrived in this world a very short while ago. However, he had already gotten a beautiful woman to fall for him. In fact, the seeds of affection had been rooted so deeply that she was already trying to set up their marriage. He naturally couldn't help but feel a bit proud of himself. Dugu Xiaoyi started becoming increasingly bashful, so much so that her mind turned a bit hazy. Sister Sun is being so straightforward and loud about this. I could almost die of embarrassment. Sun Xiaomei was paying attention to every subtle change in Jun Moxie's expression. Finally she spoke, now I understand. My younger sister, who detests and hates you to her bone, is reasonable in doing so since her opinion of you is justifiable. As for the opinion of my other younger sister, it seems that her affection for you may not be without reason either. Miss Sun, this discussion has been awfully puzzling. I find myself in a state of complete confusion. Jun Moxie made a dispirited gesture with his hands. I still haven't been able to understand your intention. You don't understand, that's good too. It would be quite unfortunate if you were clearly able to comprehend everything. Sun Xiaomei smiled faintly. She then unexpectedly looked at him in a pensive manner. Third young master, you're not a good man, or at least not what they call an upright gentleman. In fact, I'm still quite curious to know how many people you actually deem important. The hitman was terrified. He suddenly raised his head, and asked in a serious tone, what did you say? Had he underestimated this woman? Arrogance. Disdain for all under heaven. This prominence of this character trait can be clearly gleaned from your eyes. Perhaps your eyes appear serene and calm to most people, so much so that you may be considered cool-headed and peaceful. However, they constantly reveal your arrogance in reality. In fact, your efforts to conceal it are useless in front of someone who understands this. Sun Xiaomei smiled gently. Now I'll tell you this, as a customary gift for our first meeting, okay? It will bode well to rein in your arrogance and act amicably, no matter how much money you have, or how arrogant you are. After all, now is not the time for you to be so hubristic.